Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have reached the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are fired up on the Twitch, on the YouTube, on all the fan cams. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On with a 2-0 night in the Metroplex.
Yeah, we were fired up on the fan cam when I walked in here. I think they caught me in a butt scratch if you were watching this thing at about 5:15 this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, big time butt pickage. Yeah. So, congrats on that one. But, yeah, 2-0 night for the local team. Not even really contests either.
I know. I've been praying for some blowouts too, because it just feels like games every single
it does.
night.
Yeah, when you got three teams in season at the same time, and two of them are less than a week away. You know, this time next week it's the play-in series in the NBA. We're knee deep in the play-in series this time next week. It's going to be over the 19th of next week.
Let's start with the hottest team that's closest to the playoffs, and that would be Hoops.
Irving with 3 seconds. Shake and fake behind the back. Drives inside. Falling away at the buzzer. Kyrie Irving nails it. Such a difficult shot made look easy, and Dallas has a 9-point lead.
Mike Breen with the call for ABC and ESPN, and the Mavericks pretty much handle the Miami Heat. This thing got a little bit closer as soon as, of course, I tweet out Mavs are smashing Miami. The Heat cut it to about 8, but the Mavs answer back, and they kind of cruise 111-92. They're playing like a great, great team and a legitimate championship threat. We're here.
Yeah, we're here. They would be the first 5 seed to win the NBA championship if they did. Never happened. 5 seeds generally don't. Now, I think a lot of times you'll have a situation where, at least in the old format, the 4 seed was like the second place team in a division. Like the Mavericks, I think, were a 4 seed one year with like 60 wins. Right? That's a great team. You know, now they've changed that up a little bit, so you don't really see that as much. But yeah, like, dude, when you, I mean, they were on such fire in the first half from beyond the arc. I mean, they were dang near 50% from 3 in the first half. You're just not going to lose many games when you're 50% from beyond the arc in a half. You're generally running and hiding if it's in the first half, because the other team's just not going to be the same for the most part.
Luka getting it started, and Kyrie, like, I'm going back and forth with this and the Rangers. Kyrie in the box score was pretty empty, and then I go back and look, and bam.
Second quarter,
he was
fantastic. He was fantastic in the second quarter, and the whole team was, and Miami couldn't do much offensively. But Kyrie was doing it from beyond the arc. He was doing it from the mid-range. He was feeding well, feeding the other guys well. I still don't know how the hell Gafford got that shot up from underneath the basket.
It's almost as if Kyrie had a little extra something to play for. Oh, he did. A milli.
A $1
million bonus for the Dallas Mavericks, getting their 50th win of the season.
It's a weird bonus structure, right? It's a very odd, like,
not 60.
No, but like, what if
not
he
70?
Yeah, like,
try to catch the Bulls.
What if he only
Warriors?
What if he only played like 15 games? Would he have still gotten that bonus? Like, it's very strange, right? It's a very strange bonus. It's a very Saquon Barkley bonus from last year, where everything is tied to team success. But good, man, good for you. It's good. It's good. That's good money if you can get it. That $1 million.
The Mavs are 16-2 over their last 18, and here's the bipolar thing to try to figure out about this team. They're number 1 defensively in the NBA over those 18 games. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Remember talking about this team's defense?
Yes, I do.
Earlier on the season?
Yes, I do.
You kidding? And number 1 defensively.
And the defense, like, last night there was times where it set up the offense. You had Jones with a block, and then on the other end they're up ahead, and all of a sudden it's a fast break. And this team can get out and run when Kyrie is in the game. They really can get out and run. Like, Luka won't get out and run as much as Kyrie, even though he'll still push it. And a lot of times he'll push it with a 70-foot pass. But, like, they were, 2 passes, 3 passes, then bam, it's a layup.
We tried everything.
They did try everything, and they fixed it.
and it looks like Kyrie had to appear in at least 50 games. So it's a 50-game appearance along with a 50-win bonus that gets the extra $1 million for Kyrie. So now we are officially set up for the third time in 4 years. In the first round, it's going to be the Mavericks against the Clippers. The third opening round matchup in the last 4 seasons. Clippers won each of the first two, 2021 and 2022, and here we are again.
Yeah, so the first round of the playoffs will start on April 20th. So that'll be the first round, starts 9 days from now. So you got about a week, almost 10 days. I assume a Mavs-Clippers series will probably get a Sunday game, Saturday night, maybe Sunday morning. But there you go. Looks like it's for the third time, like you said, 4 years it's going to be that team.
I think Bobby had the stat last night. Luka, the only starting player in the two lineups, the only starting player that was there from the very beginning. I'll have to double check that. And I know he's listening, driving in, but I was like, really? All these battles and all this rivalry, and Luka is the lone Maverick there. Meanwhile,
lone Maverick I could see. Surely not the lone Clipper.
Lone Maverick.
Yeah, lone Maverick. Yes, I can see that. Hardaway? He went in the starting line. Yeah, I could see that.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline. We are also your home of Texas Rangers baseball, and they answer back.
A 1-1 tie here in the first inning, and the pitch is swung on, line drive, left field, base hit. Rounding third, heading home is Smith. The throw comes into second as 2 runs score on the play, and Jonah Heim makes it 3-1 Rangers.
By the way, real quick, here's the Bobby note from last night. It's from McMahon. Bobby had it in his email. Luka's the only starter left from the last time the Mavs and Clippers played each other in the playoffs. Okay, so I misread that, thinking it counted for both sides.
Yeah.
It can't.
No, it's Maverick. That makes sense.
Yeah. Rangers beat the Athletics. We get even, 1-1.
Get even. Josh Smith got even. Had an error early on. Comes back with an RBI single. And, I mean, Bradford's pitching well. I don't know what to make of the A's, right? But
I do.
Yeah. But I guess as long as old Chandeliers isn't dominating out there, they don't have a whole lot to hang their hats on. But it was a good performance from him, and then obviously from the team perspective, you get out. Adolis, I thought, really needed that blooper to go down. He had a pretty off night the night before, and that wasn't a particularly well hit ball. It was a decent pitch to hit, and he just kind of got jammed on it, but still was strong enough to get it out there.
Langoliers and Bradford were old battery mates.
Yeah.
At Baylor.
Yep.
He finished 0 for 4. Bradford, he attended high school not far from the Globe. But how about the start for Cody Bradford, who is 3-0, allowed only an unearned run along with 5 hits and 6 2/3. He lowered his ERA to 1.40 with wins in all 3 starts. He's in his second big league season, just a third pitcher in franchise history to go 3-0 with an ERA of 1.40 or less in his first 3 starts of a season. The biggest surprise by far to begin the year.
Oh, for sure. Biggest surprise by far. And I think the good thing is that, he's living in walks too. He's only got 2 walks in the entire year. And if you're going to do that and you're still going to strike out 5, 6, 7 guys a night, which he has been doing, I don't really care who you're playing. And look, it's not like he's just doing this against the A's. Cubs are not a terrible team. Astros certainly have a pedigree, and they'll be fine. Like we make fun of the fact that they started off 1-5. They'll be fine at the end of the year. But he is doing this against, for the most part, whoever is out in front of him. I think it's a great sign. We'll see if this lasts. This could be an April thing, but so far so good.
Pepe, how did you divide up last night?
Mainly Rangers. Mainly went Rangers. Mavs a little bit, but then when it got to be a blowout, just like I was all Rangers. It was nice to see Adolis bounce back, as RJ said yesterday. Tuesday game, 4 mid-at-bats for Adolis. Nice to see him go perfect at the plate. But with Cody Bradford, I know the sample size is 3 games, but when Max Scherzer comes back from the IL, Bradford's not going down. He's not going to the bullpen. You're going to have a real issue, I think, of Heaney or John Gray, whoever's the worst out of those pitchers, who's going to get bumped to the bullpen because it's not Bradford because Bradford's dominating.
And Heaney started off pretty nice till this last start.
Yeah. It's a good question. It's a really good question. That's not something
We're still far. We're still a little ways
months away.
Yeah,
it'll work itself out. Someone will get hurt or have a slump. It's just the way it goes.
We got the payload coming up at 6:40 this morning. We have Peyton with a freak out that we have all dealt with in life, and it hit him last night right in the mirror. We got the neighborhood watch, Mike Florio, on the mess that the Cowboys have created for themselves. Mike will join us at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. And today, we have the start of the Masters, or maybe we don't. And I may have been dead wrong about the accident in the NFL that happened right here in DFW because the felony charges are flowing. It's a Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Bobby to join us soon right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
Vasectomy Day.
Yes, it is.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. This is when many people schedule the grapes to be tied up.
Yep.
so that they can stay home, sit around, and watch golf.
Got a buddy doing that this week, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Yeah, so today, this morning. So congratulations, man.
He did it for this?
I don't know that he told his wife he did it for this, but he did. I know him. I know he did do it for this.
Nice.
Yeah, so it is, but it is Masters Day. And they will, maybe, weather permitting.
Yeah.
Weather permitting, because it always rains at Augusta. That is one thing you can count on, that sometime during this week, it will rain. And it's like a 90% chance of rain today.
Well,
tomorrow's going to be windy.
Yeah, they're saying storms are getting set to delay this thing.
Yes. Yeah, it's like their first tee time here is coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes or so.
That it's already been delayed.
Yeah.
Masters start delayed with storms and wind.
Yeah, so whenever they get going, because the original tee times are, like I said, about 7 a.m. Our time, 8 o'clock Augusta time. So now it's whatever the rains. It does drain well. They've got an amazing system underneath the surface. It sucks the water out of the fairway and dumps it into the rough. So if you're a patron, as they call them, do not wear clean shoes to Augusta. It's just a mud pit in the rough. They put rock salt down for you to walk on, so it kind of soaks up some of the water. But yeah, so there you go. It'll be a little bit delayed today, and then they'll get the Jose Maria Olazabal group out there around whenever. As the first team.
Jose Maria Olazabal is still playing?
Yeah, so if you're a former Masters champ, you get an exemption until you're like 65 or something. You can some guys they let play longer, but yeah, you're basically in it for the long haul. And he's one of them.
You get involved in the station
I
Masters
did.
pools?
Yes, I did. Peyton and I did. I took Brooks Koepka, Scotty Scheffler, and old P. Reed, Patrick Reed, the bad boy of golf, to win.
Pepe, who'd you go with?
I went with Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, the favorite, and then Hideki Matsuyama.
Now, there were questions about Scheffler playing?
Yeah, so his wife is due, expecting a baby. So he said that he is ready to go. He's ready to leave, ready to pull a Phil Mickelson. Phil was going to do this on the final day of the U.S. Open.
Oh, I thought Phil was going to bet on the sex
he was.
of the child.
He did.
Yeah.
But remember back in '99 when he lost to Payne Stewart, the whole thing was like, is he going to leave? Is he going to leave the he was leading the final round, and he had never won a major at the time. It was like, was he going to leave the final round if he got the call that his wife Amy was in a labor? Well, that did not happen. Now we don't know what's going to happen with Scotty Scheffler here, but she is due in the next couple of weeks, or the next couple of days. So if she does go to labor, he says he's ready to leave. He's already got one. Right, he's already got a title. But she is ready to pop, as they say.
I may end up being wrong about Rashid Rice, because I didn't realize it was going to be 8 felonies that he was facing for the accident here in Dallas. But police said arrest warrants have been issued for Rice. 1 count of aggravated assault, 1 count of collision involving serious bodily injury, and 6 counts of collision involving injury. So 8 different felony charges. We'll need Mike Florio at 8 o'clock, attorney and Football Insider, to break down how much trouble Rashid Rice is in.
Who spends
he's the best.
more time behind bars, him or Morgan Wallen?
0.
Morgan's faced up to 15 years.
Yeah, well, they all face something.
They'll face it. Yeah, we get the 15 years.
Yeah, we get the 15.
we get the 15 years. They get to make more music and play football.
Yes.
So that's how that's going to work.
So I didn't realize it was going to be 8 felonies, though. Like reckless driving, I get all that, but 6 counts of collision. I don't know if the National Football League can ignore that when it comes to disciplining him on the field.
They may not be able to. I always wonder, like, what if he pleads guilty to a lesser, to like a whatever? Does he? Like, is he a felon? Like, is that how that works? Or like, are you pleading to a lesser charge? I have no idea. But this is. I mean, look, this is big news. If you're the Chiefs, this is huge. Does this change what you do in the draft? Right? Do you have to at least plan for the fact that, okay, maybe we don't know what's going to happen. He might be gone for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Do you have to? I guess the good part is that, nobody died.
Yeah. And no one was really hurt.
Right. I mean, ask Dwayne Goodrich. Like, how different is his life if nobody died? Right. In that, it was just an accident. Like, it's probably very, very different.
And speaking of NFL legal issues, Terrell Suggs, the former Raven, was arrested Tuesday in Scottsdale, Arizona. He played at Arizona State. 2 charges. This had to do with a dispute in a Starbucks drive-through line.
Listen, man, if they put non-fat in your cappuccino and you asked for fat milk and they give you non-fat,
yeah,
I could totally see how this turns to hands.
Well, he didn't. It turned to guns.
It turned to guns.
It turned to gun, and the gun was not pointed at the Starbucks window. It was pointed towards another individual. So he was driving a black Range Rover on March 10th. Threatened to kill another driver after he backed into his car while trying to reverse in the drive-through line after initially driving past the ordering speaker, according to police records. Suggs hit the car. Afterwards, he and the guy got out of their vehicle, started arguing about whether Suggs actually hit the man's car. Both got back into their vehicles without incident, finished their Starbucks orders, but when Suggs drove away, he stuck his middle finger up at the other guy. The guy started swearing at Suggs. The two then exchanged obscenities. Suggs said he would kill the other man. As Suggs began to pull out of the drive-thru, stopped his car, and stuck a handgun out of the driver's side window. The gun was never pointed at the other guy, but the guy took Suggs' action, obviously, as a threat.
Brandishing a firearm.
And before Suggs could drive off, the guy wrote down his license plate and then called police. The other car had device recording audio and video attached to the front of the vehicle. So the entire incident was captured.
All right. So you want to tell me that this guy got into a verbal altercation with Trell Suggs, saw him get out of his car,
Terrell Suggs,
and then kept jawing at him afterwards? Like, if that guy sees Terrell Suggs,
yeah, well, one of the maybe 5 most physically, and you could make an argument, one of the 5 most physically intimidating football specimens.
If you told me he wasn't even a human being, I'd be like, okay,
yeah,
I'm sure. Like, he's an alien. He's whatever, right? He's a mutant. He's a monster.
Yeah,
and that guy saw
6'3", 260.
Yeah. So you see him get out of the car, argue with you, dispute this. All right. Somehow he lets you live and get back in the car, and then he sticks his middle finger out at you, and you're gonna jaw at him
again.
Yeah. Like, no, you're like, water under the bridge, pal. Whatever, dude. Like,
yeah.
Give me all the fingers you want.
I'll buy your coffee.
That sounded bad, but
give me. Yeah.
Whatever, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know what this dude's thinking. Like, not me. Not me.
877-881-1053 for the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. I meant to add this to the weather at Augusta. Y'all get flooded yesterday with rain? I'm starting to regret this move already. I should have gone out to Roanoke. I've got hit by a hailstorm. Shout out John Ramsey, Tolo, stopping by, trying to assess some of the damage. And then yesterday I got a flood. I got to sit there, a flood in the backyard. It was nonstop.
We got quite a bit of rain about the time I got home, around noonish. But, like, my kids at their school, like, they had baseball practice last night. They got no rain in the, Grapevine, Colleyville, more like the HEB area. They got no rain. That's what the practice is.
HEB?
Hurst, Euless, Bedford. Yeah, they got no rain in that area where their practice field is. Because I was stunned when the practice was still on.
Pepe and the Rock, and then it freezing cold this morning.
Very cold this morning. It'd be 72 today, but cold right now.
Really, really bad. But I had taken the early nap. I laid down about 12:30, 12:45, and it was thunder and lightning. It was perfect nap weather. I didn't even look outside, but when I woke up, it was all flooded. Ridiculous.
All right, we got a Thursday edition. Glad you are joining us as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, on the actual mess that the Dallas Cowboys are truly in. We'll talk about it with Roberto Bobby Butt, our Cowboys insider, joins the show for the 6 a.m. club next.
We're giving you your morning sports fix. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Special shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Got the entire squad here together. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt. And we got Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Yesterday, the two biggest things that came from the show were eating and drinking during radio programs, and sherbet,
and then sorbet is, I guess that's something completely different. That's something you'd only get at a fancy place.
Yeah, I mean, literally at dictionary.com, it says that it is a common misspelling and common mispronunciation.
Yeah, well,
so I was correct.
No one's arguing that that's the way it now looks. What you and Choppy tried to argue was that is the way that it is said.
Yeah, it says it's a common mispronunciation.
Yeah, but it's not common. That's where you're wrong. It's uncommon.
No, sherbet is a common mispronunciation.
Common mispronunciation.
Yeah,
but
yes.
Peyton said you say sherbet in Texas, and both of you said, no, you don't.
Yeah, like a lot of people do, but
yeah,
the masses are assholes.
Yeah, no, but you said no, they don't.
No,
they
like
don't say sherbet.
No, I was saying like it doesn't matter. Like you don't just say it because here in Texas, no, you don't. That's incorrect. But I mean, look, I would expect that somebody whose name is spelled Shan and pronounces it Sean would mispronounce.
Yeah. But there are people that say pecan or pecan. Like there's a correct way to say it.
But this is different. This is called it pecan. It's not even called it.
I know. Well, it's like saying caramel.
I went and
there's multiple A's in caramel.
I went and rewatched the clip 10 times, and you argued that it is not said and called sherbet in Texas. It is. You're wrong.
No, I meant as in it's not called that anywhere because it's not how it's pronounced. So it doesn't matter what people say.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, wrote an article.
Ring me up, Peyton.
Cowboys don't ring him up. Cowboys have a contract mess, and they created it. The Cowboys have made most of their headlines this offseason by, number one, claiming they're all in. 2, doing absolutely nothing to prove it. That dichotomy has helped conceal a far bigger problem the team has, a problem that might be keeping them from going all in. They have 3 contractual messes with key players, and they've shown no inclination to do anything other than delay, and delay. And here's how they got into the mess. We start with Dak. You didn't offer him a fair contract after his 3rd season as a 4th-round day 1 starter. Cowboys tabled it until after his 4-year deal expired. Then they used a franchise tag, didn't sign him to a long-term deal, delaying the issue again. When faced with the application of a second tag and no ability to punt for another year, the Cowboys panicked, giving Dak a 4-year, $160 million contract that guaranteed he'd get to the open market without an extension. Now, they seem content to let him finish the contract and hit the market in 2025. Basically, he's going to be next year's Kirk Cousins. The Cowboys seem to be banking on the fact that no other team will pay him whatever he has been seeking in talks aimed at extending the deal. They also seem to be daring him to leave, believing that the attraction of playing for the Cowboys with the marketing and post-career opportunities will get him to take their best offer, whatever it might be. It's a calculated risk that the Cowboys have no choice but to embrace because they painted themselves into a corner by dragging their feet early in Dak's career. So that's part one. As we're trying to figure out, what are they thinking here? Like the arrogance? Are they daring Dak? Would Dak dare not go anywhere else? And that's Florio kind of putting it into some of his words.
I mean, look, Dak is he is in a massive driver's seat.
Yeah.
Because he knows that either way, he's going to get his money.
Yeah.
Someone's going to give it to him.
Anyone who thinks he's not going to go out and get what he wants on the open market, now we can.
Now I do know, like, there are like handicappers in Vegas who think that he is, if he doesn't stay here, he will be a kind of a journeyman.
Yeah. I won't go that far.
I won't go that far either. I don't buy
but I get it.
Yeah, I get it, because it's like, you know what you're signing up for. You're signing up for 12 wins, but you also may think that you're not signing up for a championship. I don't know, like...
Nobody who signs him, I think, believes we're not signing up for a championship. If anybody signs him, they think they're signing up for a title.
I agree that if anybody signs that, I think that's the wrestle that people will have. Like, if he was on the market this year, with this class coming in of quarterbacks, and there's 7 or 8 teams that need one, is his market 3 teams or is it 8?
All he needs is one.
All he needs is one. Right?
I mean, if he's on the market this year, you're seeing him twice a year because he's going to Washington.
Mm-hmm. You think Washington would take him over the number 2 pick?
Yep. I think Washington would take him and say, we'll build from here.
Have you heard anything, or are you just strongly guessing?
I just think that you hear people talk about, the affinity that he has for Dan Quinn. Cliff Kingsbury likes him. Like, if that was an option that was presented to them, they say, we can do this, and we can go ahead and build with the number 2 pick or trade and get draft capital and do other things, and we've already got a salary floor we have to spend to. All right, sign us up.
So that's mess number 1. Mess number 2 from Florio. They're doing the same thing with CeeDee Lamb. 4 years into his first-round contract, they can squat on him for the 5th-year option at $18 million and a franchise tag or 2. But by waiting, they're only making the eventual contract more expensive. And they really don't seem to get that over there or care. One of the two. And I think they're both thoughts are foolish. Especially after Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson get their second contracts. The Cowboys could end up painting themselves into a corner again by waiting. And it might cause them to let Lamb hit the open market without ever giving him a second multi-year deal. Then there's Parsons. Some think the take from the team's flagship radio. Before we get to that, when it comes to Jerry and Stephen Jones, here's what I personally expect from them. Along with Mark Cuban, I expect them to be whizzes when it comes to all the numbers. If you're not going to sit there and be a pure football guy, right, like a John Lynch, and break down film and X's and O's, I expect you, the brilliant all-time business family, I expect you to, knock this stuff out. Like it's a breeze to you. Not make financial mistakes and have it backfire on you. That's what I expect from Jerry and Stephen Jones. And that feels like a disappointment right now. Now, they have to manage a lot, right? Everyone yesterday was adding up, what is their cap going to be in payroll when you sign the big 3? No wonder they're penny pinching. No wonder they're being very, very frugal. But at the very least, I expect Jerry and Stephen Jones to know the salary cap and have all the numbers forwards, backwards, up and down.
At least Stephen. At least, he's like the main cap guy or one of the main cap guys. At least he does.
Yes.
Jerry, I don't even know. He just auto stamps the check.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jerry is more a consensus builder now than he was once upon a time, and I think that
it's just good. I think that's good.
Yeah, and I think that he still has the veto pen and he still uses it occasionally. I think that's how Jerry operates.
Number 3, then there's Parsons. Some think the take from the team's flagship radio station that his act is wearing thin was planted by the team in an effort to leverage him to want less. If that's not the case, and we believe it isn't, so what is Florio believing in that? If that's not the case and we believe it isn't, the Cowboys probably should find a way to publicly...
He's saying he doesn't think you were planted.
Okay.
Right, because he's a normal individual. Nobody actually thinks it was planted.
The only compliment in thinking it was planted is to think that I have... Yeah. It's almost like...
that we're big enough.
Yes.
Okay, listen. This is all you do. If they want to do something like this, and this goes for the Dak attorney situation or this, they don't go to us. They go to Adam Schefter.
Yes.
If they want to get
Peter King back in the day,
if they want to get something out, they don't waste their time here. They go to Adam Schefter. They go to Rappaport. They go to Pelissaro. They go to Peter King. Jay Glazer. They Bob Costas, for crying out loud. They don't come to us. They don't come to Sean. They don't come to Bobby. They don't do that.
What I want to know is in that profile picture where you and Jerry are bringing hands together, how many $100 bills were pressed between your hands there?
He gave all those hundreds to Calipari.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Florio, why not take 15 or 20 minutes and cobble together something that pushes back on the comments about Parsons if you're the Cowboys? It raises questions about whether the Cowboys truly know how to manage star players in the salary cap and free agency era. Their last run of championships came with a team built and maintained in the early days of free agency. They haven't done anything since. Their current effort to do so has been undermined by ill-advised delay tactics when it comes to paying their best younger players. For all that Jerry and Steven have done to keep the team so prominent and successful and viable as a business, they haven't been able to polish off a roster that can thrive on the field. The Joneses, despite all the things they do well, seem to be three things when it comes to handling young star players. 1, cheap. 2, short-sighted. And 3, not as smart as they think they are. And it's keeping the Cowboys from being as good as they can be. So that's the thing to be mad about, Cowboy fans. Don't be mad at the players for wanting fair contracts. Don't be mad at the media for pointing out the dysfunction. Be mad at the Cowboys, who seem to think playing for the team has some sort of inherent value that should cause players to happily take less. The tactic doesn't work, and they don't seem to be willing to admit it. So I thought that was a good piece from Florio, who will join us at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's far more like the idea that how the Cowboys act is why they don't sign guys or that they're cheap. It's just that they think teams should just, we'll take less to go there. They had this notion that the only way to get on TV when you retire is to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, it's kind of like the college landscape now. You're talking about everyone saying no to Kentucky.
Yeah, look at all these guys.
Kentucky thinks probably that they're the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
And Arkansas, you could be famous at Arkansas.
You can be famous wherever you want now. Look around TV. I mean, how many guys, all you got to do is win championships. If you win championships, you get on TV. If you don't win championships, you probably need to be a Dallas Cowboy to get on TV. But if you do win championships, you get on there. All the guys that are on there now. And the same thing like you mentioned with Cal and Kentucky. Kentucky has this thought of course, they're just going to run. They're going to line up to come here. Well, you can make $8 million at Alabama. You can make, $10 million at UConn. You can make this at all kinds of places. You don't have to leave. Sometimes living in Waco and being able to go to a Mexican restaurant, post a photo, and have nobody bother you is a lot better than not being able to enjoy that at Kentucky.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, I think Jerry's a consensus builder at this point, and he puts people in positions to advise him on what they're capable of doing, what they can do, things like that. I think that any sort of tight approach to the salary cap is because there are people in place there who are telling him we're too tight on the cap and we can't do it. And I think if he had a green light...
So do you think that Jerry Jones, has studied, knows the salary cap and the CBA, up and down?
I think he knows how the cap operates. I think that he hires people like you would hire a lawyer to have know every bit of a contract detail. I think that that's what he has in place. And somebody's telling him essentially this contract tells us we can't do that. He's getting advised by essentially lawyers about contract language, is what's happening with the salary cap. And he's being told, hey, you can't do this. Now, the question at that point is, okay, is that because the people advising him are 100% correct? Is that because the people advising him are saying, hey, we've gotten in this position out of necessity, or did they get in this position out of negligence? That's the question to me that needs to be figured out. But I think if there were people there telling Jerry, you have the cap availability, you have that flexibility to spend it, he would. I just think he's being told by people that he's put in place that you can't, and so he's not.
And do you think that direction is accurate? The information.
I think they're up against a lot of financial difficulties, but not to quite the extent that maybe they portray.
Mavs, Rangers, and we may have a plea deal and a development in the Parlay Otani case. Plus, a player in the NBA may be banned for betting on some of his own games. We got gambling scandals everywhere. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But
kids.org, and brought to you by the personal injured lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Each of the last two games, they hit into a double play with the bases full. Adolis yesterday. And there's a swing and there's a pop to short center field. Wade is coming on hard and he can't get it. It's in for a hit. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home. A 2-run bloop single for Adolis Garcia makes it 6-1 Rangers.
Adolis goes 3 for 3 with 2 doubles, 2 runs batted in, and a walk. Simeon 2 for 4. But the star of the show last night on 105.3 The Fan, as we are your home of the World Series champs, is Cody Bradford. There's one pitcher in Major League Baseball with 3 wins in 3 starts, and we got him. 6 2/3 with 1 unearned run. Now, are you automatically throwing this into the Martin Perez category? Or, based upon Bradford's stuff, who he has been, the scouting, the prospect, all that stuff, are you putting him into a, maybe we have something here? You throwing him into a Martin Perez flash in the pan start? Or, hey man, this is legit?
That, I mean, look, I'd have to go back and look at his, like, I don't want to say recruiting profile, but his scouting profile and what they had him as.
What do you see when you watch this stuff?
Oh, I see. I mean, look, I think he's a really good. First of all, he stays in a spot where he's not wild within the strike zone. That could be very, very dangerous. You're looking to throw low and in, or low and away, and you're still throwing strikes, but now it's in a more hittable spot. I love a lot of things about his delivery, but that is the question that you have when you have somebody who hasn't done it before. Is like, how long does this last before the league makes adjustments? I think he's a really good pitcher. I just don't know, like, what the Rangers viewed him at. Did they see this? Did they see this? Because if they didn't see this, then I think that's cause for, like, all right, tap the brakes. If they did see it, then you're just confirming what they saw.
I mean, if they didn't see it, that doesn't mean much to me as we go look over at Cole Reagans in Kansas City, who they didn't see, and other things like that. I will say,
another they didn't see, he was throwing like 7 miles an hour slower
and hurt.
He was throwing that velocity by the time he left here. It's just they were like, all right, well, go ahead and go. But I mean,
Bassick would strongly argue that they should not and cannot be blamed for that.
Yeah, because he's got the TV job now.
Well, it's also like
that he had enough chances.
He had chances, but also they don't win the World Series without Chapman.
So here, what's funny is I thought of Bassick last night watching Bradford pitch. Because do you remember what Mike said after Cody Bradford's first start last year? He goes, "That kid's Mike Bassick," and I don't mean that offensively, but he's gonna be Mike Bassick, where he's just gonna battle.
How could that not be offensive?
Well, I'm coming from Mike. It's not gonna be offensive, but no, that's it. Man, Broadus last night we're recording Love the Star. Broadus said he's the best pitcher on the staff, better than Evaldi, and he already told you that Evaldi was better than DeGrom, so that means Cody Bradford better than DeGrom.
Yeah, Broadus must have voted in that top 25 pitcher thing.
Right, no kidding.
But
he's
added a curveball this year. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
He didn't throw a curveball at all last year. Nobody's gotten a hit off the curveball yet through 3 starts.
So, let's just go back.
Wow.
By
the way, he was drafted in the 6th round. So, and Bobby, you're usually all over the prospect stuff. But.
So, in the minors, all right, his last year at Baylor, his ERA was a 4.91. It was only a handful of starts. And then he gets to Frisco in Double-A, and it's a 3.89. In High A, it was a 4.23. Back to Frisco the following year, it's a 5. Even last year was over a 5. Like, this is something that he has never done, ever, close to it, outside of the Cape, outside of what he did in the Cape Cod League in literally 2 games. He's never put together an ERA this low. So, this is a little bit outside the norm for him. But some guys just click.
Yeah.
Some guys click that you don't expect to be legit all time. Nobody thought Jordan Montgomery, when he came up, was going to do what he has done throughout his career. They just didn't see it.
Yeah.
They saw a guy that could maybe be a back of the rotation guy that would last. So, it all depends, man. A lot of guys just change. Things click. They have amazing command, and they're able to work their pitches, and they're able to, execute scouting reports and game plans. And then some guys just have a good, lucky 4 or 5 game stretch.
We finally have a federal development in the Parlay Shohei Otani case. The interpreter is facing federal charges related to the alleged theft of millions from Otani. The New York Times first to report that he is in negotiations, the interpreter, to plead guilty, and that the investigation is racing towards a conclusion. What do we make of this? As Tolos, we're all up in my Instagram DMs last night saying, this smells way too dirty that Shohei is involved.
I mean, there's like, how long would you go to jail for whatever payout is you're willing to take? That's the question. That's the first thing that popped into my head. Oh, he's pleading guilty. That's convenient. Because again, I mean, anybody who thinks that Shohei didn't knowingly back him doesn't know how bookies operate. They don't.
So you have no doubt.
I have no doubt that the bookie knew. I'm not saying Shohei bet.
Yeah. Shohei knowingly provided the money.
The bookie knew that Shohei was his collateral.
Why wouldn't Shohei just admit that? There's nothing.
I have no idea.
Like
Too close to the actual betting.
Yeah. I have no
You got
idea.
to look completely removed from it. If he had dealings with a bookie or had agreed to be collateral for a bookie, even if he's not placing the bets, it's bad. It's a bad look.
I mean, most bookies won't let you get beyond a couple grand before you got to settle up. Let alone letting somebody who makes $300,000 a year rack up $4.5 million. He didn't rack up $4.5 million in a week. It doesn't work like that. You do win. When you gamble, even if you're the worst gambler in the world, you do win like even 40% of the time.
Yeah.
And which means that this guy bet, in order to lose $4.5 million, he probably bet about $90 million over the 3 years to rack up that kind of loss. Because you are going to win. You're basically getting vigged out. Vig is you got to bet 110 to win 100. Or in his case, 330,000 to win 300,000.
Yeah.
Right? So in order to rack up that kind of money, you're betting a ton. You're not just betting $4.5 million all in one. No bookie is doing that. And this bookie, apparently, the federal case has him being backed by a major casino that is now under investigation in Las Vegas. So even more of a reason why he's not getting that kind of marker.
So when I first read that he's in negotiations to plead guilty and they're racing towards a conclusion, my first, CSI, Dateline NBC thought is, okay, he's about to drop some Shohei info. Should I not be thinking like that?
No, I think you should be thinking that he's
going to give Shohei up here and work out a deal.
No, he's going to give up the bookie. They're after the bookie. They're actually probably after the bookie's backer, which is the casino in Vegas. That's probably who they're really after.
So you don't expect him to say, I was making bets for Shohei
absolutely not.
on baseball?
Never. You will never hear that. That will never come out.
Do you think you don't think he and Shohei hate each other?
No. I don't think so at all. I think this is like an honorable thing he's doing for his boy, and
that's how it's being positioned. I don't know that it's actually honorable, but it's being like that's how he's thinking. I don't think it's honorable to just say oh yeah, I'll do a bid for you. Come on, give me my payout or whatever. I don't think
a bid is that what we're calling it now. Yeah, look at you. Look at you. Do you know that in the yard?
Because in the first pair of interviews, the interpreter said that Otani helped him out by wiring the money in $500,000 increments.
Yeah, and the Dodgers went, no. Guys, let's talk about this.
Yeah,
so,
right.
It's
team meeting.
This is one of those things, and I do think there's a level of honor to. I'll take the fall for my guy who has got a legendary career that nobody has had in the history of the sport outside of Babe Ruth. Let's him do this. I'll do my 6 months. I'll do my year in Fed, and then I'll be taken care of on the way out. I mean, sign me up.
It's doing a solid. I don't know again that I would call that honor.
Honor, solid.
I think they're very different.
How long would you do to be taken care of for the rest of your life?
When does my life start over again? Like, when do I get to get out? When do I get to live my
that's the
life?
question. Yeah, like
how long would you go
How
away
long?
for? Taking care for the rest of your life?
I assume. Let's just say that my theory is correct, which it is.
I would do for the rest of my life. I'm 42.
Yeah, you never have to work again.
Damn.
You're taken care of, and you
Bobby,
get to go
you
live wherever
act
you want.
72, so
You're
shut
old
up.
as hell, bro.
I'll say, 3 years.
Yeah, I could see something like that.
Get out of 45 and be done.
Yeah, I mean, I know,
How about if I took it to 6 years? That's when I start feeling uncomfortable.
that's when you start feeling uncomfortable because then you don't know. A lot of things can happen. And then, and what's the prison like? Are you going to go to the prison that Castor Troy went to?
Or are you going to go to the prison Craig Carton went to?
Exactly. Right? You're going to go.
I'll do Craig Carton prison for 2 years.
I could do Craig Carton prison for 2 years.
How about the four of us in prison,
Oh my
Tolos?
God. Could you imagine?
Who survives prison the best? 877-881-1053.
Who can cut hair the best?
I think either me or Peyton. I think Peyton could probably survive. I think Peyton could be one, even though he is probably the most sheltered.
That mustache walks into prison. You think he's getting by 24 hours?
Yeah, I do.
They're going to assume what his crime was, and he's going to be done.
Yeah, they are.
I think his naivete, he would just like the best of it.
He's just
You know?
walking up to
I would make friends.
he's walking
Yeah.
up to Tukey on the yard and just like, hey guys, you want to play some handball over here against the wall?
He's very innocent.
What
He's
do
very
you
innocent.
all think? Who would be the worst off and who would be the best off? 877-881-1053.
The worst off is the one who I think would fight the most. That's the one, right? Like that's
So
the
me or
most
Bobby?
dangerous.
Probably me.
Yeah, some of these I can't read.
I'm trying to think with
Chop
the accommodations.
Chop could run the books. He'd be Chop the bookie in there. Says 817-214. Bobby will survive. Bobby and Sean are holding pockets the first night.
What does it mean holding pocket?
It's like you're walking around. You're in their pocket. Yeah, it basically means you're their girlfriend. Let's see here. 214. Bobby gets knocked out quick just due to his mouth. 469 Choppy definitely survives all of you all from prison. Look, you gotta remember Choppy's default more so than any of the four of us is to diffuse.
Yeah, maybe Peyton and Choppy then, as 1 and 2. But I'm talking about accommodations. Who would just go crazy? Because RJ believes that flavor's overrated, so he'd be fine with the food.
I want to stay home all day and just stay in my room. It drives me nuts that Krista wants to do things. So it'd be a little bit oh, okay, this is, I get some time to myself now.
Yeah, we get some TV that you can watch.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Do you get visits?
Yeah, you get visits.
You get visits?
Yeah.
Not every
You
day.
don't want your family to
Yourself.
visit. It sounds like you don't want your family to visit.
No. I do those kind of visits though.
Oh.
Those kind of visits.
877-881-1053. So that is the latest, as it sounds like a deal is being worked out with Shohei's interpreter. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. A depressing moment for Peyton Russell last night in the mirror, and he does not understand, apparently, the popularity of this all-time great sandwich. The Payload on a Thursday is next, and so is GimmeTheVin.com. Now's the time to sell your car, your truck, or your exotic. Gimme the VIN is buying, and the car market is nuts. So if you're thinking of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon, as prices may never be the same. At GimmeTheVin.com, selling your vehicle is simple, fast, and easy. Gimme the VIN has thousands of top-rated Google and Facebook reviews. Just log on to GimmeTheVin.com, put in your VIN number, couple of pictures, and get ready to be rocked. GimmeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. If Gimme the VIN can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100. GimmeTheVin.com offers amazing customer service and a hassle-free selling process. GimmeTheVin.com offering a 60-second bid, pressure-free service, and free pickup. So click on GimmeTheVin.com and get your check on the spot, because selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easier than at GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Coming up.
it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is time for another edition of the Payload, which there might not be many more episodes after this because of what I witnessed last night, as I am closer to retirement than I thought. Guys, we have a developing story here.
Oh, no.
You know, I'm 27, right? I'm not in my 40s like Sean and RJ, not my 30s
club.
like Bobby. You know, I'm 27 years old. That's what, not even 3 full decades. And I was shaving the face yesterday afternoon, and I was like, that's really weird. Why? Because, I get close when I shave my face. I got to make sure I get everything. And I usually take a little peek, just see what I'm dealing with there.
What do you mean you get close?
Like to the mirror.
Oh.
To the mirror. I get right up to it.
Because it's so difficult to see what he actually has on his face.
Okay, Bobby, shut up. And so, Ryan, please, let's just get this over with early. Ryan, you have the picture. If you can zoom in on the Twitch and YouTube, you can see a little white hair, maybe gray hair. That's right. And I checked with y'all. I asked Mackenzie, I said, is this right? Am I serious? Is it a blonde hair or what?
Who drew the circle?
I did.
Wow. You're 27.
And I sent this to y'all, and you all sent back. Yes, that is.
Okay. Ryan, pause there. Hold on. I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to point some stuff out to Sean and RJ. There's a couple other gray hairs there.
I think that's just the lighting, Bobby.
Okay.
I don't see those. I can't really see those. Yeah, I guess you're right.
To the right of the circle. To the right of the no, down. Yeah, that's the one. There's another one that maybe left.
But this one, look how huge it is.
Yeah,
it's
winking,
sticking out.
Winking at you.
It's a
really
whisker,
is.
man. It's a whisker. And I don't like that at all. Now, I asked y'all, is this, from living with a girl? And I moved in with my girlfriend, Mackenzie, a couple months ago, 2 or 3 months ago. And I'm like, is it stress? Am I stressed about, the job? What is it? Because that's usually what happens.
Like a sleep?
I guess, I get 4.5 hours a night, but then I get 3 in the afternoon for my nap. That's almost 8 hours. That's almost right.
You got house payment now. You got house responsibilities. Bobby doesn't know about
rent, not house payment. Let's slow down.
2-story house, big backyard. I got a mow, Bobby, weedy once a week.
We're doing the same thing. We're paying towards something we're not going to own. He just has more work to do for it.
So this threw you for a loop. Does everyone remember their first gray hair and how depressed you got over it?
Yep, I was 31, something like that, and it was right in my sideburn. And it's gotten aggressively over the last 6 months. It's aggressively coming in on the sideburns now.
This is one of my few humongous victories in life. Now I have gray hair in the facial hair, towards the chin, but up top, I'm clean as a whistle, baby. And people that are 10, 15, 18 years younger than me, who I'm like, oh man, I remember him running around Cowboys training camp as a little kid. And I'm starting to see some of the gray, or some people who just overnight, it feels like they've aged. I'm like, man, God bless me there. Not in a lot of other areas, but God bless me there, as I have not had to deal with any of the gray hair up top.
Yeah,
I have black hair. Not brown, black.
Yeah, some people are blessed with that. Now, some people turn gray super early. My brother-in-law turned gray mid-20s. Mid-20s turned gray. But there's that old wives' tale that if your hair turns gray, it doesn't fall out. So you'll never lose it. That's good. But I had my beard turned red. It had a red tint.
Red?
When I was in my 20s. It had a reddish tint, in certain spots. But no, my beard got gray. I don't remember when it got gray, or parts of gray. Not your age.
Does this mean I'm officially a man? We joke about the mustache and the beard, but it's I growing gray
you're
hair.
Officially out of your prime.
Oh,
that's what it means.
Testosterone might be a little low.
Did she low T center? Did she look at you a little different, a little side? Really, for women when they start getting the gray hair, because they have so much more hair, and you can see little follicles here and there. Did Mackenzie, was she panicked? Was she on Hinge later on that night looking for something younger?
No, she's a Bumble girl. That's where we met. No, she did not download the apps again. She laughed at me and she was like, "Look, you better not blame me on the radio because I know you're going to talk about it."
Yeah.
And that's the first thing I thought of was, "Yep, that's what I'm doing.
All the dino nuggets I got to make.
Stressing me out."
Yeah.
All the times I got to clean the house. Well, I guess she cleaned Saturday, but because that's why she couldn't show up to your thing. Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what y'all say.
See, he realized he was tattling on something she doesn't clean, and he'd use that as an excuse.
It's like you looking at the eclipse.
Exactly.
The truth came out.
No,
but if it starts sprinkling in up top, man, that's when I would. Would you guys ever die?
No. There's
That's
a lot
what
of women.
I
A
think
lot
I
of women
would.
like the salt and pepper. They really do.
They have dye for that. They have salt and pepper dye. You
Yeah.
can like dye your beard salt and pepper.
A lot of women they'll go to that dye gray haired look.
Yeah, that's you'll see that. It's like I got a bluish hue to
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
So sorry for you.
Yeah, I know.
But you're one of us now.
I don't care.
One of us. Well, look, I'm turning into a man with the facial hair, but I guess I'm not a man when it comes to grilled cheeses. Because Sean, you teased it, and I already got the vibes of this negativity.
Yeah.
Apparently, Americans eat enough grilled cheeses each year to fill 900 Olympic swimming pools. Now, I know grilled cheese, it's a good snack. It's like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but apparently it's more popular than I thought. It's a meal to a lot of people. 900 Olympic pools you can fill up.
That's
so
stunning.
good. It's so good.
It's so good.
It's so simple. I get it now. Now, is this also where you throw like the meats on? Like, it's not just cheese and
Whatever you want.
And the bread. You
Throw
can
some
throw
ham
meat
in there,
I throw
throw some-
turkey bacon on there as well. I'll
bacon.
eat that. But
Dallas Grilled Cheese Company. I know that they have been affiliated with like Sandler's charity. Go in there. Oh wait, I gave that a free ad. I didn't get anything for it.
No.
I haven't got any free tomato
That was a
soup.
501c3 mention. You're okay.
But it's something that like I don't eat often, but every time I do, I'm like, why? Why am I not making this more?
Dude, the butter on the outside of that thing, and you take a bite, it's so good. Now, there are a lot of people who they'll do mayo on the outside instead of butter, and people say that levels it up. I've never done it, but I've been told that levels it up.
Yeah, they're always good when I have them. I'm like you. I'd never have them.
Yeah.
I will say the only thing I don't like about grilled cheese is I despise tomato soup.
Me
You
too.
do?
Oh, I can't.
Yep.
I think it is the
Knuckleballs.
most disgusting, foul soup.
What?
That and French onion. I hate them both. Can't say either one.
disgusting.
I need a good meat. I need a good meat inside the soup. Okay, and you don't have. It's just broth, right? I'm like, all right, I don't want just broth. And
So
it's-
tomato basil?
hate it.
Hate it.
Hate tomato
But you
soup.
like pasta.
Yeah.
You like you like pasta. I mean, you
I
like
do.
the tomato
I like
sauce,
ketchup.
but
I like
yeah.
ketchup. I just don't like that. It's got a bite to it I don't like.
What don't you like about French onion though? Do you like onions?
Yeah, I don't love onions, but I like onions. I don't love onions.
Yeah.
And it's also like they put that like giant slice of just American cheese on top. It's like, all right, that looks a
I
little
don't think
hokey.
it's American. but
whatever it is.
What's the better stovetop cheese snack though? The quesadilla or the grilled cheese?
grilled cheese.
Ooh.
If you're just
Grilled
doing cheese, no
Just
meat
cheese,
in it,
grilled
just cheese.
Grilled cheese.
Yeah, the grilled cheese feels hearty.
butter.
Yeah,
You got
Butter.
butter.
Well, you can do butter on the outside of the tortilla, and that's how you do it.
I'm sure your
could.
girlfriend loves grilled cheeses.
Oh yeah.
Lunchables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grilled cheese.
Fruit
is
roll
lunch-
up.
Yeah.
Now
Right.
you got to go sourdough, right, with the grilled cheese. Now, like we're
I'm good
adults.
I'm good with straight up white bread.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's fine. It's fine, but like the sourdough makes it like a good thick crunchiness to it.
Yeah, I gotta have meat in my grilled cheese. It's been a while since I just had the bun or the bread and the cheese only. I gotta throw some deli ham in there, some bacon, turkey bacon or
You
regular.
guys have what do you cook it on? Because sometimes I will burn it. Like I'm trying to get that perfect crisp, and you're not gonna keep looking under, and then you're like, it turns like popcorn. We're like, oh no, it's getting like a little bit black on there. Like, and then do you over drench it in butter? Sometimes I feel like I do that. Like, I don't make a perfect grilled cheese every time.
So do you butter the bread, or do you just butter in the pan and then do it?
I butter the bread. I butter the bottom piece.
butter the pan. I've never heard that before.
It makes sense.
No, I butter
Yeah, you
the bread
pan.
and then I will throw butter in the pan.
Butter the bread. Oh, and butter.
Yeah.
Okay, drop it on
It's a
them.
lot.
Fat.
There you go.
Yeah. Whatever my mommy
good.
does, that's what she.
Whatever my mommy does. I don't have that
Does
option.
she peel off the crust for you?
She better not.
First round of the Masters is coming up at 9:30 now. Weather has
Can't
delayed it.
Wait. So excited.
Yeah, so now we can't go to you for hockey, for Masters, for soccer.
Women's basketball.
Women's basketball.
Great. Sounds exactly like what our audience wants.
Look at the numbers. Payload.
Every Thursday at this time, it is the Payload. We have just a few. Bobby, stop talking while I'm talking. Below the belt. And oh, wow. That's a big finger. Small finger, really. All right. Look, we talk a lot about first dates on here. We have this minute-long audio I want to play here about this guy going on a first date with a woman. She refuses to get in the car with him because he won't open up the door. And now this is the back-and-forth exchange between the man and the woman here.
Aren't you going to get out?
No, I just opened it.
No, you're going to open my door for me. Come out and open the door for me, or I'm not getting in.
No, it's cold outside now. You know cold. Come inside.
Come open my door, please.
It's cold. But you're already standing there now.
I don't care what you turned on. I'm not getting in the car.
Everything is on.
I'm not getting in this car until you come and open the door for me. I'm a lady. I don't touch doors.
I'm very confused. How I drove to this place. I came to pick you up. You could have met me there. I will also pay for the date. This place we are going, minimum $200 that I will spend. And I have to beg you to get in the car. It's not like I can't open.
All I was asking is that you just open the door.
It's not that I can't open the door. It's just that you already standing. I opened the door twice. Don't worry. You know, sometimes.
Where are you going?
Sometimes you just be avoiding.
All right, Payne, I think we're going to take up the rest of the time with the audio. First off, the audio's fake. I like all the audio we play on this show.
Yeah, I think it's fake.
Look, you open the door until you sleep with them.
Oh.
That's it. I'm not, like, no one opens their door none of us open the door.
Every time.
You do.
I do about half the time.
I do
Really?
about half
I
too.
never miss.
Not in the car.
Wow.
Like, I won't reach over and pop it open. But if I'm on the outside and I'm already walking on the side, I'll just open it since I'm passing by.
Wow.
I do as well. Yep.
You do. Well,
Yep.
you're still fresh. It's still new for you.
That's right.
Every time, Choppy. That's baffling.
I know.
Baffling.
I know. I'm really disappointed in myself, but
yeah,
but I
because
do
you're
it every
like
time.
maybe the most unintentionally rudest person that I know, but you go and do that, and that's like really polite. Why?
Is it polite or is it simp? Low-key simp.
Maybe that.
Tell me, it means you're 50%
That's
simp.
why I said I do it half the time. Half the time, I'm just trying to end a fight. So it's like, here, I open the door, right? I'm a gentleman. Get in the car.
All right, y'all tell me. Y'all tell me on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. I guess I'm going to be shocked that it's over 50%.
Yeah, I think my dad never did, and my mom was always like, it'd be really nice if you just open the door for your girl every time. And I was all right. Fine.
I would think today it'd be offensive. Like, well, you don't think I can open it?
Oh, I know.
Well, you think you're stronger than me?
Right.
NAIA rules that you can't open the door?
903 says 98% of the time. 817 says married 17 years. 90% of the time, I open the door for her.
Wow. Now, I always open the door to a place for her. I don't do the car door, but I always do like a department store, a restaurant. I always get that door. I never walk in first.
No, ever.
But a car door, no. That went out the window, man.
Always open the door.
Second date.
Always open the door. 214-682 every time. 60% of the time says 214.
Wow.
817, same as Bobby if I'm passing the door. So
Okay. Guess I'm really rude then. glad she's asleep.
mark that, Peyton.
Guess I'm really rude. All right, the Payload. Well done, Pepe. Every single, or Grandpa. Grandpay. That's what you are with gray hairs now. Oh, Grandpay here on DFW Sports Station. A Tolo, a top Tolo who needs to be recognized, remembered what today actually is for the morning show. And some people are starting to join me in the Luka MVP disrespect topic. That's next on Sean and RJ.
But, it's that time.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Shot clock, game clock, nearly identical. Doncic has that Adebayo on him. Drives, stops, falling away, puts it up, puts it in. Luka Doncic nails it.
Mike Breen with the call on ABC ESPN as the Dallas Mavericks continue to look unstoppable. 16-2 over the last 18. During that run, they are the number one defensive team in the NBA. That's all they were talking about last night at halftime with Kendrick Perkins and Richard Jefferson and all of them. JJ Redick, they were coming back just focusing on the Mavs defense in putting it on the Miami Heat. Miami tried to make a run in the fourth quarter, cutting it to about 8 points, but the Mavs respond and they win again as we are officially facing the LA Clippers in the first round for the third time in 4 years.
Just get through it. Just get through those last two. Unscathed, healthy, unlike the Bucks.
Okay, so, but are they absolutely locked into 5? Because you got to judge getting to 4 for the home court and balance that with, man, just let Luka and Kyrie sit.
They are not locked into 5. They're locked into 4 or 5. But I mean, the Clippers have to lose out, you have to win out. And that's just probably not happening. But you'll have the answer in the next game.
I mean, yeah, Clippers play Utah and Houston both at home.
Okay.
Houston could bite you.
Yeah.
They're not that bad. Utah.
But as soon as the Clippers beat Utah, you sit Luka and Kyrie. But what if Utah wins? What if Utah beats the Clippers and keeps the 4 seed alive?
Then you got to see.
Then you play them?
Yeah, because you're still going to get 4 days off.
Okay.
Because, the playoffs won't start at the earliest till April 20th. So, the Mavs will play on, they'll play on what? On Sunday with their final game. So, at that point, you're looking at, because they have the Pistons and the Thunder. And then now the Thunder, you don't know who they're going to play or sit on that road game. But, you might sit them there. But even still, now you're looking at, do you really want 8 days off? Because if they don't play on that Sunday game or that fourth day, the April 14th game against the Thunder, then they won't play from the 12th until at minimum the 20th, maybe the 21st. Do you really want 8 or 9 days off? That's the rust. Although the rust will probably only last for about 8 minutes of the first quarter.
Dallas at home this year is 25-15. On the road, they're 25-15. So they're the same team on the home versus road. And the Clippers at home are 25-14, and on the road, they're 26-15. So they're the same team.
Thank goodness. Finally, there are other media members who are waking up alongside, well, not alongside me, but they are voicing the same Luka MVP disrespect, and I am not being a homer with this. I think Luka Doncic should win the MVP. I think that this MVP voting tabulation and projection is criminal to Luka. I really do. Finally, Nick Wright, FS1, who has been Mr. Maverick, along with Tim Legler, said it's a bummer that it seems many of my colleagues decided this MVP race months ago. They decided it. There's not even really a discussion happening, because Jokic versus Luka right now should be as close as any race I can remember. Incredibly compelling arguments for both guys with 5 days left. And I think the guys were wearing Luka MVP t-shirts last night. I think Kevin O'Connor, someone from the Ringer, said, I'm seriously considering voting now Luka for MVP. It's like this thing has been shut down and decided, and it's ridiculous. Luka Doncic should be right there with Joker, if not above him, to win most valuable player.
Yeah, I hate when they've already predetermined what votes are going to be given to who. That's the worst. And so that's what they've done with Jokic and Luka. And it's ridiculous.
You bring that up? Okay. Not there yet.
Yeah, you have anything to... Never mind.
Here's what I have to say. 17-1.
I was going to bring up another issue of politics, but no.
17-1. That is the Mavericks record now whenever Luka and Gafford are in the lineup together.
Is that good?
That's very good.
That's pretty good.
Kyrie Irving making the case for Luka MVP.
We knew how special this year was going to be just based on our practices, what Luka was doing, showcasing that all the time, really being more vocal, challenging his teammates, challenging me, of coming into a season and really initiating himself into that leadership role and doing it on both ends of the floor. His stats speak for themselves. He's first in a lot of different categories. He's held the team up when I wasn't able to be in the lineup and I was injured. So there are a lot of factors that attribute to his MVP case. And me as a brother of his, I have the utmost love and support to give him during this time because I want to see him win MVP. If it's not going to be this year, it's going to be in the eventual future, in the near future. He's mastered different nuances of the game, and he's continuing to explore his abilities. Different nuances of the game, and he's continuing to explore his abilities and his talents, and it's beautiful to be a part of. So, the shirts mean a lot to us to represent him, but I think the most important thing he wants to do is win, and he's always put that first. So he has a huge responsibility on this team every night. He knows it, and it's our job as brothers to make sure that we alleviate him of some of those responsibilities and make sure he knows that we have his back, and we know how special he is.
Well, he'll get one at some point. I don't know if it's going to be this year or not. I mean, it's everything we've seen. It's like, all right, it's
I think Joker last night was like minus 3,000.
Yeah.
Like it's decided to that degree. I truly don't understand. It's one of those things. I mean, I don't understand a lot, but I'm really confused as to how this thing's been shut down already, because there's certain seasons in which you can just tell it feels like a special MVP year. And the things that Luka has done on the floor with the trick shots and all the triple doubles and scoring 70, those are highlights of an MVP season.
Yeah, they are.
I'd have to go back through Joker's game logs and be like, all right, what are the special highlights? Not that you have to have a 80-point game. You can be consistent across the board, but I'm just really surprised with the surprise factor, the Mavs late run here, and Joker already winning a couple. I can't believe it's already over.
I do want to see. I think a lot of it has to do with team success. Like how many people won the MVP when their guy is not in the top four. I think Joker did it once.
Yeah, it happened 2 years ago.
It's not often, and I wonder how many guys dock Luka for. God, what's the stat? Where it's the how often the ball's in your hand stat.
Usage rate.
Do they say, okay, it's easy to put those numbers up when you have the ball as much as he does? How much different would Luka's efficiency numbers be if Kyrie ran the point and he still put up the same numbers? I think it'd be immensely different, immensely, and it's just a style of play. I think that plays into it. I don't know for a fact. That's the only reason I can come up with.
Denver is back to being the 1 seed. They're 1 game up over Oklahoma City and Minnesota. How about Minnesota doing this without Cat, by the way? The T-Wolves are 7-3 in their last 10, and I guess doing it soon without payroll if Alex Rodriguez has anything to do with it.
Yeah, now that's why apparently they did not, or one of the reasons that they did not sell the rest of the stake of the Minnesota Timberwolves to A-Rod and his partner, is because they were told, and this came out in the court filings and everything, that they were going to slash payroll to get under the luxury tax. And that was going to save them about $6 million in the first year versus costing them $25 million to be inside the luxury tax. So the current owner is like, no, you're not going to just blow this team. I'm not going to sell this to you just so you could blow it up. And that was a big part, according to that side, as to why they decided not to sell the remaining stake to A-Rod and his team, which I'm glad that owner did that.
It's ironic.
It's very ironic that A-Rod, from a player's perspective, is always looking at money and never at payroll, but now he's the owner. He's on the other side. he's got to be the bad guy now. I've never understood trying to buy a professional sports franchise and then all of a sudden slash payroll. Like, what are you doing? What are you even in this for?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the money he made throughout his career and just blowing up payrolls and doing his gym. But look, those fake spray tans are expensive, and he's got to save every penny. He's all in.
All right, we have a delay at Augusta for the start of the Masters.
Yes, we do. Yes, what's that?
Bobby,
I'm upset. Go, continue.
Why can't you just let us enjoy it?
It'll start in about 2 hours-ish. Same tee. Everybody will be at the same order. They will just push everybody's tee time back. But it's ironic because there's not really any rain right now, necessarily rained overnight, but they do have electrical storms coming, Sean. And that's coming up right now they're having lightning and stuff. So it's a little bit of a delay. But they do expect high winds today, gusts up to 40 miles an hour.
Augusti.
I hope he took the under. Hope he took the under on the scores. It's going to be a little bit windy out there.
And then the Masters women's tournament is to follow.
It's not to follow. They said they are not going to do that. Now
are you interested?
It's called the Masters, not the Maidens,
Yeah, this has so that right now, the week leading up to the Masters, they play there's a women's amateur. They do the drive, chip, and putt thing out there. But a lot of people are just defaulting to, the Masters just hates
That's
women.
what we should have done. We should have lined up female Tolos to beat Bobby in a driving contest.
Absolutely.
All the women can't drive.
Both types of drive. Dang it. Man, got you. I have another really bad stereotype that would make everyone laugh, but I would get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, people don't know this. The Masters is closed from May to October. You can't play golf there if you remember. From May to October. The members just don't want anything else going there. They want to be able to play it. They don't want to be able to have to give it up for another week or two.
They want to wear their masks in peace.
They want to wear their masks in peace. It's closed from May to October, and you can only play October, November, and then basically it's dead in the wintertime, and then you can play again for barely until this tournament.
You know what I hate about myself? I hate that I just love this tournament because it's so green.
It's very green.
It's like I get
because nobody plays it. They don't allow you to play.
I get hooked. I'm like, why does this jump off of my television so much more than every other tournament? I'm hooked on this stupid tournament because of the damn green on my TV. That really is all it is.
You can play this tournament basically.
They had the Masters dinner last night, and all these schlebs were walking in with their half dead, untucked shirts. And I'm like, where are their jackets? They're not allowed to have their jackets. The jackets have to stay there.
They stay there. Yeah, the jackets stay there. It's it's very weird.
It's the green, though.
If you're a member there, you can play the course from basically this coming Monday until the end of May, and then not again until October. And then you barely get to play. You're playing what, 1 round a year, 2 rounds a year. So yeah, it's a crazy. No wonder why it's so green. Nobody ever plays it. Literally, nobody plays.
This is I gotta know what this means. 682 says show bet for Bobby should be walking 18 holes, having to carry his bag at a links course. What is a links course?
Well, okay, so there's a couple. People call links courses 2 different things. Some will say it's a style of play where there's a lot of fescue on the outside highway, and the other one is where it's just connected. They're all connected.
I don't think that explains to him whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just
or me.
I was about to be like, sorry, I asked.
Old American golf course in town. That's a kind of a linksy style course.
That doesn't help either.
I've been there several times.
None of what you're saying. None of what you're saying. If you would have said Top Golf, maybe we don't know what you're saying.
It's a tough course to walk.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
Okay,
It's a difficult course to walk.
Yeah, could have just said that.
There it is. Everything you need to know, we think, on a Thursday, trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on Sean and RJ, along with Roberto, Pepe, and Ryan, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Oh, I've been waiting to get the audio from Adam Schefter, who said that the Cowboys could be a sleeper for quarterback at number 24 or in the first round. Let's see if Bobby's head blows off. Mike Florio at 8 o'clock as well. The commercial-free Expressway is next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. You want to head on over to Diamonds Direct? You want to make this spring one to remember? It's that time again. The annual spring sales event. You get 20% off virtually everything.
People make the difference.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Shell.
Shell Energy offers a variety of home electricity plans to choose from standard to 100% renewable, so you can find the right plan to power your life. Switch today at shellenergy.com. Shell Energy Solutions, TXBUCT, number 10174. Shell Energy.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And that means we are commercial free up until 8 o'clock, where Mike Florio will join us from ProFootballTalk.com to talk about the mess that the Dallas Cowboys have got themselves in. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, as Pepe went and found the audio from NFL insider Adam Schefter talking about the Cowboys being a sleeper team to watch to draft a quarterback.
Well, what about Jerry? What are they going to do at quarterback if they lose Dak? That's interesting. And that's why I think the Dallas Cowboys might just be a sleeper team in the quarterback market during the draft. Because at some point in time, they might have to draft a quarterback higher than you'd think at some point in time. Because Dak is going into the last year of the contract, and it might be time to get somebody in there to start grooming him. Just like they found Dak Prescott in round 4, might be time to go find another quarterback in another round to begin to get him ready.
That's what I keep asking. Is the draft going to give us our quarterback answer when it comes to Prescott? So let's go through all the scenarios and situations.
Okay.
You have a thought?
Well, I mean, if they draft a quarterback at 24, I think it does give us our answer.
Yes. It does.
At least, I mean, even though they kept Aaron Rodgers for 3 years after Jordan Love was drafted. I mean, it still gave them their answer. It was just a delayed answer. I don't think that's going to happen here.
Yeah. If they draft one that early, it gives an answer. If they don't, maybe this whole kind of quiet mutual understanding is in play where Dak understands, look, we're giving you 60. We just can't do it this offseason. It'll be next offseason. As they said, yeah, we've talked to Prescott and we're kind of on the same page there. So that's what I'm waiting to see. If they're truly terrified, I don't think they would draft one because I think they're so arrogant. They're like, he'll never leave us. They either have an understanding or he's not going to go ahead and leave us. We're the Dallas Cowboys. He's not going to go anywhere else. He would not dare. But that is a draft storyline for me when I'm going to be sitting back at Pluckers watching it.
Well, you're gonna be out there at Pluckers. Good for you.
The whole station is.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like
Broadus isn't. Bolchuk isn't.
Well, people who are fun and entertaining.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. All right.
I'll
Good.
be
I'll
at the Fort Worth one, I'm sure. Again, love it.
Sounds like you're trying to
yeah, you sounded like
leverage that.
Yeah, I'll be at the Fort Worth one for sure. Love it.
I'm trying to will that one in because it's the one right by my house.
Oh, okay.
And we just announced yesterday Draft 101, by the way. Next Thursday out at the Star. April 18th. You get to sit in the meeting room. You can go register right now, 1053thefan.com.
Wait, like in their film room that goes in the seating?
Yeah, that big meeting room. So
Tolos.
Yes, Tolos.
The one that usually takes place downstairs here, they're going to do it in the film room at the Ford Center?
Yep. You can come on out, Draft 101. It's going to be a great time. Myself.
What a terrible year for me to get kicked off the draft
Brian
show.
Broadus, Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com.
Aisha's got pull over there, I guess. Got me booted.
Guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think about what I just said?
I think you're entitled to your opinion.
No, about Dak.
That. You messy. Yeah, I think if they pick one at 24, that means something. If they pick one outside of 24, I think that's insurance. I don't think they actually
pick one in the second is not.
I think it's a waste of resources, but I also don't think this is our solution. We're going to replace him with this guy. I don't think they would think that way.
I would hope you think that with a second round pick.
I think they view it as they do their depth signings or they'll do their depth picks all the time, or they'll look at guys in the second round as, we're just going to gamble on this guy. They could view a second round pick as just a gamble that they're going to flip at some point.
Or do they think now with the way that off seasons go in the NFL, they could go and get a veteran? That's another option. A Kirk Cousins. Dak could be this year's Kirk Cousins. I just looked up the quarterbacks for the 2025 free agent class. Again, a lot of them are probably going to get re-signed, but just for S's and giggles, Trevor Lawrence.
Nope.
Jordan Love.
Nope.
He's not going to get re-signed?
No, I'm thinking through who's better than Dak, not these two.
Well, this fan text about to have a lot of fun with Jordan Love's future and years and youth.
I like Jordan Love. I was a bigger fan of Jordan Love than most when he was coming out.
Jared Goff.
Nope.
Tua.
Nope.
Yeah, I know you're saying.
I know. I'm listening to the names and seeing if they're better than Dak.
Yeah, I know, but there's more. There's more that goes into it. It's okay. Are they younger, ceiling, and cheaper? Those are all things that
I'm taking
they play.
I'm taking all of that into the consideration of cost to, output. Like I'm factoring all that in and saying that it's still not better than what you're getting from Dak.
Okay. Mel Kiper. He should be the guy that gives us the quarterback name to draft, right? Well, he did not.
This is a team that has an offensive line issue. Let's face it, they got to get a Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma and a Marius Mims from Georgia in the first round. They could double it up and get a Zach Frazier, center from West Virginia. In the second round, they could go running back and look at a Jonathan Brooks from Texas coming off the injury, an elite player. Second round, I have no problem with a running back at that point. And then you look at the quarterbacks, certainly Rattler's in that mix. Michael Pratt-Tulane, Keaton Slowis, BYU's moved up a little bit into that sixth round. 3, maybe some late day 2. I'm thinking more day 3. Dak was a 4th round pick, but help out your quarterback. And you got to get the offensive line. You need a running back. You need draft choices that have to go to those positions to help your quarterback keep moving it forward and maybe get to a Super Bowl.
So Kiper's like, hey, let's be talking to. You love Mel Kiper. You're going to resurrect Mel Kiper's career now, Bobby, because he's saying don't replace your boy. Good job, Peyton and Rai getting the audio and video on the fan cam. YouTube
Hair looks fantastic. I trust that hair. I trust that hair. 100%.
And then Louis Riddick agrees, saying, why are we even having this discussion?
If they wind up taking a quarterback in the first 2 rounds, we're going to have a whole lot of fun. We're going to have a whole lot of fun on the set breaking this down because we know, I've talked about this extensively, the issues right now with the Dallas Cowboys. Dak, honestly, look, it's a big issue because of his contract and what it means at the most important position, whether or not he's going to be there or not. But Dallas has other things that need to be at the top of their priority list. Okay? Otherwise, it's not going to matter what quarterback you have anyway. This football team, to me, is in trouble for this year because the offensive line is in trouble. The running back position is in trouble. Tell me how this defense is going to look in November and December against the teams in the NFC that have already shown, and in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills, if you guys are wondering who it is, that ran the football down their throat. They have a lot of issues right now. Quarterback is not something in terms of the draft that should be on anybody's lips with this team. It should not be.
Well, with all due respect to those two, for right now, those other positions and issues are bigger problems. But if you're going to lose your quarterback, you need to go get one now.
Yes.
So Kiper and Riddick, they can talk. Well, the quarterback's not a problem. Yeah, it might be a problem. It could be a humongous problem if he's out the door because he's tired of your disrespect and he wants to go somewhere else. So now is the time, fellas, when you go ahead and plan and get the replacement.
Did they say the same thing when Green Bay took Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love?
Right.
Did they say the same thing?
It's a different question.
It's different because they were older.
They were older, and Rodgers was talking like he wanted to leave, and they were talking like they wanted him out.
Well, I
don't remember.
Non-verbally, the Cowboys and Dak are kind of talking like that, aren't they?
Yes.
If they weren't,
we assume. I don't
Unless
know,
they have this wink of, look, we just cannot pay you right now, which I don't know why they would not have come out and said.
And that's what we don't know. There was not a lot of wink with Aaron and the Packers.
No, there wasn't. But this is a really smart team building thing. It just is. You don't have to.
It's smart to give up a 4th round pick for Trey Lance and then draft one in the top 3 rounds.
It's not smart to give up a 4th round pick for Trey Lance, because it's just not.
So, but you're talking about that within the context of
Bobby, are you arguing the Green Bay approach? You disagree with the notion of getting always drafting the next quarterback? You disagree with that?
No. I'm disagreeing with where the Cowboys are at in that timeline relative to where Green Bay was.
Now, listen, I'm not saying that whoever the Cowboys draft at 24 is better than Dak. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that Dak is not a top 5-8 quarterback. But what the Cowboys do, if they do draft a quarterback at 24, is they do reset their window. When you pay a quarterback, a receiver, and
linebacker,
an edge, $130 million.
Yeah,
which is dang near half your cap.
Yeah,
you no longer have a Super Bowl window. You just don't. The Super Bowl window's gone when you have that. Their only way for them to have a Super Bowl window, and in my opinion, like this is for all teams, not named the Chiefs, for the most part. Maybe Cincinnati and Buffalo and a couple. You got to have a rookie deal guy.
Yeah,
like that's it. And there's a very real possibility that in 4 years, if C.J. Stroud doesn't make a Super Bowl, that the Texans do the same thing. Just it's a possibility, right? That you just keep resetting. You know what I mean? Like instead of paying the guy $60 million.
So just
no, I'm not saying I would do that, but I'm just saying like there's a possibility.
In general, I think C.J. Stroud will be viewed as a top 10 guy. In general, you're not resetting top 10 guys.
You're probably not, but I wouldn't be stunned.
Spittle just texted me and said Broadus spoke to Schefter yesterday and said on G-Bag it had nothing behind it. Okay, so is that like Adam Schefter telling Broadus, I'm not reporting anything, I'm just speculating?
Probably.
He's not reporting like Sean Tarif.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's not getting payments from Jerry like you, Sean. No, but I mean, also, it could mean that he's talking about like, because people were talking about 24. He said in any round, like when he was talking about that. He was saying that like the Cowboys could be a sleeper team at picking a quarterback anywhere in the draft. It doesn't have to be the first round.
Yeah, the Tolos on the Frankel attorney text line are saying 817, they're going to the backups. 817, Cooper Rush won 5 games a couple years ago. We're fine. 214 saying we have Trey Lance. Don't worry. So they're not even worried about the draft.
Man, I wish sometimes I had that fan leap of faith in guys like Trey Lance.
It's not a leap of faith.
It's my father.
It's a hatred of the starter.
It's
That's
my
what it is.
It's my father-in-law leap of faith. Like we got the number 2 pick. We got Trey back there. We Cooper Rush did it. Like just like this. Jumping off the top of the building into this quarterback safety net.
I'm going to pull all the receipts. I've done it before. Like I literally made a video of it and tweeted it out, and everybody's like, "You're being petty." That's the thing. Whenever anybody's wrong, you can't come back 3 months later. People say you're being petty.
What are you pulling receipts of?
Is the number of people that went, Andy Dalton's about to come for that job.
Yeah,
Dak has effed up. Andy Dalton's coming for that job. Nope. He's played too hard. He's played hardball too aggressively. Andy Dalton's just as good as Dak, and then Andy Dalton had to step in there, and they went, "Ooh, okay, that didn't work."
Dak beats out 85% of the quarterbacks in the NFL. 90%.
He was second in MVP.
Yeah, he beats them all out.
I said this months ago, and it's going to forever ring true. No one is ever going to remember that this man just finished second in the MVP race.
I mean, Derek Carr was second 1 year too.
Oh,
I don't know that he was he?
I did that study where there were some weird second in MVP guys. Like, yeah, I think it was 2016.
He balled
out.
Second. He had a Carson Wentz type year.
Second or third in MVP.
So he was third, but he was tied with Ezekiel Elliott. And he was significantly behind Ryan and Brady. It was like Ryan and Brady were the two.
Okay, still, top 3, Derek Carr, top 3 in the MVP. There's been some weird second in the MVPs.
Are you saying that Dak is Derek Carr?
No. I'm just saying, like, you see a lot of guys pop 1 year. Like,
yeah,
Hurts did
Dak,
it too.
Dak has not popped for 1 year, though.
No, but he did in the MVP category. He'd never been in the MVP category.
2020, he was going to be. In 2016, he was considered in there even.
But he wasn't.
First half.
But he didn't, right? Like, he never finished that high.
No, like, I mean, it's not like he's never been in the MVP conversation. He had, like, before the calf strain, he was considered the favorite.
Well, 2021, I mean, the numbers, the counting numbers, they're
anniversary, you're going to take a shot like that?
They're essentially the same. I wasn't taking a shot at Choppy. I was taking a shot at all the nerds.
I know.
Who have Joker have the MVP locked up. Well, I guess that is Choppy.
Something, I'm not a voter.
Completion percentage, yards per attempt, touchdowns, picks. They're all the same in 2021. It's just, I think we had a watered down MVP race, so Dak finished 2, but he still did finish freaking 2. He still finished 2 in the MVP race. But my point in comparing it to the 2021 stats, this is not a Derek Carr flash to me. There's been much more consistency with Dak's numbers than Carr. So that's where we stand with it. Expressway, commercial free. Mike Florio coming up at 8 o'clock. It's time for your favorite local segment of the week in the Metroplex, Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, baby. We've got an old green thumb battle.
Oh, yeah.
In today's Facebook community group post of the week. This one blew up. In fact, I went and checked it a second ago on the North Texas Gardening page. That's where this one comes from.
Are you a member?
No, I am a member of the Southern Lawn Syndicate.
Oh, okay.
126,000 members here on this North Texas.
Pepe, have you joined any of these now with your own backyard?
No, I'm Justin Ruckwallian, baby. We're keeping to one Facebook group message.
This one caused so many outrageous, like, headbutting fights in the comments. They had to lock the post. I just looked at it. They've locked the post. They're not letting anybody else comment on it anymore.
What?
This is great.
Okay, so here we go. This one comes from North Texas Gardening, and we've got a picture that Ryan's going to throw up there. This was a picture that was included on the Facebook post, and this is what it says.
Is it a bunch of gray flowers like Peyton's
See
face?
that? It looks pretty normal, right? There's some, like, muddy territory, and then there's some rocks on a clear property line where the fences meet. And it says, okay, so my next door neighbor decided to have this done today without even mentioning it. I had been seeding and trying to get grass to grow between our houses there, and I'm guessing he got tired of the mud pit like I did. I know no codes were violated. However, he consistently does S like this to cause me more hassle. Question, how do I combat these stupid rocks and build my ground up higher so this doesn't affect us? Also, the company that came and did the work left dirt all over my AC unit and piled leaves 6 inches thick in front of our gate and left them. Also accepting any tips to plant things that'll annoy him in the rocks. Sometimes after 17 years of BS, people have enough. Appreciate any advice. However, let it go is not an option before you suggest it. So I don't own.
So what is happening here?
Okay, so the left is those tiny little pebbles. It could be crushed granite. Could be just pebbles.
That's a driveway?
No. That's it's gravel.
Side of the house.
This is between the houses.
Yeah.
Right. The left side is little rocks, little tiny rocks.
All right.
Had been mud.
And there's a divider in the middle.
Okay.
The right side is this poster's mud pit of a yard.
Okay.
Okay.
And what's the brick? That's
The brick is the house.
The other house.
The brick is the side of the house. So you got far right brick side of the house, posters grass between the houses, and then there's a divider, and then the other person put gravel there, and then on the left side of that, it's not pictured, but it would be their house.
Okay.
So he's been seeding the area, trying to get grass growing. He is annoyed that the guy on his own property put little rocks down. So he's saying he ruined this. He's been doing this to me. How can I plant things in his rocks on his side of the property to annoy him and get things going? I have an issue. I don't live in a home. I don't own a home.
Kenny.
My like all three of you, so my opinion may not be valid here, but the gardening dude seems like a baby back B word to me.
The gardening dude who's posting this?
Yes. Who's saying, how do I, this guy should have ran this by me to put rocks in his own yard.
Okay, first of all, he could put all the grass seed down he wants. That is a heavily shaded area. Bermuda grass does not grow there. He needs to put down zoysia.
Whoa! Here comes the green thumb flex.
That's number one. Number two,
flex it on a top.
How do you get?
Flex the thumb.
There you go, baby. How do you get your ground up? We have expansive soil in Texas. It's going to grow anyway. It rises. If you ever notice these older homes, when you're walking to the sidewalk, they'll have like 6 inches of grass. The grass line, the dirt will be like 6 inches higher than the sidewalk, because the grass grows. Like the ground grows. The dirt. It's expansive. So it's going to happen. It's going to grow anyway. Yours grows, his is going to grow. Just put the same rocks down, dude. You could try all you want. You're not going to get grass to grow between houses the way it grows in a heavily sunned area unless you're putting down a shaded grass. And you're not going to do that with just grass seed. Go get yourself some sod. It's like $1.50 per sod piece. And go get some zoysia and take care of it. Very simple.
214 says, I would beat that poster's ass. 469 says, sounds like an episode of Fear Thy Neighbor. Somebody's going to end up dead. 817 said, just fill your side with gravel and call it done.
Yeah.
Sean, how would you feel about this? Would this annoy you? Like, I feel like it's somebody else's property line. What do you care?
Yo, man, it's your property. You can do what you want on your property.
And he's the one.
That's period. End of story.
He's the one talking about reaching over and then seeding the guy's side of his yard or whatever else. Peyton, as somebody who's working in the yard a lot, not very effectively, there's a lot of holes in your ground right now, so maybe you're not the person to ask. But how would you approach this?
I mean, I know she said, or he or she said, don't, just say let it go. I would just let it go. Look, I mean, it's their yard. They can do whatever they want. If they want to put rocks over there, it's not a big deal to me. I'm not big into the grass. Company like Choppy, But I mean, something that I have an issue in my yard, kind of like this, is there's a tree in the neighbor's yard that's like grown over into my yard, so it's cutting off into some of my grass. And so it's like, do I have the right to just chop it down if it's over in my yard, or should I ask them first?
Great question.
Yeah, I've never had. I mean, I've had a tree that was in my yard that grew into somebody else's, and somebody else's tree into mine, and I never cared. I never did anything about it. So I don't know what the proper answer is.
So this happened to me.
I would say, in common sense would dictate that I can cut the tree straight along down my fence line. You know what I mean? Now, I would say to the neighbor, hey, this is coming over a little bit. Are you okay if I cut this and hope that makes them maintain it? Go ahead and cut the tree themselves if it's bothering you or it's shedding leaves and falling into your yard or whatever. But I think common sense should dictate if it crosses the fence, I can cut it down that line.
According to Texas law.
Oh, Lord.
A neighboring landowner has the right to trim or cut off the limbs or branches of the tree to the property line.
That's right, Texas.
Yep, let's go.
However,
screw. Yeah.
If you injure
California.
If you injure the tree, right? What
does that mean?
Well, if you cut it off and then the tree gets a disease or dies because you cut too much off or whatever, you could be sued.
Well, how am I supposed to be able to tell the tree's going to get pneumonia or movid?
Yeah,
how am I supposed to be able to tell if it's going to get sick and die?
214 says, don't ask, Peyton. Inform before cutting.
Yep.
But it's on your side. You don't have to ask. Just tell them you're going to.
Yeah.
Give a little courtesy, but don't ask them for permission because it's hanging over your. That's how my dad did it at our house growing up. He would just, if stuff was hanging over and he wanted to cut it, he would tell them, I'm cutting it. And so I'm not going to go to your yard, but on my fence line, it's getting cut. And
yeah,
so
but I shouldn't even have to cut it either.
Because you're going to struggle to grow grass underneath that.
And that's the thing is, it wasn't me that had an issue with it. It was the property manager that came over and he said, hey, keep an eye on that tree. It's getting over in your yard and it's starting to cut up, discolor on the grass a little bit.
This is one of the very few instances, very few, because they're the devil, except for my new group, because I know one of the guys in the group, where an HOA can come in. Maybe this can help you a little bit.
Yeah, it might be able to.
Where you're like,
look, I would talk to him.
This looks ugly. This tree's over. These stones, these rocks, not good for the neighborhood. They want everything uniform. They want everything to look the same. So maybe an HOA could help out. Let's go.
All right, it is the Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. Franklin Injury Attorneys text line if you want to weigh in on any of this. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. From CBS News, this went national. Over the weekend,
my report.
Well, I mean, that certainly did, but not this particular one. You get what you pay for, right? Unless you live at the Continental over on Commerce and St. Paul in downtown Dallas, right around this corner from us. These luxury apartments that, if you go on their website, boast all about the income minimums to live there and everything else.
The Continental
had over 40 cars broken into over the weekend, and I mean, Ryan. I think Ryan's got video of it too that had been posted. Look at this. Smashed cars where people in this parking garage just absolutely you've got, and I mean, it's not just broken windows, it's side mirrors ripped off the cars, just smash, grab, everything else. So Dallas police confirmed they were called to the scene at about 2 a.m. when they witnessed multiple cars vandalized. According to CBS, residents reported that owners of about 40 cars fell victim to smash and grab burglaries, leaving tenants concerned about their safety and security. Apparently this was something where, and this is not the only instance of it, because I found another post on Reddit and I had reached out to somebody about this who had lived in this complex. There was a separate complex in Dallas that had 47 cars broken into this weekend as well.
Wow.
And they said that theirs was related to the fact that their gate to the parking garage at a luxury apartment had been broken for months. They had done nothing about it, so people were able to just walk right in and start vandalizing the car. And somebody on Reddit had replied and said, as a cop in DFW, unfortunately, this happens regularly throughout the Metroplex. I see the bolos. I've responded to online security calling us, and we arrive. And about half the time we catch them, when we catch them, we look at their criminal histories. They're usually between 18 and 23 years old with extensive burglary of motor vehicles in their background. We take them to jail, charge them with the same crime they've been charged with all over the Metroplex. They make bail the next day, and off they go. But that's generally
well,
the
if you
process.
do it the second time, you should be in jail for a little bit.
Should. they're not. They're. This is just a thing that happens all over. They're just not prosecuting non-violent crimes anymore.
I mean, stop taking out. Stop taking out the laws on my guy Rashid Rice, and let's focus over here on the car garages.
Yep.
I'm just joking. I didn't realize Rashid Rice would be 8 felonies. None of my jokes are landing quickly with the guys today.
Yeah, if that's not a felony, what is this? If that's 8 felonies, what the heck is this? 47 felonies.
But I never have anything in my car that you would want to break in and get. I never have anything valuable. Now, I don't play golf, so I don't keep golf clubs. I don't have kids that play youth sports yet, so I don't have baseball stuff. I don't have fancy stereo equipment. I always take my computer inside. Like, I don't know. I'm just cognizant of it. Like, I don't want to leave this. Maybe sometimes the iPad, but every time we go somewhere, my wife hides it under the seat. Like, I never have anything in my car that you would peer inside and want to break in and get.
I don't either. Maybe some chairs. But I've already gotten those stolen from me.
Chairs,
like those fold-out chairs I got for baseball.
Like, what do you think are the most?
I don't even keep my golf clubs in there anymore.
What do you think are the top 3 most common things that are broken into cars for? Stereo equipment? Like sunglasses?
I guess it depends. So growing up, like when I was younger, I mean, I felt more comfortable and it never caused a problem. I never had to do it. I used to because I was worried about forgetting my wallet. This is probably why I forget my wallet now as an adult. I used to leave my wallet right there in the front seat. It was just like go inside and whatever, and I never had a problem with it. But it's like a different era. So I mean, if you're over at the Continental or Skyline Farmers Market or whatever, they had 80 cars broken into this weekend, and it's an issue.
What else do you think?
Catalytic converters? People are just stealing those things left and right, and
you can do that. Yeah, you can do that in like 2 minutes apparently.
DFW security, man. I'm telling you,
that's what it is.
And they apparently put like motion detectors now in cars. Not that these cars were taken, but you can see if your car's moving.
My nephew has
get the alert.
He could see all 4 sides. He has one camera, but it's got 4 cameras on it, so it's one major thing, and it records everything. Everything.
Like, what story were we talking? Oh, the Terrell Suggs story. That guy who got into it with Suggs had video and audio somehow in the front of his car.
Dash cam.
Yeah, a bunch of people texting in on the fan text. It's guns. People are breaking in to look for guns. A lot more people carry nowadays. They're looking for weapons.
That's
really.
Thank you,
makes sense.
I'll tell you what was overrun though. It wasn't just the parking garages at Skyline Farmers Market and everything else around here. It was also the parking lot at HEB in Fort Worth, baby. Fort Worth has an HEB at Alliance Town Center, and this thing apparently got out of control. So HEB opened in Fort Worth yesterday.
One day I'll get one.
At
One day I'll get one
6
close to
a.m.,
me.
the parking lot was completely full, and they had a line wrapped around the building, and shoppers were freaking out about it. Look, I love HEB, and I've had an awareness of HEB for like my entire life because I was in Austin when I was really young, and so it was around there and everything else. But is it a little overrated, Chop? It's great. It is great.
Sarah went yesterday because that's about 10 minutes from us.
People lose their minds over it.
She couldn't get in. Like, it was too crowded. Like, so she went.
They have a bouncer outside the door.
You should have seen she wanted to go buy this chicken because she usually goes to the one out in Weatherford, which is on her route, and she goes to buy this chicken for dinner, and she had to go somewhere else, and like the disgust. She goes, this is so substandard. I had to get my HEB chicken. And it's like, you could tell, like it's different. Like, you could tell, like, it's just a better quality versus where she went. But I've actually never been to one. There's never been anyone around where I live, and I'm not going to go. I don't need to go to a grocery store, in Weatherford or wherever. That was the closest one to our house. So I've never gone to one.
I've never been inside one either.
Never.
Pull Kenny.
Never.
I've never been inside one, no.
Yeah. That's probably shocking. I don't know if you could find a group. Ryan, ever? Yes or no? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Oh, look at him. He's
Ryan
got
says
video.
yes.
Look, Ryan, I didn't even send him video of this.
I don't know if you could find a group of 3 people who have never been inside of one. I just don't have one close to me.
You've been to Buc-ee's, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, what Buc-ee's is to gas stations, HEB is to grocery stores.
I Instacart it all the time.
It is a great store.
I pay the extra fee because they had like these little Matt Pittman like turkeys. The turkey I brought in,
Yeah.
I gave to Corey Majors and smoked and everything. They got little turkeys. Everyone talks about their meat selection. Well, look, I can always hit up our Tolo Kroger, who brings us the Valentine's Day flowers that all y'all take home instead of let me get.
See, you called out that day, not our fault.
Flowers don't die the next day.
Well, I mean,
you could have put them in the fridge.
We were looking out for you. You had complained about sinuses. We figure, stuff coming off the flowers was going to be a little bit too much.
Yeah.
We were worried about that. So the average Walmart neighborhood market is about 50,000 square feet. Okay, so think about the size of a Walmart neighborhood market.
There's one right here off 75.
The line wrapped around this HEB for a half hour is a 125,000 square foot building.
It's huge.
And it was full. They said we have
massive.
too many people in here. You guys can't come in. It's at a line wrapped around the exterior of the store 10 minutes before it opened at 6 a.m. The line started near the produce entrance on the east side and stretched along the facade, rounded a corner to the drive-through pharmacy lane, and extended past the drive-up window.
Yeah, I will say this. This is society in general. There is nothing that's going to get me to line up at 6 a.m. around the store for. There's no store. When you open up a restaurant, I remember when, what's that place? When BJ's first opened.
Brew House?
Yeah, by me. It was like people had never seen food before. They'd never eaten before. And you couldn't, it would take you 2 hours to get in there for a good year. The wait was an hour or two. I was like, what are we doing? Like, we've had food. Like, relax. Like, it's 6 a.m. What are you doing there at 6 a.m.? It'll be there when you get off work.
Yeah, see, I don't even show up to work before 6 a.m. I'm not going to stand in line at a grocery store. Last one here. This is from Fox 4. Stones from the Grapevine 9/11 flight crew memorial have been stolen. So this is pretty disappointing. Grapevine police are looking to find the people responsible for stealing items from
Probably
the
used at that guy's house. The rocks.
city's 9/11 flight crew memorial. On Monday, police were told that 2 stones were missing from the memorial site on Texan Trail, and these 2 stones came from the sites of Flight 93 and then the Pentagon.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with the stones? What benefit do you get of stealing them versus a fast pass to hell? Doing that type of thing, in my opinion,
You're just
that
a bad
gets you
person.
straight to hell.
You're a bad person.
You're an awful person. Here's what's also disappointing. Apparently, this was pointed out by
Are
people.
they big? Are they large? Is there any way that this could have been mistaken? Like they didn't intentionally try to take 9/11 stones?
And that's one of the things that they talk about. They say that people don't realize what's there. People come here for it. Like the only people who come here know what this is, know what it's here for. It was actually found out that they were missing by people who weren't even from here. They were visiting from out of town to be here for the eclipse, and they were like, oh, let's go to the 9/11 memorial over here. They were looking for things to do, went into Grapevine, found it, and then alerted Grapevine police. They're like, hey, y'all know y'all's stuff is missing over here. So Grapevine police are working on it. The Flight Museum is very happy, and the Flight Memorial is very happy that Grapevine police is working on it, because this has been overlooked in other cities before. But Grapevine police is looking for the people who stole it.
The Neighborhood Watch with Bobby Belt every Thursday during the commercial-free Expressway here on Sean and RJ. Mike Florio on the mess that the Cowboys have made for themselves. Florio joins us from ProFootballTalk.com after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here at Walgreens. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, always making fun of our age. Oh, Choppy, do you have this medicine? Do you have that? And then the pharmacist goes over to his bag here, Walter White.
We call him the chemist.
And the chemist, Bobby can't have this because of his past gas issue or...
Not gas, inflammation. Totally different.
Inflammation.
I had an inflamed stomach, and now I can't have NSAIDs anymore.
The chemist, I think he was on the blacklist. I think he was a perp on the blacklist, the chemist.
Also a big Chiefs fan.
Teledoc up here. And we're also your home of the Dallas Cowboys, where yesterday and at 6 o'clock today, we read Mike Florio's article, Cowboys have a contract mess with 3 different stars. And Florio is joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline via ProFootballTalk.com. Good morning, Michael. How have you been, sir?
I've been great, guys. How are you?
Doing well. I've been okay.
Huh?
Since Friday was a little rough for me.
Welcome to my world.
Man.
Welcome to my world.
What is your strategy in dealing with social media hate?
Ignore it.
Do you ignore it, though?
Because
Because you seem like a responder.
Sometimes I just do it for fun. Sometimes I do it fully aware that I'm just trying to stir things up and I'm trying to make things entertaining. You know, like Russell Crowe in Gladiator. Are you not entertained? Is that not why you are here? One thing I've learned, and it only took me 15 years. I'll give you a quick example. The other day I posted an item about Kirk Cousins, who was on the Big Shaq podcast, and he said he's going to do everything in his power to deliver a championship to Atlanta. Now, in the story I wrote, I pointed out that he notoriously refuses to work on Tuesdays during football season, and I raised the question, does that mean he's going to work on Tuesdays now? Because the great ones are all in every day to try to do everything they truly can to deliver a championship. You don't take one day of the week off completely from football if you're trying to win a championship. When I posted the story on X, I left out the snark about Tuesday. And so if I had put it in there, all the responses would have been dragging me for being a jerk about pointing out that he doesn't work on Tuesday. By leaving it out, all the responses were about him not working on Tuesday. So there's a nuance to how you work social media, but the reality is they're always going to look for something negative. The question is whether you give them the negative thing they drag you for, or you lead the horse to water and let them drag someone else.
Let's talk about this article in terms of the Cowboys' contractual mess. How did we get here? And how surprised are you? Because a couple of hours ago, Florio, I said, yo, man, what I expect from Jerry and Steven are to be expert businessmen, to win negotiations, to have the Cowboys in the best spot because they're a legendary billionaire business family. That will be Jerry Jones, in my opinion. That will be what he is most known for his football legacy. And it doesn't seem like that has happened. And here we are now.
Well, I'll say what I said on our show, PFT Live, which is on Peacock, 7 to 9 a.m. Eastern. You can get the replay later after you listen to Sean and RJ. I'm not trying to take away any of your numbers. They can catch ours later. There's plenty of capacity out there for people to listen to or watch everything they want to listen to and or watch. Here's the reality. The Joneses have done great things for the sport and for the Cowboys. And I think it's far more impressive that they have kept that team more relevant than any other for 30 years without getting to a single NFC championship game than it would have been if they had built another Super Bowl champion in those 30 years. To have that team as popular and relevant as it is without high levels of tangible on-field success really is amazing. That sounds like an insult within a compliment, and maybe it is. Here's the real insult, though. Despite everything great they've done, when they get in these situations with highly talented young players who have earned second contracts, they are 1, cheap, 2, short-sighted, and 3, not nearly as smart as they think they are. Because they have dragged their feet to their detriment with Dak. They're doing it with CeeDee Lamb, and I feel like it's coming with Micah Parsons. And with Dak, look back to after the 2018 season. He's got 3 years in. He was a fourth-round pick. Day one started because of the Tony Romo back issue, and he checked every box. He did everything he should do. They made him play out the fourth year of his contract under a $2 million or so salary, and they did it because they could. Then franchise tag. We do it because we can. Then he breaks the ankle in week 5 or thereabouts, right, of the franchise tag year. Is that right? Yes. That was 2020 season. And he is that right? Am I getting my years right?
Yep.
Am I getting them right?
You're right.
Okay. So it doesn't matter that he had a broken ankle. The ankle's healed. He's heading into his second franchise tag, and that's when they realized we're kind of screwed here. We've waited this long. He can just play out his second tag. We'd have to give him a 44% raise to tag him again. We can't do that. They give him that 4-year, $160 million contract, which had a fuse in it, which was going to have a huge cap number this year and no way to keep him around next year. They created this mess by dragging their feet, and now the tables are turned. These great businessmen who always take advantage of every piece of leverage they have, they're at the mercy of Dak Prescott now. They were at the mercy of him last year. They weren't able to work out a long-term deal. They're at the mercy of him this year. They can't work out a long-term deal because they don't want to pay him. And I think that next year he's going to be like Kirk Cousins. He's going to hit the market. We're going to see who else will pay him more than what the Cowboys are offering. And I think there's a certain amount of a bluff here where, they hide behind this idea. You play for the Cowboys, you make a ton of money in off-field deals. You can waltz right into the number one booth at any of the networks as a former Cowboys quarterback. Everybody wants to play for the Cowboys. There's value in that we think we should get credit for. They overplay that hand, and I think they're going to overplay it again.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com here on 105.3 The Fan. Your other headline is, will the Cowboys draft a quarterback? What are you hearing or what are you thinking on that?
Well, I think it's a situation where when you make out your board, and it's a challenge because you're looking at every position. You got needs all over the place. And the Cowboys have an aging team in a lot of key areas. They had a great offensive line for a long time. How much longer is Zach Martin going to be there? The offensive line isn't as great as it was in its heyday. You have to make that better. You have to deal with the defensive line. DeMarcus Lawrence has been around, 11 years now. And I think if you're not going to have Dak Prescott in 2025, and you don't know that you're not going to have him, but you have to plan for the possibility that you don't. We don't know what they think of Trey Lance. There haven't been a lot of leaks that they love Trey Lance and they think Trey Lance could be a starter. If they don't think Trey Lance can take over, they better have somebody that they're getting ready to go for 2025 at the quarterback position. Now, when you got a coach who's a lame duck, you may not have a coach who's banging the drum for a quarterback. You want to use all your picks on guys who are going to help you win games and save your job. But I think big picture, whether it is we actually need a replacement or we need to have Dak think we have a replacement so we've got better leverage in these conversations, they got to have a viable plan B for Dak Prescott come 2025, or they're going to pay more than they would like to pay if at the end of the day they're going to pay whatever it takes to keep him around.
Mike, you cover the national scope more. How did the league react when the Packers did this twice? The same process.
When they did what?
When they drafted a quarterback when they already had one. Like, were they like this stupid? Like, what was the national scope on that?
Well, you got to remember in 2005, Brett Favre was already 3 years into his annual will I or won't I retire routine. He started that at like age 32. He was talking to Peter King in like 2002, 2003 timeframe, musing about retirement. I was like, what the hell? Brett Favre's talking about retirement. So they had to be ready for him possibly walking out the door unannounced. That's why they used that pick on Aaron Rodgers. And also, he fell down the board to them in the 20s. How can you say no to a guy that you think will be a great player? When they did it more recently with Jordan Love, it was, I think, a manifestation of several different things, one of which is Aaron Rodgers is getting older. And number two, I think Mark Murphy, the CEO of the team, realized that if this pisses Aaron Rodgers off and gets him to buckle down and do everything he needs to do, and look at what he did. He won 2 straight MVPs after they made Jordan Love a first-round pick, traded up in round 1 to get him. So, the Packers get a lot of deference in that regard because they've managed to string together Favre to Rodgers and now Jordan Love, who looks pretty good. Different reason for the Cowboys to be doing it. This isn't a future Hall of Famer so far in Dak Prescott who could be walking away, but this is about having a plan in place so you're not caught unprepared if 2025 rolls around and you don't have a quarterback because Dak Prescott has exercised his option to go play for another team. Because that's the thing, the way this contract was negotiated, there is nothing they can do to keep him from leaving other than make him an offer that he accepts.
Mike, we try to repeat this to the Dak Prescott haters, but I just want to see if you give more confirmation. If Dak Prescott hit the open market, would he definitely get his $60 million from somebody else?
It remains to be seen because we don't know which teams are going to be looking for quarterbacks. We don't know what the executives and coaches and owners of those teams think about Dak Prescott. We don't know where the market is going to be a year from now. But it used to be unprecedented for a quarterback in his prime or close to his prime to hit the open market unfettered and unrestricted. Kirk Cousins was the first one to do it in 2018. It seems like now there's a lot of guys every year, far more than there used to be, who are available in free agency. But Cousins got $100 million fully guaranteed from the Falcons on a multi-year deal. And I don't know that Dak gets 60, but I think what the Cowboys are banking on, and I think they've come to terms with this, they're never going to admit to it, but I think they've come to terms with the reality. We know what we're willing to pay Dak, and we're willing to bet on the difference between what we'll pay and what someone else will pay, not being big enough to get him to not be the Cowboys quarterback, because even though it's hard to get players to give you a break, and they shouldn't give you a break financially because everybody's subject to the same salary cap, there is value in being the Cowboys quarterback. So somebody else is going to have to overpay. And I think their guess is going to be no one else is going to overpay by so much that Dak will leave.
The book is Father of Mine. You can check out Mike Florio's mob novel set in 1973. You can go find it everywhere. ProFootballTalk.com is the website as well. What did you think of what I had to say about Micah Parsons last week?
Well, I saw it over the weekend, and I saw it came from you, and I thought, well, this is interesting. This is interesting for a variety of reasons. Flagship radio station, putting some stuff out there, and we know that Micah Parsons hears everything, responds to things, isn't afraid to mix things up on social media or elsewhere. And, yeah, it was intriguing. I reached out to you. You basically said, what took you so long? But I think that look, here's my take on it. And I do think there's a fascinating conversation to be had about look, I'm not going to say that the Cowboys used you as some sort of a patsy to put this out there. You put it out there because you were hearing it. Fine. But what have they done in response to it? This is coming from their flagship station, a station that Jerry Jones is on twice per week. There's an extra legitimacy that is embedded in what you said. What have they done, if anything, to throw water on it? I haven't seen anything by the Cowboys to try to throw water on it. And I think the bigger issue is this. If he's wearing thin on the Cowboys, if there's things he's doing that they think is a pain in the ass, so what? He's Micah Parsons. He's this generation's Lawrence Taylor. Do some research on the stuff the Giants dealt with Lawrence Taylor. This pales in comparison to the things that other teams have looked the other way on when you're talking about superstar players. And my headline was, I think, if the Cowboys believe Micah Parsons is wearing thin, they need to thicken their skin. Who cares? Let him say and do whatever he wants. Now, it'll be interesting to see how he and Mike Zimmer get along, if he's going to be popping off to the media about coaching issues like he did after the loss to the Packers. But this guy is Micah Parsons. He's a superstar. He gets the privilege that goes along with it. And usually that entails, making excuses for a guy who does antisocial things off the field that could get him arrested. For the stuff that could be wearing thin on the Cowboys, who cares? He is a generational talent. You find a way to deal with it.
One of the things you mentioned just now, and then you mentioned it in the article, and Sean and I didn't really understand what you were saying, because you mentioned the flagship, and you said that was interesting that this was coming from the flagship. Like, what are we missing? What does that have anything to do with it?
You guys have a contractual relationship with the Cowboys. There's a line that if you guys cross it, you got a contractual problem with the Cowboys. They start calling up and complaining to your bosses. Look, I got a relationship with the NFL and NBC. If I say things the NFL doesn't like, they call up and complain about me. I mean, it's dangerous water to swim in. That's the point. And because there's that built-in relationship, and because we've got so many media outlets out there that are owned and operated by teams and leagues now, that becomes the first thing that people in the business at a minimum look at and say, this isn't some independent, completely and totally free from any potential influence from the Cowboys media outlets saying this. This is somebody where there are tentacles from Frisco that are involved. And again, on the front end, the question is, did the Cowboys have fingerprints on this story in the first place? And then on the back end, it is, what have the Cowboys done to try to take some steam out of this, because it has that extra piece of legitimacy.
What is the juiciest draft storyline that you're paying the most attention to right now?
There's so many. We talked today about this Caleb Williams thing where Greg McElroy, of all people, was suggesting that he's never faced adversity or some nonsense like that. And and Caleb Williams felt compelled to respond on X to it. This is what happens when you don't have an agent. Number one, if you have an agent, the agent's the one who will deal with Greg McElroy in a discreet but very effective way. And Lamar Jackson, I think, fell to 32 in 2018 in part because he didn't have an agent to fight the Bill Polians of the world who were saying he should play running back or receiver, whatever Polian was saying. But secondly, somebody needed to tell Caleb Williams, look, you're going to be the number one pick. You don't need to push back against Greg McElroy for saying you've never faced adversity. Just let it go. So that to me has been short-term interesting. And the bigger picture thing is, how are these quarterbacks going to fall out after Williams at 1? Who's going to be 2? I think it's Jaden Daniels, but you hear all sorts of things. And then after that, the next 4 guys, when do they go? Is it 5 in the first 10? Is it 6 in the first 10? Who's going to be giving up too much to trade up to try to get a quarterback? Who's going to stay put and hope that a quarterback falls to them? Who's going to get leapfrogged? You got the Broncos at 12, the Raiders at 13, the Vikings at 11. You got a lot of teams looking for quarterbacks, and you only have so many to go around. It's going to be a lot of fun seeing how it plays out 2 weeks from tonight.
Really enjoyed the articles. Thank you for the time and the perspective. The book is Father of Mine, Mike Florio on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. I asked the Rangers insider if our new pitching standout is legit, and we have the answer for you on the home of the Rangers next. But I know what is absolutely legit.
first inning. And the pitch is swung on, line drive, left field, base hit. Rounding third, heading home is Smith. The throw comes into second as 2 runs score on the play. And Jonah Heim makes it 3-1 Rangers.
Nadell with the call of the Rangers win on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Below the belt is coming up at 8:40, and then Choppy remembered. A couple of Tolos have remembered. We will celebrate at 9 o'clock this morning. We'll celebrate the good. Hopefully not too much bad, but for the Tolos that remembered, we'll do it at 9. But yesterday was about Cody Bradford sitting here and getting it done again for the Rangers, along with some help from Adolis and Jonah Heim.
Looking very good to start the year for old Bradford. Last 2 starts, he went at least into the 7th. He went 7 2/3, went into the 8th against Houston, and then into the 7th here. Fantastic against the A's. 5 hits, 1 run, not earned. And the best part about it is he is keeping guys off the base path at the free passes. He's got just 2 walks in the entire year. So it's 17-2, so 8-1 almost, 8.5-1 strikeout to walk ratio. It's tremendous. Tremendous over the course of his, if that's going to hold for the whole season, it's not, but that's fantastic.
He is just the 3rd pitcher in franchise history to go 3-0 with an ERA of 1.40 or lower in his first 3 games of a campaign, joining Matt Harrison in 2011 and Tom Chaney in 1963. He's the only pitcher in Major League Baseball with 3 wins and 3 starts. My dinner buddy, Tyler Glasnow, has 3 wins in 4 starts.
Yeah. Now, you don't see too many pitchers anymore whose 4-seamer is just 90 miles an hour. And the ones you do are almost exclusively lefties. You ain't seeing that many righties out there throwing just 90 that haven't been in the league for that long. You get the crafty lefty, right? He would fall into that crafty lefty. It's interesting to see how this holds up, if it holds up, because you just don't see this kind of pitcher all that much. You got guys out there throwing 99, 100.
So I wanted to know from Sam, they're like, how sustainable do you think? Obviously, this is an awesome start that it's not being a hater to be like, okay, this is not going to continue, but how much of it is sustainable? And Jared said he has a really good fastball changeup combo. He's added the curve that Bobby talked about. That's not a bad pitch. Great extension. Strike thrower who has a really high IQ and busts his rear end. Probably a 3 or 4. Adding a 3rd pitch has been important, having something else for hitters to think about. So that was the Sandman with his Cody Bradford scouting report. The surprise so far of the Texas Rangers season.
He's been impressive. And I know, earlier Chop had said, well, okay, is he Martin Perez? Like, is that what we're looking at here?
I said that, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, I heard both of you say it. I don't know. I lose track.
Yeah, you need your stuff quick.
Yeah, it's
good stuff.
We'll work on it. No, it's
the other blue
to me it's Dane Dunning like last year, where it's just stepping up and being absolutely critical. I know that given last year what we had seen, the idea of Bradford being in the rotation right now was like, okay, are you going to be able to survive that every 5th day? And right now it's like you can't wait to, as it stands now, you can't wait to get around to him every 5th day. It's him and Evaldi pitching the way that they have. It's giving you a real boost, specifically while Heaney struggles in his last start and John Gray has not been great this year, and you've got all these injuries to the starting rotation.
All right, Chop, let's take it to the news, as I've seen this story everywhere.
Yeah, Ethan Crumbley. Does that name ring a bell to anybody? Ethan Crumbley.
Yeah, it's the school shooter.
Yes. So this obviously was a awful story that happened where Ethan Crumbley went and shot up a school, Oxford High School, back in November of 2021, killed 4 students, injured 6 more, and a teacher. He is spending the rest of his life in jail. Now, his parents, James and Jennifer, mid-40s, they've been locked up for 2.5 years since their arrest. They were sentenced to 10 to 15 years of prison time for their son's massacre. This is the first time parents have been sentenced in the U.S. mass school shooting. Mass school shooting. They were found guilty on involuntary manslaughter charges at separate trials back in March and February, and then the sentencing came out. And the quote said these from the judge said these convictions are not about poor parenting. They confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train, ignoring things that would make a reasonable person feel the hair on the back of their neck stand up. We had never seen this. Again, this is the first time parents have been held accountable for something like this carried out by their child.
And they're going 10 to 15 years?
Up to 15 years in jail.
Sentenced?
Yeah.
Talked about?
The judge blamed Jennifer for glorifying owning guns and for a dispassionate and apathetic attitude towards Ethan, her son. Each of the defendants, quote, gross negligence had caused unimaginable suffering to hundreds of others.
Wow.
The prosecutors asked for them to put him away for at least 10 years.
What state was this in?
It doesn't, I'm not seeing. It just says
What's his
Oxford
name?
High School.
Ethan
Crumbley.
All right. I'll find
Michigan.
That's right, Michigan. So, yeah, this again, first in history, involuntary manslaughter, failing to intervene despite what they call obvious warning signs that their son was troubled.
What a precedent this is.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I mean, specifically now.
And are we agreeing with this?
So I have trouble with
Very
the
mixed
slippery
thoughts.
slope. Specifically, I know, like was kind of referenced there, the parents were pretty negligent towards a lot of things that he had been saying and a lot of things that he had been threatening. And so I think that there's definitely got to be some level of responsibility. I don't know if ultimately you can say, what was the exact charge? Second degree?
It was involuntary manslaughter.
Involuntary manslaughter for, like, I mean, they clearly did not endorse what he did. Because you can see the moment where they find out and they're asking him why did you do this? Why would you do this? And so I think they just probably never took it seriously enough, but that's what they're ultimately being held accountable for legally.
Prosecutors said that James, the father, failed to intervene despite his son's unstable mental state, even neglecting to lock up the semi-automatic handgun his dad bought for Ethan as a Christmas present before the shooting. I guess he bought the Christmas present for him.
I don't know if that can get you and should get you sentenced to jail.
It's tough.
The parents are saying you have a shocking lack of remorse and compassion. I hate saying this, but that's not a crime. That's not a jailable crime.
So 817 says the parents.
I hear you.
If I walk in and it can be proven that my kid is like polishing his gun
and said, I'm going to go shoot up the school.
Yeah, I'll be back for dinner. I'm going to shoot up the school.
Then I'm taking the gun. And then
maybe
you're liable.
Then
you're not preventing the crime.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I would have to be able to draw the conclusion that his trouble will take him there. That's a big proof. That would be a leap I would have to take. Like, we all have, I have a teenage son. Like, I think that, there are times that he's absolutely troubled. Like he's going through teenage issues. Never in my head do I think, oh, he could do this. Like I think as a parent, you are, regardless of whether you want to be or not, you are blinded by something.
He had been he had threatened the school though previously and they were told about it, and school had apparently talked to the parents about it. And A17 says that the day of the shooting, they told him to come pick him up, and they didn't. They were like, you need to come pick him up and take him out, and they didn't do it.
But is that
It's negligence.
That's a negligence.
It's negligence at
if
least.
the school has told you that, that does kind of change things a little bit.
Yeah.
If he's just at home and he's waking up in the morning all happy, and all of a sudden he just goes in. It's a precedent that is now set though, and that is, it may change a lot. It might.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. Sorry, Bobby.
No, I'm excited to. I'm excited to. By the way, did you hear a 1G bag of the day for the Frankel and Frankel text line, where you had said call it the sext line?
No.
I said Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line, and you said, did you say sext line? And I said no. And so that one
So then why did you win? So I won?
I guess they said it was me winning.
Did they determine that you said text or sex line?
They said I said sext line. I just slurred together.
L's, Bob. You're taking L's everywhere.
Well, and
Sherbet, that should have been back in the day.
Dawson claimed I didn't even say ask Reddit leading up to it. He said I said ask Scrodit is what he said. So that's what it was. Speaking of,
I apologize because that was no easy segue there.
Speaking of Ask Reddit, did you guys see the solar eclipse as documented?
Yeah, we did. We looked up.
Mexican TV.
That was another loss for you.
I saw that video
A
before.
Mexican TV station is in hot water after quite the ballsy move to broadcast this footage on television the other day. So Tommy Lee and some others had tweeted out videos.
Tommy Lee could do this.
Had tweeted out videos of the eclipse, quote unquote, and what it was. And I had two different people text me this video of like, "Did you see the eclipse today?"
I did too.
And I got it. And so what it is it's a light bulb in a dark room. But at first you're kind of like, "Is that the sun? The sun looks weird there." And then quickly, what the eclipse is a couple of your boys just
a beanbag,
beanbag moving into the shot. Somebody filming themselves stepping into the light and obscuring the light with that area.
Is this one like when you open? I didn't open any of them. They were just laughing about it, but I for some reason I didn't open it. I knew who it was coming from. I knew the source. Is this like when you open up and the guy's sitting on the edge of the bed and bam, you just see it?
It's a similar bit like that where you're like as you're
rest in peace.
As you're figuring out,
he died?
Yes, he did. As you're figuring out, that's not the sun, is when you then see that come into the shot, and then you sound like Obi-Wan Kenobi, and you say that's no moon. Either.
No, the only one I paid attention to and reshared was the tortilla and the avocado.
This one has to be.
I found that funny.
You don't accidentally broadcast this though, right? They were talking about.
I haven't seen it.
They were talking about let's go to a different angle. They went to a different angle. All right. Now when they talk about like
as Choppy or Corey Major says, what you got to cover the side under.
You want to have the undershot.
They immediately had to cut away from it, and the anchors were very clearly disturbed by it. But that can't be a mix-up. That's somebody trying to screw around and put that on TV. I think
breaking down the NFC contender tiers ahead of the draft. That's next in Below the Belt, right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows.
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt, Mushmouth.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Pepe.
Okay,
so
mad. Oh, he's so mad.
Okay, Peyton. All right,
Bobby.
We're officially at capacity, ladies and gentlemen. We just got the text from Gavin Spittle. Draft 101 next Thursday out at the Star is officially at capacity in less than 24 hours. In fact, it was, about 15, I guess, because we announced at 5 p.m. yesterday that we were doing it. So we will be out at the Star next week. A lot of great draft coverage. Myself, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. It's going to be a great time. You guys should come check. I mean, those of you who registered, I can't wait to see you because now it's not open to everybody else. But we're going to have a great time. Typically, we've done this down in the Odyssey showroom. I know I've never been a part of this one, actually, so I've never gotten a chance to do this.
Oh.
But it'll be fun. I'm excited about it. A lot of great draft minds coming together, including mine mainly.
Humbling,
I'm
Have you watched enough yet to qualify?
Yeah, I'm.
You met Broaddus' standard.
I'm up past Zach. So I've watched more guys than Zach at this point.
Oh, maybe they'll.
Zach loves to watch too.
Maybe they'll let me host again.
Zach has a baby in the NICU and stuff, so like I guess he gets a little bit more of a pass than I do.
Is she still in the NICU?
Yeah,
man,
it's a little baby, man. That was early, and so
slow grower.
Yeah, it's just a little baby. All right, over at NFL.com, Jeff Chadilla has the NFC roster reset.
Is that how you say it?
Chadilla? Yeah.
What did you think?
How did you
Chadilla?
Nope, Chadilla.
All right.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
Very well done, Peyton.
So he's doing an NFC roster reset, sort of the contender tiers, the conference hierarchy as the NFL as a whole heads into the draft here in 2 weeks from today. We'll have an idea of where the Cowboys are going. But he's got it broken up into a couple of different levels. He has Super Bowl contenders, playoff potential, intriguing possibilities, and tough road ahead. And then I also, just at the bottom, next year can't come fast enough. So out of those tiers right there, next year can't come fast enough, tough road ahead, intriguing possibilities, playoff potential, and Super Bowl contenders, the Dallas Cowboys are what?
Playoff potential.
Yeah.
That's how we all feel about him. I think that's fair. Super Bowl contenders. He still has them as Super Bowl contenders. But here's what's interesting. Most frequently I've seen people try and build up the Rams as being on the same level as these other Super Bowl contenders.
They were the hot pick at the end of the year. I mean, a lot of people picked them to beat the Lions.
Everybody loved them.
Elevating them after losing Aaron Donald. Okay.
That's where people are at right now. People in fact, there was an article from Charles McDonald. I think we did it while you were out, where he said,
if the Rams win it, blow it up, have no picks, and then get back before us, that'd be another team. Like San Fran.
San Fran
It'd be
did
faster than San Fran did it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're done in 2 years.
It'd be a quick turnaround. And look, it's because they've fallen into, at the end of the day, even when they say F them picks and stuff like that, okay, your two best players last time were Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald, who were draft picks. The guy who helped bridge the gap when Cooper Kupp started falling was Puka Nacua, who was a draft pick. Like, the draft still matters. Like, you still have to build your team that way. It's a fun slogan. And yeah, they did go all in and they were very aggressive outside their building. But the reality is if they completely said F them picks, they also don't get to the Super Bowl. Like, they can't build a team without draft picks that hit. So the Super Bowl contenders on this list are the 49ers, the Lions, the Packers, the Cowboys, and the Eagles.
The Packers are Super Bowl contenders.
That's where he has them. There's a lot of people buying into the pack after the way the year finished.
I like to be in the Chadita house for Christmas. Chahida? Chadilla. There you go. Chadilla. Everyone getting presents.
They were
gifts everywhere for everybody. Stack them up. Man.
They were great down the stretch. And so was Jordan Love. He was very good in the last 8 games.
If only somebody could have seen Jordan Love's ascension coming.
I mean, he's Aaron Rodgers mechanics. It wasn't hard to see. Use your eyeballs.
We'll talk about Aaron Rodgers here in a sec because I got a big bone to pick with that idiot. The 49ers, Lions, Packers, Cowboys, Eagles. They're all even on the Super Bowl contender scale. This is what he says.
The Eagles are up there too?
That's what he's got. Now he said it's basically going to come down to one of those two, Cowboys or Eagles, and that they're kind of on the edge. He is full on in with, it sounds like, the 49ers, Lions, and Packers. He says these teams all make the list for the same reasons. They have tons of talent and quarterbacks who possess MVP potential and or big game experience. I assume that's more them talking about Goff. They don't think that Goff's an MVP, is what I'm guessing they're hinting at there. It says, yes, you can find faults and raise questions with more than a few of these top contenders. What you can't do is think people will be shocked if any of these franchises win the NFC Championship this coming season. I would be shocked if the Packers won the NFC title. I'd be surprised right now if the Cowboys or the Eagles won it too, though, to be honest. So he says the 49ers represented the conference in the Super Bowl and fell to the Chiefs in an overtime classic. San Francisco's plenty good enough to return to that game and win it, largely because the core of this team remains intact. There are some questions the Niners will have to answer before training camp starts, such as how they'll deal with wide receiver Brandon Ayuk's contract situation. Detroit will be equally scary. Lions general manager Brad Holmes came into the offseason looking to upgrade on defense. What he's found so far are some nice additions, including defensive tackle DJ Reader and edge rusher Marcus Davenport. Jump down a little bit. He says the first thing to like about Green Bay is, as a Super Bowl contender, is the chemistry between Jordan Love and head coach Matt LaFleur. The coach has an exceptional feel for how to maximize Love's strengths, and the 25-year-old quarterback raced his game in the second half of last season. So that brings us to the Cowboys and the Eagles, where he says the Cowboys and Eagles finish out this list and both face plenty of questions heading into the fall. For Dallas, it's a matter of whether this team can finally stop disappointing in the playoffs with its current core. Prescott takes a lot of the blame, but that playoff loss to Green Bay was about an entire team falling apart. I will say, in the immediate aftermath of the Green Bay game, it did feel like Dak was the one taking most of the hits. I felt like. And then as soon as that...
Of course you felt like that, because if anyone sneezes in his direction, you feel like he's being victimized.
Oh, they're trying to give him COVID!
That was everyone was getting destroyed equally, as they should.
The primary was Dak, I think, though. And I'm not saying it as any sort of like...
I think it was McCarthy even over Dak.
I mean, it should have been McCarthy. He should have lost his job. He should have been fired. But he wasn't. And so they didn't want to do that.
Quinn got roasted. Everyone got roasted.
He did, absolutely. And that's what I'm going to say is that I think that
they allowed 48 points. That ain't on McCarthy. That's a lot on Quinn.
That's what largely has been said in the wake and the aftermath. I think when you look back on it 2 months later, people are saying the defense is responsible. And so I don't know. They
all were.
Yeah, they all were. They all were.
It really was like
a team
equal across the board.
The defense,
it was a team lack of effort.
The defense never gave.
I don't know if it was a team lack of effort.
I'm just making a play on the words of it's a team effort. It's a team lack of effort.
The defense never gave the offense a chance. The offense never gave the defense a chance for a make good. Never did.
Yep.
What's interesting is he says the return of star cornerback Trayvon Diggs from a torn ACL makes this group that much better.
Bestie.
There's a bad history in recent years for the Cowboys of guys coming off ACLs. Guys come back from ACLs and they don't play well here. That's what's been the case recently. I mean, obviously the two most prominent examples have been Michael Gallup at receiver, Terrence Steele at offensive tackle. I don't know why everybody's just assuming Diggs is going to bounce back and be exactly who he's always been, because we've seen guys who need a year to get back there. And that's where we're kind of at right now. It says Philadelphia faces a tougher task, which that's interesting to me that people are so certain that Philly and Dallas aren't facing similar issues or similar hurdles. Because, I mean, the over-under right now has Dallas, I think Mike Clay's ESPN projection has Dallas 2 wins better on his over-under than Philly right now, which seems extreme given how Philly and Dallas both are plagued by a lot of similar issues at times. But it says Philadelphia faces a tougher task, putting all the questions about locker room chemistry behind it. Well, there's some questions about that in Dallas, too. This is a team that went from nearly beating Kansas City in a Super Bowl to imploding in the second half of last season, losing 5 of its last 6 regular season games before mailing in a wild card loss to Tampa Bay. The good news is that general manager Howie Roseman has been making aggressive moves per usual. That should help give this team a chance to put last year behind it.
Did you guys find it interesting that Dane Brugler yesterday, when I asked him the best drafting teams today, he still put Philly there? Philly, Baltimore.
Little surprising.
Little surprising? Did you think that was good, a fading narrative, Choppy?
I have to think. I mean,
their top picks have not hit the way people thought they would, but they do have I mean, you look at recent years, Cam Jurgens has been good out of the second round. Devontae Smith was good. Landon Dickerson. Like, they've gotten some value, guys. Jalen Hurts was a second-round pick.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, though, is a process thing.
Oh, God.
Got to trust it.
Right? I mean, like,
Just
no, seriously,
practice.
like, you know, this is, you can't, like, this is a crapshoot. But if you have a plan, you stick to a plan, you're getting guys that universally are thought of as going to be good players that just don't pan out. Like, what are you going to do, right? I guess.
Well, I judge you off of the pick you make.
Look. I mean, if somebody drafted, the Jags, they drafted Trevor Lawrence. I mean, he was universally thought of as going to be a good player, and if he doesn't pan out, like, nobody saw it. Why would I see it? Nobody saw a flaw in Andrew Luck. Why would the Colts? Like, you know what I mean? Nobody really thought, oh, this guy's not going to work out. So I don't know. I guess I can't really dock you if you take that. I don't know. It's a tough one.
I don't know. I view it right now as Dallas and Philadelphia both have questions to answer before you call either one of them a Super Bowl contender.
I agree.
I think that they both have potential to be there, but there's way too much to me that is kind of up in the air.
Who took a bigger step back in the offseason?
Probably Philadelphia still. Just because to me they had so many locker room questions and chemistry questions, and then they're the biggest veteran on each side of the ball that was supposed to kind of hold them down, Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox, they're gone. And so that's tough. Aaron Rodgers.
Your boy.
Let's talk about what a liar this fraud is. Fraudgers, as we call him. Aaron Rodgers, you remember last year right after the Achilles injury?
Who's the bigger a fraud? You have to pick
Aaron.
one.
Aaron now.
Aaron over Alex?
Oh,
yes.
Why Aaron?
Because Aaron is a liar at every single turn. A-Rod just wants to be liked by everybody. I feel like A-Rod's comes from insecurity. Aaron's comes from
arrogance,
ego, and arrogance.
I don't know if Aaron's a liar. I think he genuinely believes a lot of the things he said.
Does he? Tell me which one of these was the lie then. Aaron Rodgers told us immediately after his Achilles injury, bro, I'm going to be back in like 6 weeks. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
I got this.
Come back with a boat.
Lied all season.
Maybe your definition of I'll be back in 6 weeks is different than Aaron's.
It is not
like
7:40 on Wednesday. It's 8:40 on a Thursday,
like Jerry Jones, all in.
Aaron Rodgers told us, I'm going to be back 6 weeks. No problem. I'm doing all sorts of rubbing like cow dung on my heel or whatever it is that he claims he does in the darkness. Well, even after that, when he was literally that week talking about, I'm going to be back, no problem. I'm definitely playing next year, and I might be back by the end of the year, and kept that lie going. Well, no more. Aaron Rodgers reflecting on what he called a wild year on the I Can Fly podcast, which dropped Tuesday, said, I was really thinking, this is it. You don't come back from this injury. So all of the bravado, all of the I'm coming back, baby, name it and claim it. He was lying the whole time.
And he lied at the end of the season when he was teasing coming back last year during the season, and he's like, nah. That was never going to happen.
He was never going to come back. And that's what he does. It's the same energy of like, I hate Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks is going to be a distraction. And then the very first episode, very first time the camera jogs out there, he looks over and goes, watch this. And then he jogs out there to everybody going nuts for him. He is a fraud on the football field and off of it. That's why he's not any good anymore.
Below
the belt.
Right here. I don't know if that's why he's not good. He's just old.
He's just old.
I mean, it's that too.
Below the belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy remembered, and a couple Tolos have as well. The morning show anniversary and the final power rankings are in. Where did the Dallas Mavericks end up heading into the playoffs red hot? Final hour, Thursday edition next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place to watch all the sports action. Playoffs are right around the corner. Baseball regular season is in full swing. You want to head on over to Boomer Jacks. Of course, they've got the best lunch menu in town. Lunch menu items start as low as $10.99, and it is the best happy hour in town as well. Drink specials all day, every day. Happy hour all day, every day. And then, of course, patios, baby. The patios are fantastic. It's a great time of year to get on those patios. It's Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Irving with 3 seconds. Shake and bake behind the back, drives inside, falling away at the buzzer. Kyrie Irving nails it. Such a difficult shot made look easy, and Dallas has a 9-point lead.
And $1 million for Kyrie. Final hour fist pump time on the 13. What is that?
Fist pump.
That's not a fist pump. You're not making a fist. You're making a circle, and you know what you're doing with your stupid face on Twitch and YouTube. God, we could just go back 13 years ago to the way it was before these days.
Yeah,
it's a great question.
Get Troy in here and Jasmine too. Jasmine too. Just see how long does it take Peyton to figure that one out.
Final hour
and a 5 a.m. start time.
Final hour fist pump time live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll get to that momentarily, but Kyrie Irving earns the $1 million bonus by playing 50 games and having the Dallas Mavericks get 50 wins as they basically dominated the Miami Heat last night. Heat trying to make a run in that fourth quarter. I tried a couple of weeks ago, didn't get loud. I didn't have any support. And I'm trying yet again to get a last-second rush for Luka to win the MVP as he deserves, or at least to be in the conversation since everyone is just giving it to the Joker. But man, this team defensively never could have convinced me weeks and months ago that the Dallas Mavericks would be the best defensive team in the league during these final 18 games. And we have the confirmation that they'll be taking on the Clippers for the third time in 4 years in the first round.
Yeah, it just matters now who has home ice advantage, as they say in hockey. We don't know. We don't know who's going to have that yet. Mavs are in a tough spot to get it, but they still have an outside chance of being able to get that, and that should be a fun series. And one thing is the Mavs, a 5 seed has never won. Never, ever won the NBA title.
Yeah, but I mean, a 6 seed has, though.
That's correct.
So, I mean, it's not like nobody that low. It's not like nobody outside the top 4.
That 6 seed was the Rockets.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion.
Yeah, it was the Rockets in their second run. Their second title run was a 6 seed.
Bob, the final power rankings of the year have come out. Let's see how much respect the Mavs, hopefully more respect than Luka got from these ESPN writers.
Ooh, baby. Yes. Okay, so ESPN has steadily been moving them up the power rankings. They've peaked at 5 this year, is the highest they've been. So let's see if they can finish higher than they have at any point this season. The number 1 team in the NBA, according to ESPN, is
the Boston Celtics.
The Boston Celtics. That's easy. They've been at number 1 for basically the entire season. Number 2,
Denver.
Yes.
Boy, on a roll. It is the Denver Nuggets, number 2. Number 3. Do we get the Mavericks yet?
No. They'll be 5.
Oklahoma City.
No.
Can't be Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Really?
The Minnesota Timberwolves, who have weathered the loss of Karl Anthony Towns and are supposed to get him back.
Yeah, I saw last night, like, a cat not expected to play tonight, and I'm like, oh, okay, that along with, you've been tracking Embiid.
Yeah. So Shams has said that you've got Cat coming back before the end of the season. Embiid is on his way back, so you have the 2 big men coming back that are going to help out the Sixers and the Timberwolves. Number 4.
Oklahoma City.
Sean?
OKC.
The Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks. Here's the write-up. It says the Mavs are... So this is their highest finish of the year in the power rankings is 4, right at the end of the year. It says Mavs are heading into the playoffs with as much momentum as any team. This write-up from McMahon. Dallas has the West's best record since the trade deadline, going 20-7 after improving Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving's supporting cast by acquiring forward P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. The Mavs are all but locked into the 5th seed and a first-round matchup with the Clippers, who have eliminated Doncic twice in the playoffs. How much have things changed since the last Mavs-Clippers playoff meeting in 2021? Doncic is the only current Mavs starter who played in that series. And then number 5 is the Thunder. Number 6, the LA Clippers, your first-round matchup.
I mean, look, there's nothing crazy there. I think with the way they're playing right now, no one should blink when I say the only team that I would pick over the Mavs in the West today is Denver. That doesn't give you a pause in statement,
hot
right?
Take.
It's not a hot take. Although Jared Sandler says it is. I mean, Jared is not buying any of this And he's been
This man just watched the Rangers go on the most improbable World Series run, and he refused to see what 16-2 is doing.
Well, the Mavericks run, if they did something similar, would be less improbable because of the way they're finishing the year.
Yeah,
it'd be less improbable.
Historically, in the NBA, it would be far more improbable. But the way they're finishing the year, yeah.
Jared said it's amazing how everyone is fooled about the Mavs. All this is cute and great. Getting to the second round and getting bounced should be seen as a major disappointment when you have Luka. And until they win a second series, all this is just window dressing.
Wow.
I do believe they are on
he's title shaming. That's
Yeah,
what
I
he's
do
doing.
believe it is conference championship game or series or bust. Because you do have two of the 15 best players in the league, 10 best players in the league. I mean, you've got that. That you should make it to that mark. And if they don't, then it probably is a disappointment.
Who would they get second round? How does this
They would
add
get
up?
Denver.
Get Denver.
Well, then you need to amend your statement.
I don't know that I do.
Derek Lively's back at that point. That's the Jokic stopper.
You're saying if they get Denver and don't beat Denver, the season's a disappointment? You sure you want to stick with that?
I'm just saying, like, they are talented enough, the way they're finishing the season, they're talented enough to make the conference championship. They're talented enough for it.
Woo!
Being able to do it and being able to do it and being a disappointment are two different things.
Do they reseed in the NBA?
Yeah. No, they
don't ever reseed.
No, yeah, they do. So it's whoever's the lowest seed will get it.
No.
It's not like the NFL. They don't
Right.
reseed.
So
It's bracket play.
if Phoenix upsets the 3 seed in the first round, does Phoenix then play Denver and the Mavs play the 2?
No, it's bracket play.
It's bracket, right?
Unless they change it, it's bracket play.
Yeah, because they were thought about tinkering with it. I know there was calls for them to reseed,
but the lowest of those, that top 5, like the 4 or 5, the lowest of the top winners there, they play.
Yes,
Denver would get the 4 or 5.
Right, Denver has no chance of getting the 6. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, no, they wouldn't play the Pelicans or
right.
whatever.
Yeah, okay. That might amend things, but their talent right now, the way they're playing, this is a team that you can look at it, and at the end of the year, we don't ever care. It's like, did you make it or not? Like the Cowboys, same thing with the Cowboys. Like we had said this year, the Cowboys ran into San Fran in the second round, they lost. It'd be a failure of a season, even though we knew going in, well, they ain't gonna beat San Francisco.
Well, to me, it matters who you face. I got to judge you off.
I appreciate the nuance, and I agree that there needs to be context to it.
You face the Denver Nuggets in the second round, you lose. I'm not going to kill you.
Right, but I think when you look back on it, it's like, okay, that was the number you put on it, and then you amend things.
All right. I don't know how you remember this. I don't know how Tolo remembered this.
I don't know how Tolo remember me. I just, it's like an anniversary. It's a date. Remember it.
I know. I had to ask Choppy the other day. I was like, when did I get married? I was like filling out my homestead information, and he's like, he knew it.
I knew the date.
He just ripped off it's amazing how you remember that stuff.
I'm great with dates, like numbers.
Yeah.
I could just, if I see the number.
Yeah.
I just remember.
So today is our 13-year anniversary.
13th.
Wow.
Happy anniversary. We were already done with our first show. We went from 5 to 9.
5 to 9. I didn't even remember that.
This is your longest relationship you've ever been in, right? 13 years period of any sort?
Well, my parents, we'd all get married when we were 12 like you.
I was 24. That's not that outrageous.
Yeah, so we have survived 13 years.
Are you surprised you made it 13 years? Was there a point in the first year that either of you were like, this isn't going to work?
I was the only time I was ever nervous.
When we got suspended? We got suspended once by each boss. Yeah.
Suspended.
Suspension.
Spittle? Cowboys camp? Good. But you remember when I got married.
Hang on, we didn't get suspended for that.
We didn't?
No.
We got written up. We got written up. We got a file made.
I know the first time you guys got suspended.
I don't think you do.
I do. Peyton had to go dig it up. We all remember the first reason you guys got suspended.
Matt Ryan's not overrated. Ben Roethlisberger's not overrated. Neither one of them are necessarily overrated. It's just who's better. Matt Ryan, outside of
Ben Roethlisberger going to come up on this Fantex better. I'm just telling you.
You got your top 3: Brady, Rodgers, Breeze, and then it's Matt. That's the next best quarterback in the league.
Ben.
It ain't Ben.
It's
Ben
Ben
by the counting numbers, maybe. If you just want to go old school. And
okay,
but those, that's not how the game is anymore.
Look, RJ, I'm not going to keep fighting with you. I've watched the damn games. I watch more football than you do, so I don't really want to hear
It's impossible. You're doing no.
I go home and still watch more.
No, you don't.
After 3 hours, yes, I do.
No, you don't. Tell me what I do and what I don't
Well, don't
do.
tell me. I watch the damn games. You're reading
I'm at a
freaking
sports
stats.
bar. I'm at a sports bar watching these games.
You're looking at formulas that you don't understand. So don't tell me about
But
what I
don't tell me
see
to
and
watch
what
the
I don't.
games. I'm watching the
You're
game.
not watching more than I am. You're not watching
It's
more than I
physically
am.
impossible for you to be gone for 3 hours and not.
Okay, we'll go through your schedule in the commercial break because I can tell you what you did on the Sundays.
It's over, Sean. You can put your headphones back on. Sean hates that audio so much.
I watch more football than you do.
The actual suspension was 12 years ago, almost to the week.
Yeah,
almost to the week. It was about I think Martha Burke was protesting outside of Augusta. I think that's what it was.
I do think that us staying together, defies a lot of odds.
Oh, for sure. It does.
We're too
just in the industry in general.
Oh my God. No one wants to hire outside of their market. And they hired two guys who weren't originally from here, openly talked about rooting for different teams, loud, aggressive, annoying, not your cool, calm, and chill in the morning. All those things we overcame, and still sitting here. And I do think this is our best version of the show.
Oh, I agree.
Chemistry-wise, I know you were really, really hesitant about Bobby, but and I was really, really hesitant about Peyton. And then we got Ryan, our secret weapon, and this. There's plenty of times over the years when I've been like, all right, how am I going to get up out of here? What else can I do? What leverage? Da-da-da. But besides the waking up part and being exhausted, this is the least amount of work it's ever felt like.
I agree. Yeah, it is the least amount.
You're welcome, guys.
No, it's you're a large part of it. Yeah. You're a large part of that. When our initial boss Bruce left, I was like, okay, this may be the end because new boss comes in, you have no idea.
I thought we had good numbers. He'd be a fool. Gavin would have been a fool. Get rid of us.
Which, by the way, Gavin did clarify. He texted. He said, "Congratulations, I've never suspended you, but the segment is not over yet." Is what he said. So.
That's right.
Yeah, I
got written up though.
It
for being good teammates in the clubhouse.
Yep. I just when a new boss comes in, there's all bets are off. You have no idea what they're going to do. I mean, they could just say we're going to wipe everything clean and we're going to bring in my own people. So that was probably the only time that I was really scared. Which I was, and I just we had a kid coming on at the time. We had our second kid coming in. And I was like, uh-oh, this could get dicey.
What did you initially think of us when you turned the radio dial, being a Newey Scruggs fan back in the day?
I listened to the Big Show with Newey and Coop.
And what were your first interactions with each of us? If you remember.
Choppy, I remember my first interaction with Choppy. Choppy, it may have been at ESPN, and he doesn't even remember. I don't remember. I just know I was around ESPN a few times because Kevin Keepers was the engineer, and I used to do some stuff with him. But no, I remember Fish introducing me to Choppy at the Maverick bar after they had done a broadcast one time. And Chop, I just remember looking down the phone, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? And then I got a little bit of that. And then I remember the other time was at your favorite bar, Sean. That's the first place I met Sean, at Milo Butterfingers.
Oh,
your favorite spot.
Best steak fries I've ever had. But
and I got introduced to you, and I shook your hand, and I said, hey, I'm Bobby. Hey, this is Bobby. And you went, oh, hey. And you were just kind of hi, nice to meet you. And then go back. And then somebody clarified, no, that's Bobby Belt. And then you're like, oh, you're Bobby Belt. And then we talked for a second, and then I remember you pieced out pretty quick after that.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it was both of the interactions were good. And then I remember the first time I met Peyton because I think he ruined something on the board on a weekend or something. Yeah.
Pay, when did we all first meet and interact?
Believe it or not, back in the summer of 2018, back when we had interns, I interned for y'all in the morning for about 6 weeks.
They don't even remember it, do they? Look at them.
Come on.
Oh, that is so bad, you guys.
It's not bad.
No, I'm very I remember faces. I don't really remember names.
How do you not remember that face?
How was it? We didn't make you do anything, right?
I think I was in charge of top 7. I was in charge of that for about 3
Roy
weeks.
couldn't do it.
No, but you guys threw me on air for a couple minutes or something, and I kept talking after you guys were done, and you guys said, Hey, if we're not talking to you, don't speak. And I just got so paranoid that I just lost my job then because I was speaking on air, without being told.
Yeah, but we had to be joking.
Yeah.
So there it is. And then listening to our show, did you ever think about last? And what did you think? Were you like, this is annoying? These guys are loud.
Nope.
These guys aren't friendly.
No, I always enjoyed it. I enjoyed the version with Mac a lot. I mean, I've always thought the show was really good. So no, I've always been a fan.
I do like it. I do like when we had 3 better than it was just you and I. Because
a lot of work.
I don't think I started listening till like 14 though.
Yeah.
I was not around for the first few years.
It is a lot. It is a lot of work, but also I think when you have a third person to bounce things off of, everybody could be more relaxed and
especially as smart as I am.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
as people say on the
cheers.
That's what that's what the text has to
the
say
fan
about
text
me
are
all
saying.
the time.
I really appreciate Sean and RJ because Bobby's so bad it makes us look better.
Yeah, I know. My hateability really got better.
You are welcome.
It really got.
Sincerely.
My likability went up because of Bobby
Because of Bob.
and how much he's hated. So there it is. Happy anniversary. Here's to 3 more.
It's our anniversary.
Sean, RJ.
3 more?
No one is getting my stuff today.
Let's do a little bit more than 3.
I feel like it's been all pretty decent, but no one is getting my stuff
I need at
today.
least 10 years post child support.
All right, we man, the Tolos, they are coming at me. They think Mike Florio made me look stupid earlier today when it comes to the Cowboys quarterback. We'll talk about that, then crosstalk with KMC after this. But overall,
Segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece is coming up. Are they on the road today? I know
Globe Life Field.
They're in left field?
Globe Life Field.
Nice. Oh, Globe Life Field. We got a 1 o'clock pregame. So the fellas are out there for that 1:30 first pitch.
Yeah, I mean, a shortened show for them. Not the big time shortened show, or something like a 90-minute show. But yeah, they'll be out there, and it's good little day baseball.
All right, so Russell Wilson hater account has tweeted me after Mike Florio was on at 8 o'clock to talk about the contract mess that the Cowboys have put themselves in. And Bobby, you may be able to throw in Joe Corey here in just a second. But Russell Wilson hater on Twitter said, "Ha, Sharif was so confident that Mike Florio was going to back him when he said another team would give Dak $60 million, and Florio didn't back you like that." And I was like, okay, well, I mean, Florio, a lot of times he can be an idiot. And that was one of those instances. Okay.
Well, and you didn't seem confident. You seemed like you were genuinely asking him, do you agree or not?
Well, I was confident. So Russell,
never mind, you were right, Russell Wilson hater.
Russell Wilson hater was correct in my tone, and I do believe that. That is what is going to sting Dak haters the most. If and when it comes to it, I still don't believe that Dak Prescott is going to leave here. I don't strongly believe it, but I believe he's going to go out on the market and get a top 2 or top 3 quarterback deal if it comes to that. Now, you have another follow-up, and this is where Bobby and I fought weeks ago, one of our 5,000 fights.
Every day.
Someone said, hey, well, he's just going to get the Kirk Cousins deal because he is Kirk Cousins. So that is what Twitter and the Dak haters are laughing at me about right now, saying, no, another team would go and swoop Dak up when Florio tried to dance, try to take a little soft approach and say, well, it depends who needs a quarterback. Enough teams always need a quarterback. And enough teams would be desperate enough to go get the guy who just finished second in the MVP race. That is my opinion.
And pay him more than Kirk Cousins.
And I will be proven correct when Dak gets his next deal, whether it's from the Cowboys or somebody else. Yeah. And I will be back to dance.
Like the teams that definitely say yes, it's pretty simple. It's
at what price? You find with you?
Oh,
where are we at right now with top salary? Where are we at, Bobby?
60.
60?
Yep.
And that is who?
Burrow-ish. Burrow's like 58 or something like that.
All right. Are you agreeing that these teams you're about to name would sign him to 60 a year?
Okay, we'll see. Sometimes those draft picks play into it. Like, I don't know. Let's just say
he's a free agent.
I know, but I'm just gonna go down the list of the teams that would take him over their current guy. But then again, so the Jets, next year, yes, but the Jets could be picking the top 5, so they may say no. Like the Patriots would not take Dak over who they're going to take at 3. It has nothing to do with the guy at 3. It's the upside, right? It's the unknown. You might hit. You want the free because
maybe you said top 2. I don't know about 3.
Maybe not, but you want the free 5 years.
Yeah,
is very valuable.
Yeah, but the idea of the third best quarterback in a draft class for a lot of teams, they would rather take the.
That's true, but the third best quarterback in the draft class could be Patrick Mahomes, like he was, or he was the second.
He was
best.
second. Yeah.
Deshaun was third. I mean, either way, you get a good player. The Giants, yes. Washington, again, no, because they're going to be taking number 2.
Well, aren't the Giants drafting at 6?
All the quarterbacks might. The quarterbacks you'd want to take might be gone by 6.
They might be gone. Pittsburgh, yes. Chicago, no. Detroit, I don't think Detroit's moving on from Jared.
No.
Green Bay, no. Minnesota, yes. But then again, Minnesota might trade up against somebody. I mean, who knows, right?
They just let Dak go.
Yeah. Houston.
What are you doing?
I mean, it is kind of true.
Houston, no.
It's not.
It is.
Would Indianapolis already give up on Anthony Richardson?
No.
Jacksonville at the moment, no.
No.
Miami.
Are you counting these teams? Are you writing these down?
I only have 3 right now.
Okay.
Tennessee, yes.
We think this would
maybe
be their make or break.
Miami's interesting. I don't know that they would.
Right. I would lean no.
I'm going to say Denver, yes. Kansas City, no. Raiders, yes. Chargers, no. Cardinals would. Rams, no. Niners, no. Seattle, so 6.
Yeah. So would one of those...
And there may be more.
But now can you agree with me to make me... this is my second time I'm going to try to be right today. Florio made me 0 for 1. That one of those teams would give him 60.
Yeah, if you have 6 teams that need quarterbacks, and let's just say half of them will go and get their guy in the draft, that still leaves 3. I mean, you get enough teams. You get a bidding war. You only need more than one team to want you.
Somebody would do it. Somebody give them the money.
Yep.
And again, all it takes is just one team that wants him really bad, and they'll figure it out. Because the Cowboys are this team that just has refused to figure it out so far to just pay him the money.
All right, should I play Caleb Williams or Greg McElroy first? Which one?
Okay, so the Caleb one.
Hey, it live.
You know what? Play the McElroy first.
Greg McElroy.
Oh.
This is Greg McElroy, who is?
He is former Alabama Crimson Tide and South Lake Carroll quarterback.
He was talking about Caleb Williams and the concern that he hasn't experienced adversity yet on the This Is Football pod.
The number one thing that concerns me most about Caleb Williams, I look at all the players that have been drafted, number 1, number 2, number 3, way up there near the top of the draft. And seldom are the guys that ultimately go on to become elite players. Every single one of them has a gigantic chip on their shoulder. Like they're mad at the world, or they create some type of false narrative about themselves that people don't believe in them. Caleb Williams has never had that. I mean, Caleb Williams, from the time he stepped on campus at Oklahoma to the time he stepped on campus at SC, he has never experienced adversity. Very little adversity as far as how he was received and how he was portrayed as the next best guy. Even when they went 7-6 this year, or 6-6 or whatever, 7-5, it wasn't because of Caleb. I mean, he did his part, and he did. And a lot of that is true. But I do wonder about, is there a sense of entitlement? Is there that chip on the shoulder that's going to keep him going 10, 12 years down the road?
So,
Florio seemed to mock that earlier today, making fun of McElroy.
Yeah, look, this was taken in a very odd context because he spent the entire hour praising Caleb and saying he's clearly the best quarterback in the draft class. There was just one little, then they were looking for the knock on everybody, and that was the knock on him that he hasn't faced adversity.
Context.
Caleb fired back. This is a terrible look for Caleb, too.
You're kidding.
Yeah. He said,
listen up, Sandler.
He tweets, let's go back to school again because I'm bored right now. Adversity, a state or instance of serious or continued difficulty or misfortune. Year 1 didn't start my freshman year. Year 2 popped a hammy. Championship game first quarter lost because of my hammy. Year 3, 7-5, my last year of college football. I think Caleb inadvertently just made his point for Greg McElroy. That is not adversity. I'm sorry. Being not starting your freshman year is not an adversity situation.
I heard his favorite nail salon was closed the day before his pro day. So he couldn't get his nails done up the way he wanted.
Getting hurt is not adversity. Being 7-5 is not adversity. Adversity is Des Bryant growing up in, as what many said, was one of the most difficult situations a young man can grow up in. That's adversity.
I've made up my mind about something. While I have supported him being the number 1 pick, and athletically, I love watching him. I think he's Mahomes Jr. athletically. If the Chicago Bears stunned the world and did not take him, I would support them.
You would get it.
I would get it. I would get it. This is setting up for us saying 3 years down the road, all the warning signs were there about the way he acts.
Not according to Sandler.
Not according to Sandler. Jared will be all-time wrong. Well, I won't say that yet because the kid may ball out and he may be successful and adversity may not hit early on. But this is Kyler-esque or maybe even worse than Kyler with everything he does. And then not having an agent, Florio reminded us of that at 8, like the guidance. If Chicago was like, you know what, we're scared off, I would get it. That's my hot take. All the signs are there, man. All the red flags are there, in my opinion, from a distance.
He cares way too much what irrelevant people think.
Yeah.
He like there was that thing with USC when he was when they lost to Notre Dame, and the kid ran on the field and took a selfie with him, kind of taunting him, and he had to talk about that. This is the Caleb clip here, where he's talking about. He was asked about this kid who may or may not have wet his pants because he had water all over his crotch, just beating Caleb. But this is what Caleb had to say about that.
Everybody wants to be in these 12 and a half shoes right here. So, I'm not worried about some kid running on the field that, doesn't have anything really associated to Notre Dame other than possibly their family going there or him going there himself. Got a lot of guys over here that I got to lead. So some opinion of a sheep, Lions don't worry about that. So, keep moving on, keep fighting, fight on.
He's really cocky.
He's rabbit ear.
Really sensitive. He ...
Yep. Parcells is not the be all end all for quarterbacks, but people I know have for years. Teams really like when Parcells' commandments for quarterbacks, and you read some of them, and Caleb doesn't check the box. Number 1, ignore others' opinions. He doesn't do that. 2, clowns can't run a huddle. Clowns and leaders don't mix. He sometimes engages in a little bit of clown behavior. You go to the next side. Don't be a celebrity quarterback. He's a celebrity quarterback. Throwing the ball away is a good play. Protect against turnovers. He doesn't do that. Learn to manage the game. He doesn't manage the game very well at times. Like, there's a lot of stuff here that, like, pops off about Caleb that's why it's a question. He's great. He's my number 1 overall player in the draft, but that's why there are legitimate questions about him. Jared.
Let's get you set for Jared Sandler and Rangers baseball. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece out in Arlington next. But let's go ahead.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Each of the last 2 games, they hit into a double play with the bases full. Adolis yesterday. And there's a swing and there's a pop to short center field. Bode is coming on hard and he can't get it. It's in for a hit. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home. A 2-run bloop single for Adolis Garcia makes it 6-1 Rangers.
Rangers win, and the fellas are out in Arlington to cover the final game. Rangers Athletics in this series, then it's Rangers Astros again tomorrow on your home of the World Series champs. We have breaking news.
Happy anniversary! Is that the breaking news?
Nope.
Thank you, though. How long you guys been together?
Well, like in life or on the air?
On the
Jess and Kevin got married.
No, we were
COVID.
1 month. Mike, stop. We were 1 month after you guys. We got hired a month for the Sunday morning show. 1 month after you guys. So
good for us.
May 8th, I think, is our date.
Aww. So the breaking news is O.J. Simpson dead.
Hey, Twitter world.
At the age of 76, O.J. has passed away because of cancer.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Or do you think they need to go find the real killer?
You know,
all right.
In this commercial break, I was fascinated to see how everybody was going to react. And Kevin Hagelin, I give you props for taking away that wonder and curiosity. You're just going straight for it.
Is this a question?
Well, I'm fairly certain the family did their due diligence.
Okay.
Whenever the doctors said what the doctors said.
Good to know
about that.
Previously, I know the family did their due diligence. Never mind.
And you never got your selfie, Choppy. One of our all-time great show questions.
I did not get my selfie. I was there at the restaurant Cleaver, aptly named for OJ. His favorite place in Vegas. I was there the day after. He was in there. He was in there all the time, every week. And when I went out to Vegas, last time I was out to Vegas prior to the Super Bowl, a buddy who lives out there said, let's go see OJ, see if he's there. Because he was there the night before, and OJ was there, and he got a photo with him the night before. And OJ was not in. He was not in the building.
And I asked Choppy if he was there, would anyone take a selfie with OJ? And it was one of our most texted segments of all time.
Yeah, I would.
What was the consensus?
I think it was like
much like the verdict, it was pretty split.
It was pretty split.
Yeah, I was going to say 60-40 no.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would have taken. He's a historical figure.
I agree with that.
I voted no. Just to be clear, I voted no on that. But OJ,
now, are we talking about taking the photo or taking and posting the photo?
You got to post it.
Oh yeah, I would post it.
You would post it.
I would post it. Absolutely.
Then why'd you ask for clarification?
Well, I mean, I think some people
Either way, my answer is
some
yes.
people wouldn't even give.
Either way, my answer.
I guess there would be some people who wouldn't even give the gratification of asking for a photo.
I was just fascinated to see how many people in this moment like pause and be like, oh, well, it is a death. So like you have that slight sympathy. You, of course, are going to have people who believe that he was innocent anyway. But weighing the sympathy and the moment of death versus what he, I think, did.
It's a very.
In your moment reaction, like I was fascinated to see everyone's in the moment reaction, but then I got Kevin's pretty fast.
I absolutely
question.
I absolutely think he did it. and I have utmost respect for the justice system, and I absolutely
You do have the utmost respect.
Yes, and I will absolutely treat him as if he didn't.
Did not.
Yes, I think he did it. I think there's no doubt he did it, but the justice system said he didn't, and that's all I will go by. So I will treat him. I've always tried to treat him as a normal member of society.
Wow. Kevin, what do you think about that?
I think that's important. I really do think that is important. Now, the civil part of it is different.
What I was going to say, does that leave out the other part where he held somebody hostage? And does that hold out the other part where, as Corey's about to say, he was found guilty in the civil lawsuit and did everything he could to try to circumvent paying that family any money? So does that include any of that? Because I hear what you're saying about the criminal case, and I'm fine with that.
Well, you're going to love this then. This is my other great take I've ever had. As the defensive attorney in me, I don't think there's any way. Again, I think he obviously did the second thing. There's no way he got a fair trial because there's not a single person in the world who didn't know who O.J. Simpson was and didn't have an opinion on the previous case.
Well, can I apply that to the first one? First off, all the OJ.
You absolutely can. You absolutely can.
I mean, you've heard that from the jurors, for the record. They have said, like, how they were influenced by things.
Yeah.
He also wrote a book called "If I Did It,"
right?
And put it out.
Yeah,
so
it's wild. It's like I know what really happened.
Didn't.
I know what really happened, but I also could see, like, all right, there's the second time. There's not a single juror that wasn't tainted, and that's
I can see that.
The moment that happens, it's like, okay, this is not a fair trial in itself.
I guess I didn't realize that this cancer, when we heard about this a while back, was like this aggressive.
I didn't either. I was prostate cancer, right? I didn't realize it was that aggressive either.
Man, that's
I don't know.
That
I don't know
one-
what it was.
What's the other one? The one that's real? It's like in the gut area.
Colon?
Pancreas.
No, pancreatic. That one and prostate are like. Oh.
Mikey, you have any thoughts?
Nope.
O.J. Simpson passing away at the age of 76.
How about no, I'm good. How about that Cody Bradford, Mike? He's great, right?
He's off to an awesome start, and hopefully he can keep it up. Last night, this is reminding me a little bit of, it's very different because he's young in his career, but it's reminding me of Martin Perez in 2022.
Oh, man.
Like, it kind of like, wait, Martin Perez is this good? And is like, is he really this good? And he was for all of 2022. Obviously, last year he wasn't as good as he was the year before when he was an all-star. Bradford's a young guy. Maybe he is this good. Maybe his command, we've seen this before from like a Scott Feldman, if you remember 2009, where it was just out of nowhere. And I think he went 17-7 that year. So this can happen where there's not the expectation of this person being high up in your rotation, winning the majority of his games, giving you quality start after quality start. But maybe Cody Bradford can keep doing this.
I was told he went 7 2/3, but it was just
no. That is wrong.
That's where you should get your information from the station. It's really nice to see he's young still. I mean, 26 it seems old, but when he's in the system, he's still young and has lots of places to develop. What happened last year, Mike, was at least Bochy told us he earned the opportunity to start. He was like a bridge character a lot of the season for, we got an injury here, or we have this extended time, so we're going to need to kind of fill it somehow, so let's just use Cody Bradford. But it wasn't hey, let's just put him up there because we got to see something out of him. And now he's like, you know what, I'm going to work on it during the offseason, and he's answering the call against two teams. These first two starts have been great, man.
Corey, what's coming? Oh, sorry, Mike.
No, what's coming up on the show, Corey?
We do have Craig Gentry joining us at 11:30 today. Former Rangers center fielder will be on with us today. And we have a new segment, or maybe an old segment. It's called Corey's Cool With It, that we will be doing at 11 or 12:20-ish today as we rock into the Rangers game.
Is OJ going to be in it?
Well, I feel like I have to now.
He ain't going to talk in it.
Dang, Mike.
He's dead.
Yes, he is.
Breaking news.
Yes.
O.J. Simpson's dead.
That is I still think that is breaking news. Yes.
Hey, how are the
stating the
Tolos
facts.
reacting and texting?
682 says they don't care. 214 and 817 says zero sympathy for OJ.
Yeah, that's where I'm ending up.
Is he the first? Is he the first athlete case, or maybe even popular case of guilty despite court?
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to ask a random question. It's going to sound bad, but I'll ask. Is there any other Hall of Famer that was accused of murdering somebody?
Ooh, I think there actually
I
was.
think there was. I can't remember who it was, but I think there was.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure. There's not many Hall of Famers in the world of sports, but I don't know. I mean, off the top of my head, at least in my lifetime, I can't remember of somebody else that's one of the greatest of their sport, then possibly killing their ex-spouse.
And Kevin, before the civil case was concluded and before he robbed people, there was just that. And he was still, most of the country was like, yeah, still guilty, though. Public opinion was, doesn't matter, any of that stuff. Based on what happened in that in that court hearing.
We're just talking accused, right?
Yeah.
I guess
Ray Lewis.
Interesting.
Ray Lewis was accused of it.
I guess
Ray
he
Lewis
didn't
accused of murder?
He didn't stand
He was
trial.
accused of it. He didn't stand trial. He was accused of it.
Yeah, he didn't
but he was
stand
accused
trial
of
for
it.
Yeah. Did they keep OJ in the Pro Football Hall of Fame? Like, they're not going to take
As far as I know,
He's still in the Heisman, right? Like, he's still in that.
Yeah.
In that.
Which is really weird because they're like, well, that didn't violate our NCAA
Reggie
rules.
Bush.
But what Reggie Bush did, too far.
Well, Reggie was in the NCAA when he took the
That
money
is
for a house.
okay, interesting
OJ
point.
was
That's
long out of USC
that's a fair
when-
point. That's a fair point.
Well, in 1994, he did his thing or whatever.
The rest of my day is set.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Rangers.
Watching nonstop OJ coverage?
Nonstop. Until I guess the Rangers come on. But, yeah, I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, be sure to watch it because there's people that are covering sports that don't.
What do you mean?
Do you need a ticket to get into today's game?
The
Well,
baseball
I mean,
game
I would
out here?
think you do. It's generally
okay.
how it works.
Sorry, I didn't know if those two things were related.
Why would they not be related?
Sometimes people don't have a ticket and they don't pay attention to things.
Sean, you're shocked right now? Do you know what we're doing?
Well, I'm waiting for you to finish a sentence versus just say one word or two.
Do you know what we are doing?
Yeah, we're doing crosstalk.
Heck yeah.
Out here at the
And you're
ballpark
doing
at
it
the Globe
tomorrow.
Life Field.
It'll be smoother run tomorrow.
Yes, very smooth.
The
very smooth.
KFC
What do you want to talk about tomorrow, Sean?
OJ reaction.
He's
Still?
dead.
Yeah, he's still dead. He will be dead.
Yeah, he is.
Goodbye,
He's
Twitter
not going to
world.
do anything tomorrow or today. He is dead.
George Shirley.
What we say now? Hey, Afterlife World.
Goodbye, Twitter world.
Goodbye, Twitter World.
How is that not bad?
Rangers baseball's up next, along with the KFC masterpiece, leading you up there on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's number one. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field in Arlington, and they have just dropped off some of the red Peagle rally towels for today's game. The Rangers and the A's, 1:35 gets going, 1 o'clock pregame right here on The Fan.
Can I tell you something that happened yesterday when I was driving to the park? There was a lot more traffic around the stadium yesterday around 4:45. And I wasn't here late, but I was supposed to get here at 4:30, so I was a little bit late. And there were already, and I'm not making this number up because Carter can confirm this, he showed up here 15 minutes after the gates opened at 5 o'clock. There were 20,000 people outside
to get the replica
stadium
trophy, right?
At 4:45, 15 minutes before this building opened, there were already 20,000 people. So you had to, once they opened the gates,
that's crazy.
If you weren't already in line, and the lines were around the building because it was half full by 5:30, this building was already half full, an hour and 15 minutes or an hour 10. Sorry, an hour 40 before game time. It was, I've never seen it like that before. For giveaways,
I should have said amazing, not crazy. Like, I don't think it's crazy to do that. That's just that's amazing, and congrats to everyone who got one.
I mean, you had to work your butt off. I mean, you just had to really leave work early or not be a worker. Maybe you're an independent worker.
Or maybe you're working.
Maybe that's your day off.
Yeah, you maybe you work from home, and that's like how you work.
But you literally had to be in line before the gates opened to get the 10,000 people. There are people that got here before the gates opened that didn't get one.
Wow, that is yeah, man. That's.
Should you give them out
every day?
game?
Yeah, every fan should get one.
Just if they said they were giving 10,000 more out today, would 10,000 people buy a ticket right now
absolutely.
and then show up here at 11 a.m.?
Yes, guaranteed. Because people, that's something that we talked about the Corey Seager bat yesterday, Mike. That's a one-of-one thing, but this is something that you, as a Rangers fan, this is the first one. This is the one that you get. It's only a one-of-one for Rangers fans right now. So having that as your thing, man.
For a Wednesday against the Oakland Athletics, this was
smartly planned.
3/4 full. I just didn't expect, especially the game before, the Tuesday night against Oakland. It was a little bit more than half full, but it's Oakland. It's a school week. And then here it was yesterday, and I don't know what the crowd's going to be like today. It's a tough one. Thursday during a work day in the middle of the day might be a tough crowd, but, man, there are a lot of people here last night.
Let me ask you a question. From the 214, I missed out on it. Does it bother you, the people that missed out on it, for the people who just showed up to resell it? Like, that's just the way capitalism works.
Yeah, but they're selling for, if you want one, I hate telling you this, but if you want one, they're approximately $100 right now on eBay.
Holy moly.
I mean, you're going to have to pay. If you want one bad enough, though, I would say that $100 is worth it if you want it bad enough.
From the 214, I got my trophies on eBay selling for more than $140 right now.
So,
and there's multiple people who are like, from the 817, I desperately wanted that mini trophy, didn't get one. You should see from the 940 how much people are selling them for on Facebook Marketplace. And that's just the way capitalism works, and I understand that, but I am bummed for the people who are like, I love the Rangers, I'm a diehard, I just really, really wanted that mini championship trophy.
And there's people that do this, and you can't fault them for this. What they do is they buy 4 tickets in the upper deck.
Yeah.
They get in line at 4 p.m., an hour before the game. They're like, I have 4 tickets. It doesn't mean I have to have 4 people. I'm checking in with my 4 tickets. You give them 4 bobbleheads. And I do think 95% of the people that bought a ticket yesterday stayed.
Sure.
But there are a few people, I've seen it before, that do this because they know there's a profit margin here. Let's just say your ticket was $20.
Right.
You know you can sell it for $100 easy on eBay.
Right.
You buy 4 tickets at $80. You sell these at $400. You've made $320 approximately. Obviously, I'm not including the huge taxes and fees that eBay throws on everything.
Right.
But yeah, I think most people stayed. A lot of people, though, I asked on the Evan Carter bobblehead day, there was a line to still get in. Those did not go as fast. There was 15,000 instead of 10. You probably could have been in line at, let's say the gates open at 5. You could have been here and gotten in line, and if you got here by 5:30, I think you would have got one of those. Like, that was probably the latest you could have got Evan Carter, but people would get it, and then they're in line to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I was like, where are you guys going? Is there like an Evan Carter autograph session that I don't know about? But they were having to leave they recheck you out, and then they check you in. And when they check you back in, obviously it says your ticket has already been scanned. You don't get another bobblehead.
From the 817, I got my mini trophy last night and had Chuck Morgan sign the box.
Oh, that's cool.
That's I wonder if Chuck Morgan's been a very busy man, I bet, because he's got that window and the door and everything.
I signed 3 boxes.
You did?
I thought it was not smart of those people, and I told them, I was like, I didn't do anything. I don't announce the games like Chuck Morgan, and I'm not Corey Seager or Marcus Semien, but they wanted me to sign it, and I did.
That's got to mean something to you, though, right?
And once again, I think because I talked yesterday, it was really cool because I said yesterday about the Tolos.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'm trying not to make up this number. I don't want to exaggerate, and I was trying to be like really approximate with about 250 people. Yell Tolo, say what's up, this and that. So I think because we had a lot of listeners yesterday listening to us that then came here, I thought even more said what's up because they had heard me talk about it, and it was really cool. Yesterday, Joe Trahan with the Dallas Cowboys was here. He's a professor at UNT, or at least he teaches a session or a class. I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong, Joe, but he was here
PR class,
with students. And I'm forgetting to give a shout out, but there was a huge Tolo in that class. He went to Bishop Lynch. He's in his 3rd year at UNT. Cool. He's hoping one day to become a broadcaster. And was asking me a lot of questions. Awesome kid. I'm sorry I'm forgetting your name, brother, but I had a lot of people who said hi. And then there's a Tolo who gave me 6 big chocolate bars that I've delivered 2 of them to you.
Yes.
I obviously can't see the other guys today, but it's on the back, her name, to just give a shout out to our Tolo.
It's from Anita. Anita sent these in to us, and I really appreciate that. That is awesome. I have a suggestion to us. Because
tell me about
this is a significant thing, and people love shout-outs, Kevin. Even people try to get shout-outs on Thursdays and Wednesdays and Tuesdays and even Mondays, whenever it's really just shout-out Friday. We need to have a way for Tolos to print Tolo cards with their names on them, okay?
Oh, that's a great idea.
They can carry them out here to games and give that card to Mike so he can have his stack and go,
that would be cool.
John yesterday showed up. Tito yesterday showed up. Jerry showed, and he has cards. Everybody has their own little Tolo cards.
You're saying Jerry Jones would hand me a card saying
there are lots of dudes named Jerry, Mike. Lots of people named Jerry, but Jerry is a Tolo. that is for sure.
Common name, I feel like.
Yeah,
Mike.
no, yeah.
Is it not?
Tom and Jerry. It was a cartoon show.
Yeah.
Remember that? Jerry Seinfeld.
Wasn't that one called Jerry Fired Tom?
No, that's a different one. He did fire Tom. Wow, I didn't even think about that.
I did not either.
But that way, people can have little cards to give to Mike, so he can remember their names. So he could be like, I got their names. Here's the stack after last night's game. I'm saying shout outs to everybody that came up to say hi. Would you remember the cards?
It would help me out. I'd put them in my computer bag, so then I would have that because there's a lot of people. It's really cool. A young kid came up. He's like, look. And he had a picture of me at the Dallas Card Show with him. He's like, are you going the next one? How's your Evan Carter collection going? And I'm like, well, his cards are going down, so it's easier to get right now. But, it's actually happening. Kevin, what you said to start the year is, do you hope in a way that Evan Carter gets off to a slow start so his cards go down so they're easier to get? And that is happening. Why did you put that on him?
Nah. I didn't say I hope it happens. I said, do you hope for financial reasons so you can swoop in? Because at the time, you said, I'll buy all the cards and prove those people wrong in the long run.
And now I'm questioning myself.
For not buying them?
There's a card that might be like $200 today that it goes off on eBay that was more like $300 right before the season started. Should I invest another $200 in Evan Carter?
Corey,
are you telling me he's going to be under 200 this year?
Corey, I want to ask if I can do a little Forgiveness Friday early. I want to ask for forgiveness. I thought Mike was a big Evan Carter fan, but hearing this, it sounds like he's like a wishy-washy Evan Carter fan if he's not buying
We'll call it
card.
Tell It To Me Thursday.
Here's
How
the
about
card.
that? Yeah, Tell It To Me
Look,
Thursday.
It says increase max bid because I'm winning it. I shouldn't even say this because now somebody's going to outbid me.
This was a poor strategy to give that out over the air, especially when you just said how popular the show is and the station is. It was a poor strategy.
We are so popular.
We are.
It's like it's too much. I would like to become less popular.
Okay.
Disagree.
So I will. So here's something I was thinking about this morning because I have been when we go out to dinner as families. There's always
you can't even eat dinner
there
anymore.
There is one person, at least one person, every time I go out And I love it. No, I love it because that's what we got into. We discussed Michael Jordan, right? Like he can't. His life is different.
Yes.
He can't
You're not
go.
Michael Jordan.
I think we're there.
I disagree.
But this dude, like, he can't go anywhere, and that's why he's rude to people. He's like, I can be rude. I have everything in the world. I can be rude.
We
got to
be Dirks.
We're nice.
Dirk can't go anywhere. He's a 7-foot dude. First of all, he can't just put on a hat and a beard and be like, nobody knows who I am. You're Dirk. You're a 7-foot German guy walking around. Nobody looks like you.
But
right?
I would say this. Here's my request is because there are a lot of people that Kevin will say, hey, I saw you at, let's say, some restaurant.
Right.
Was this you? I took a picture of you from afar, but I didn't want to say hi.
Just say hello in the moment. It's way better than the alternative.
It makes us look awesome to our kids and our wives. Our wives are, she acts like she doesn't like it. You know, she's like, oh, I can't take you anywhere. But we look awesome to them. They're
Do you
like,
think
oh my
women
gosh.
like famous guys?
Oh my gosh. Power, fame, money, those are the big three, right?
That's what they're looking for.
And I'm just big me.
I'm sure there are
somebody.
Kevin, plenty of people who love famous
Kevin,
people.
you have it. Is it your first time out to the ballpark this year?
No, second.
Second. You're going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, man. We're
it's
world
just going to be like, I
champs.
can't do this anymore. We're going to need security.
No, I don't think
we got our security
any of
eating
that.
a yogurt right now.
I'm not going to ask for security.
If you had a security detail, all right?
Ruben eating a yogurt.
Yeah, well, and he has some sort of nut dipping that he put into it too. That was weird. But he
give it crunch.
Yeah, it's right there. Kevin, if you had a security detail,
Mm-hmm.
would you want like multiple former military vets that are as your detail? Would you want one just gigantic Bruno type guy who's just walking around with his glasses and his briefcase, or do you want like a little dude that knows like all the judo and everything? What do you want?
See, I
'Cause
would
watched
want-
Peacemaker and I saw Judo Master. And I was like, that dude's
I don't
awesome.
need a super. Well, hold on. I don't want this to get marked. He can be. I don't really know of a good way to say this. He can be a big fella. I want him dressed in a suit, perhaps with sunglasses, and people are like, I don't know, man. That dude looks like if something goes down, he's going to kill us all. And so he doesn't need to be super jacked,
Right.
just like big enough and in his power suit, all black, that you're like,
I want the opposite. I want Mark Henry, but I want him in his wrestling gear. And so everybody knows he's ready to go. Like a suit guy, you're like, he's in a suit. He's going to be a little bit, strained. By the way, speaking of juice, I talked to the juice makers here.
I really thought that was going to be an OJ transition.
No, he's dead. The small batch tequila that's behind us, that's in the blue and red juice, I confirm this. We've talked about this before. If you're a Tolo, you know what we're talking about. We're in center field today. We're on the AstroTurf. Not in center field.
Yes,
Up, like
behind.
2 levels up. Because there's turf on the field and turf where we're at.
Right.
The juice makers of the tequila slushies did tell me I was right. It's an hour and a half. Give or take like 5 to 10 minutes. It's an hour and a half. Right now, the juice is just juice. But it's going to be slush here pretty soon. When you get to the ballpark, it's going to be slushy time.
From the 214, I saw Mike at Whataburger by 75 in Haskell. He was surrounded by multiple people. So there you go. He was.
That's where I met. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name, but he was like,
That's why you
"You're
need
my
the
guy."
Polo cards.
Yeah, it was awesome. He was very nice. He's like, you're famous. I was like, I know.
Oh my God.
It's overwhelming.
Look, I wanna
at this
take-
point, if me and Corey Seager were in a line at Whataburger,
They'd know
I
you
don't know.
first. Yeah, they'd
That
I
is
don't
a
know.
stupid thing that
I
you're saying
really
right
don't
now.
know.
Especially if they
Are
heard
you
you
saying that Corey
talking.
Seager wouldn't be in a Whataburger? or
No,
I
I'm
wouldn't
saying
be in a
Corey Seager would be
Whataburger, 'cause I'm
way more popular than you at the Whataburger.
at this point, let's find out.
Well, I want to take a different tactic. Thank you guys for making us so popular. I apologize for those who think it's too much of a burden. I love it. Thank you guys very, very much.
We're just learning how to live with it, is what Mike's saying.
Okay,
Like that's
well,
we're learning.
You
how
guys
to
make
live
our
with
life and career much easier.
God, I'm more famous now than I ever was throwing a baseball.
That I believe. Unless people call you the C word, probably.
Oh yeah, they did. They like calling you an F and C in New York. No matter if you're, I'm not even pitching today,
it.
man.
Doesn't matter who it is, man. Doesn't matter who it is. They're just you're wearing the wrong jersey today, buddy.
Can we throw it to cut?
I'm wearing the home team jersey, and they're calling me that.
All right. Well, I'm going to give up on that part. I'm going to throw out.
What cut do you want?
Nope. I'm going to go with.
We can finish this with just more of this kind of banter. I think the Tolos are loving it right now.
I'm going to go with 2 other things instead. Do you want to go with Jackson Holiday or Max Scherzer?
Max Scherzer plays for the world champion Rangers. Jackson Holiday's an 0 for 4.
Okay. That's a great point. Max Scherzer has it sounds like he's trying to move the timeline up again. Because
I like what you're saying here, because the other station they're like, I think All-Star break. And I'm like, have you guys not listened to anything from like February 15th to March 30th?
Well, here, hey, ticket folks, take a listen and this can help you out. This is from Max Scherzer. I'm sorry, was I not supposed to say that? What is that, the third time this morning I've done something like that? This is from Max Scherzer directly. I really feel like I'm kind of turning the corner in terms of rehab. I'm recovering from bullpens, feeling normal, looking to get into live batting practice next week, and then going from there. Should be on a rehab assignment pretty soon. So again, you're moving up the timeline, and I really dig that.
He is a super competitor, and Mike, I think the most important part about that is he said this is from Max Scherzer directly. So Kevin's so famous now that Max just texts him back and forth.
I'm sorry. It was either Sean McFarland or Evan Grant with the Dallas Morning News who got that.
The guy who makes the characters.
That is Todd McFarland.
I do like this from where did it go? Oh, from the 806. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift send out Mike to distract the media from them. So that's how famous Mike is.
At this point,
stop it.
I don't even know.
I know.
Sabathia was at the Super Bowl right behind Taylor Swift. They might be like, we got to put you in another area.
So the camera zooms in on her, and they're like, hold on, wait a second, it's Mike Parsons. And then they kick the camera over to the right.
I'm going to confuse people.
Kevin, to get back on that, the Max Scherzer topic, that's great news. It's great to hear. I want him to be pitching as soon as possible, but I don't. It is much like we need him when it matters most.
Yeah.
And right now, do you feel like this group can carry it, or like Heaney? I have a lot of questions about. So I need another starter.
I hear what you're saying. I just think Max Scherzer might be the number one individual that it's impossible to slow down. Like, you might be like, hey, take your time, and he's like, F that. I need to go out to pitch.
There is a difference between him and Jacob deGrom. Max Scherzer has 1 year left on this contract. Jacob deGrom has 4 years left.
Yeah.
So in a way, I hate saying this, but this is the reality of it. The Rangers aren't going to be as protective of Max Scherzer going, look, he's 39 years old. He's on a 1 year deal. If he's ready, if we're seeing the signs that he's ready, let's go with it. We have approximately, when Max Scherzer is ready, 4.5 months of baseball left with Max Scherzer. I hope he signs a 1 or 2 year deal with the Rangers after this year's over, that he did great. The Rangers want him back, and we get to see Max Scherzer have another 1 or 2 years with the Texas Rangers. But I do think that they're going to they'll let Max Scherzer be more aggressive, if that makes sense.
Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you real quick, Corey, and Mike, how impressed are you by this? This tweet was sent out by Buster Olney on November 14th, 2013. Matt Holliday's son, future All-Star. Now that he's in Major League Baseball.
Which one, though?
He was referencing Jackson, and he followed up and said, no, I've seen it, because people are like, isn't that a little too early? He goes, no, I've seen him hit. I believe it. Are you impressed by that?
That is
or do you think
impressive.
by saying Matt Holliday's son, he gave himself a little grace?
Brad Townsend, Kevin, said the Mavericks would probably finish sixth in the playoff or the standings this year.
And now we're no worse than fifth?
Yeah, no worse than fifth.
Good job, Brad.
Did Brad Townsend mess it all up? Or
and we know we're playing the Clippers,
He said it in
too.
October.
It's official.
That was before the trade. So
that's impressive.
That was
man.
impressive for him to say that even before the trade.
Agreed.
So I like predictors, Kevin. I do like people who
I'm
predict
excited
things.
about what's coming up next, Kevin.
Well,
Tease me.
What's coming up next, Mike? I wish you wouldn't say it like that. Let's talk Mavs, Heat, and which April version of PJ Washington is Dallas going to get in the playoffs. We'll talk about it next, live from Globe Life Field on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Irving with 3 seconds. Shake and bake behind the back, drives inside, falling away at the buzzer. Kyrie Irving nails it. Such a difficult shot made look easy, and Dallas has a 9-point lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field in Arlington, home of the defending world champion Texas Rangers. They'll get going against Oakland about 1:35, pregame at 1 o'clock right here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Now, I loved one of the descriptors right there. He makes difficult shots look so easy. I know we got some stuff we want to talk about with PJ Washington, but I want to focus in on this game first because, Corey, you had a great way of putting it before our show started. It felt like the Mavericks were up to the task of whatever variety of basketball or pace that you wanted to go.
Yeah, they are what I used to, and this is kind of what I was saying yesterday about the Stars too. They have all the tools in the box. They are right now in their bag. They know exactly what they are. They can match up with you. I thought the Spurs were phenomenal at playing your game. If you decided you wanted to run the court against them back in the day, they'd say, that's fine, we can do that too. And then they would be like, all right, we'll slow it down on you, and we're going to play our game against you, and we're going to beat you at that. The Mavericks went into Miami, which is known as a defensive, physical team. And they said, we're going to be more defensive and more physical than you guys. We're going to match it and be better at it than you guys. If you guys want to shoot threes against us, good luck. Everything that the Mavs did last night was not only were they up to the task, Kevin, but they looked like they wanted to make a statement to everybody that it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what type of game you play. We play your game and we play it better. And adding P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford is a huge factor in this because of the size of this team now. I mean, even whenever you have P.J. Washington, Exum, Gafford, and Luka out on the court, and let's say Kyrie's out there. Yeah. He's still a wizard with the ball. But your size defensively, Jones out there, those guys can rotate and do so many different things. Their defensive, not just the effort, but their defensive acumen now has raised so far. And I know a lot of people won't give Luka credit for his defensive efforts. He's not just out. When I'm watching him now, he's not just out there trying. He's playing defense along with a group of guys that are all committed to playing defense.
By the way, last 3 games, y'all, Daniel Gafford, 21 shots, 21 makes. He's shooting 78% with the Mavericks. I don't care where you're shooting from. In a live game, that's pretty dang impressive.
I did have this game on upstairs while I was watching this Ranger game here live. And so I wasn't watching it where I'm watching every play like I usually do if I'm at home. But they have given me such confidence. And here's what I'm scared of, guys, before watching Denver last night, is I'm like, I don't think anybody's better than them. Where are you guys at? Before we get into P.J. Washington, I don't know, maybe we need to get into just P.J. Washington, but I'm watching them play, and I'm like, this is Miami. They're fighting for something. They're trying their best, and Miami, in a way, can't even compete with us.
Not even close. I'm having this hard time. I'm having a very difficult time believing it right now because I know what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is great, but is there a difference between right now in the season and the playoffs?
I don't think so. Sorry if you had more. I don't think so because of the size. Like, your size will translate way better to the playoffs than whatever finesse, jump shooting, whatever you're trying to do. Your size is going to translate. And so thank you very much for having snacks dropped off for us.
Awesome. Yes. Is this lemon?
Wow.
Is this lemon? Oh my gosh, she just nailed it. This is going to be
What'd
the
she
one.
Say?
Lemon coconut.
Oh, delightful. Thank you very much.
Now.
Go ahead. Give us your reaction to that. But I think the size translates so much better in the playoffs than past Mavericks teams that obviously haven't been able to put this up.
The thing is this team can play any way you want to play. And that is so important in the NBA playoffs. It's tough for me to think of, and maybe more NBA experts would say, oh, no, this team could only play one style and they won the championship. They can play up-tempo with a team and beat them that way. They can now play a slow game, a defensive, slow, walk-it-up-the-court game and win that game. That's honestly
Those
Luka's
Tim Duncan
style.
Spurs were
right.
that.
And so I'm to the point where I'm like, I get it. Boston's awesome. Watching Denver last night, they scare the living crap out of me, and they got the 1 seed for now. So if you were to beat the Clippers, which I do think the Mavs would, you'd match up with Denver in the second round, and they look pretty unbeatable, to be honest, watching them last night against Minnesota. But I think the Mavericks have a chance. I think they're the only team. I think Denver and the Mavericks are the 2 best teams. Now, that being said, Corey, it didn't matter. I watched this morning Kendrick Perkins, Richard Jefferson, Shannon Sharp.
What about the Lakers? What are they doing?
Right, and they do not see the Mavericks as a true contender. They see them as a good team, a team that's really improving. They're giving them some praise. At the same time, they do not want to go to, probably because they're the 5 seed and just won their 50th game, which was a major accomplishment from being 34-29.
Yes.
But they don't want to put them into the contender status.
Okay, and maybe for the same reason that I'm kind of nervous is the pro guys know throughout a season what it takes. Goes back to years ago, Jesse Holley was like, of course Todd Gurley's doing this right now. He's had 6 weeks off. Everybody else is tired, and he's coming into this fresh, so he's popping off this injury like he's the man right now. Of course that's going to happen. Wait till he gets a little tired. And that's where I'm kind of like waiting right here. Are the Mavs trying harder than everybody else right now? Last night, the Heat were trying hard. And so I wonder if that has something to do with it, if the Richard Jeffersons and the Perkins are not just jealous of what the Mavs are doing, but if they're looking at it going, look, right now in the season, a lot of people feel like they're settled into the playoffs and they're not going out and giving max effort like the Mavericks who are out there. I'm concerned. We've talked about teams doing this, being at a peak and having nowhere else to go from here. But, Kevin, the one thing I'm watching, I want to argue against myself real quick here. The one thing I'm seeing is with Luka and only Luka and a bunch of guys standing on the perimeter, there was this, you've run out of plays, guys. Y'all have run out of stuff to do. Now it's Yu Darvish with 80 pitches and an ephus.
And you have another pitcher essentially out there that can also do those plays.
Yeah, exactly. And so when it comes to Luka knows where his bread and butter is. He knows he can get his shots whenever he wants to. He knows he can set up guys. But then whenever they say, we got that covered, we've run out of plays, oh, guys, don't forget, I got Daniel Gafford here in the middle, or P.J. Washington cutting to the basket, or Exum's wide open and he's going to deliver. So there's just so much more the Mavs can do as a team now.
So a couple of things there. I'm not disputing Richard Jefferson or Kendrick Perkins' basketball knowledge at all, but they also work in a medium where you know what sells. And the Lakers, the Warriors, they
Cowboys.
sell better. Yes, well, for sure. But if just in basketball, they sell more than Denver or Dallas or Minnesota, OKC or whatever. So I think that's part of it. And then when you talk about the Mavericks playing harder than anybody else, maybe the Clippers, we might need to have that conversation. As you saw last night, they were like, we don't care, because they sat everybody.
Right.
But Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Denver, they're all trying to get that top spot. Like, if you watch that Denver-Minnesota game last night, Anthony Edwards and Jokic in the third quarter were like, the hell I am going to lose this game. And then the other one's like, oh, we'll see about that. So I think you're getting max effort probably from 4 of the 5. The Clippers, that's a different deal. And so I understand any concerns there, but I like the Mavs shots against the Clippers. I did not like Denver winning that game last night.
No, because that puts them on your side of the bracket. And watching them last night with a healthy Jamal Murray, they're the best. I don't think they're way better than the Mavericks anymore, but I still think they're better. Michael Porter Jr., when healthy, is a dangerous threat at his size.
Agreed.
He's an unstoppable jump shot. There's nothing you can do because he's almost 7 feet tall, shooting like a real jump shot. He's in a way somewhat. He's not nearly this good, but he's like when Kevin Durant was in his prime and raised up to shoot a shot, there's nothing you could do. Like, they're way taller than the person. You can't put a tall guy on them or they'll drive right by you. So they are very dangerous. That's the only team right now that I feel like can beat the Mavs, at least in the Western Conference. I think Boston's a great team, and I think they're going to have an easy road to the NBA Finals. So I think Boston's going to easily make the NBA Finals, but I think the 3 best teams in the NBA, in whatever order you want to put them, is Denver, Boston, Dallas.
And that actually is my specific order. That is why we brought up P.J. Washington, all right? Because you said something the other day, and in between, in the Charlotte game, not good. But here's his breakdown for the month, and that's why we focus on the month of April. P.J. Washington, 16 points a game, 7 rebounds a game, shooting 38% from 3 and 46% from the field. Keep in mind, those numbers include him going 0 for 6 the other night against Charlotte. Which April PJ Washington are you going to get? Is it going to be a mix of you're going to get a couple of Charlotte games in there, but then you're going to get the rest of what you've seen? But if this is the PJ Washington you see in the playoffs, where he's shooting 38% from 3, where he's shooting 46% from the field while giving you 16 points and cleaning up the glass, how much better does that make you feel about the Mavericks? Because that feels like a huge deal.
Disagree with me if you want to here.
I am.
If I'm getting that version plus the connector that he is when it comes to moving the ball around the court, because he's doing a great job at that too. Last night specifically, the Heat went to the zone on the defensive side, and they said, and what do you say about the zone?
Zones for cowards.
So when they did that, the Mavs said, that's fine. We're just going to put P.J. Washington in the middle, and he gets to decide where the ball goes from there.
Yeah.
If he wants to go to the basket with it, that's fine. If he wants to distribute, he can do that, and he can do it.
He gets a lot of hockey assists, where it's not the last pass, but it's the pass before the last pass.
Yes, exactly, or the pass before the pass before the pass.
Yeah.
He is that guy for the Mavericks because he can do those things. And the defensive part of it, he's kind of a Swiss Army knife, as we discussed a little bit yesterday. I don't necessarily need him to score 16.
Sure.
But I'd love it. But I think because of those things that he can do that are ancillary to getting the ball in the right hands, that's just the version I'll take no matter what. If I'm getting the defense and the connector part of it, I'm very happy with this guy.
If he's consistent, if you got like 16 and 7 every game, no more, no less, you beat the Clippers in 5, maybe 6 games.
Very easy, yes.
If he is who he's been his whole career, and even with the Mavericks, where you get a 30-point game, you're going to probably easily win that game. And then the next game you get 1 for 8 for 2 points and 0 for 2 from the free throw line, you could be in trouble. But that's who he is. He's going to give you great effort defensively. He's going to give you effort on the rebounds, which is going to contribute to a team. I hope that he's that consistent, somewhere 12 to 18. Somewhere in that range every game. And you should win most of your playoff games if he's that guy.
Especially if it's 40% from 3. Like if it's 40% from 3 to hit that number.
If he's 2 of 5 from kind of the corners is where he gets most of his looks. If he's 2 of 5, which isn't, in a weird way, you think of that and you're like, that's not asking a lot, but that is a great percentage.
Yeah.
And he's going to get open looks. They're going to leave him to stop Kyrie, to stop Luka, to stop Gafford from diving to the basket for easy dunks. So he's going to get looks in the playoffs that if he's making them, the other team's going to go, and they should. You just tip your cap and go, we lose.
Yeah.
If you walk Corey Seager today to pitch to Wyatt Langford, if he's in the lineup, I haven't seen the lineup today, and Wyatt Langford hits a homer, you tip your cap and go, we're passing on the best hitter in the American League to face the rookie, and if the rookie beats us, he beats us. And that's going to be the Mavericks' playoff successes. I think Luka's going to get his, Kyrie's going to get his, as long as they're both healthy, and it'll be up to Exum, Gafford, Derek Jones Jr. at times. And obviously P.J. Washington will probably be the most out of the main role players, that if he's giving you really good games, the other team's going to say, we lose. There's nothing we can do.
The distribution last night, that's what I want in playoffs, man.
Okay.
When you get, it was 3 dudes had 12, and then, Kyrie and Luka had their 20+. Like, that's perfect for me because that means that was a team-oriented game. Ball has energy. Reggie talks about that all the time. Guy gets the ball, and he feels like he's part of the game, and that's what's happening with this team. They feel like they're doing something special.
We'll go over it more tomorrow, but the Mavericks are locked in to play the Clippers in the playoffs again, with it being overwhelmingly likely that the Clippers will have home court, though it is still possible.
It'd have to be a win-out, lose-out situation.
Correct.
Are we opening the roof today?
No.
Sorry,
Maybe.
buddy.
I don't know. Check it out.
With a KNC masterpiece.
I never open the roof.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live out at Globe Life Field. Coming up next, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bastick.
Your 1 and 2s are doing awesome. Can your 3 figure it out today? Next.
Coming up in the next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live out at Globe Life Field leading into Rangers A's. If you want to come see us. Yes, that is true. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Yesterday, Cody Bradford was phenomenal, and he has had 3 great starts. He's the only pitcher in Major League Baseball to win his first 3 games this year. Now, everybody hasn't gone through the rotation.
Wow.
Tyler Glass now is 3-0, but he has 4 starts because he got the extra start in Korea. So for your first 3 starts of the year, so far nobody has gone 3-0 except for Cody Bradford. Now, more people get to start. Everybody hasn't had 3 starts. Today is John Gray's 3rd start. But he has been so good, and Nathan Eovaldi has been so good, and Dane Dunning has been good.
Yeah.
Right? How about this? It says here in notes for today's game, despite a myriad of injuries to their rotation, the Rangers have the 6th best starters ERA, a 3.24 in Major League Baseball after the first 2 weeks of the season.
Wow.
So when we think about this, we think about the greatness of Eovaldi, Bradford. Dunning has been really good to start the year. Obviously, he'll be making his 3rd start here pretty soon against the Houston Astros in Houston. Today is John Gray Day. And, man, do we need him to figure this out in Game 3, because Game 1 and Game 2 have not been at his best. Now, I will say there was an error in the inning that he gave up 3 runs. Also in that inning, this isn't an error, he gave up 3 walks. And, I talked about confidence with John Gray. The other thing, too, guys, that I want to mention is it doesn't look like he's having fun. Now, I get it. If you're losing, it's not fun. There's no way to have fun when you're not throwing the ball the way you want, when you're backing up bases, when you're walking guys. If somebody says, hey, have fun, I'll be like, all right, you have fun getting your brains beat in. Like, it's not fun. There's nothing fun about it. But I want John Gray. I talked about confidence last time with him, and it didn't look like he was having a lot of confidence. But also, in a way, I want him to enjoy this. I don't know, like, how much do you think – I'm going to be specific on John Gray. How much do you think John Gray is enjoying pitching?
From what I'm seeing on the mound, 1 out of 10. Like, his look on the mound, Kevin, is kind of nervous. He looks kind of nervous about his whole self.
Is it just because he's not succeeding, you think, or the fact that the velos drop just a little bit that you get nervous about those types of things?
I don't know. And the other thing, too, is like Eovaldi, you can see everything on Eovaldi, right? When he's out there pitching.
Especially with the new jerseys. I got what you're saying.
Yes. But when he's out there pitching, like, you can see the intensity. Bochy was talking about that yesterday. He's entertaining to watch because you can read everything that he's dealing with on the mound. And with John Gray, it's like, what is he thinking? Is he thinking about something else? There's sometimes I watching him, I'm like, is he thinking about is he thinking about cooking later, or what's going on there?
Well, it's going to be interesting because Michael Lorenzen, I don't know if he's going to make another rehab start because his last start last night did not go well.
Nope.
So he did not throw the ball where he wanted to. I think he might have walked 5 guys last night, if I'm remembering.
It was either 4 or 5, yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe you give him another start in AAA just to be like, look, you're not throwing the ball where we want. We're seeing John Gray isn't throwing the ball where he wants. Andrew Heaney isn't throwing the ball where he wants. It's interesting. You talked about velocity.
Yeah.
We're talking about guys getting hurt all the time now. And yet, after the game, Cody Bradford said, I executed the game plan. I threw the ball where I want. I moved the ball in and out. I changed speeds. I moved the ball up and down. You talk about Eovaldi. He's like, well, when I gave up the home run, I didn't hit my location on my split finger. So I know you have to have stuff in this game. You can't go out there. I'm going to be honest about myself. In today's game, I don't think I can go out there with the stuff that I had when I was a major league pitcher or a AAA pitcher and get guys out because my stuff isn't good enough in today's game. And all I can say is I can only train with what I trained with. In the 80s and 90s when I was a kid and then training and in the 2000s when I was a professional baseball player, I can only do what they're teaching me to do. It's like, well, you can, well, maybe I could have thrown harder if there was heavy ball works and the different, workouts that guys go through now in high school.
Or you
and
could have
stuff.
reinvented the wheel.
Right. But John Gray throws, I don't care that his speed's 94. We're seeing it. It's just location. His stuff is good enough. He was the 3rd overall pick. He's just not hitting locations. And Bradford's hitting locations.
And especially with that curve, man. I know we talked about it. He worked on it a lot in spring training. That curve ball is looking good.
Yeah, and I guess that's the part that kind of concerns me most is the story that Kevin brought up. And that's what he's thinking. In his mind, it's not, I need to hit this spot. I need to practice on my
hand bike. I need to
right. It was more of a physical thing
than it is
a
finding
execution.
And I don't know why you looked at it just as much as I did. The fastballs are all high. I did not see a lot of low fastballs.
You don't see edges either.
And that too. And so that's where I'm kind of concerned. Inside, outside, there's a lot more because that does set up with his slider. But, man, you got to be able to go in so many different areas to set pitches up. Mike knows that. I mean, we watched it happen against Houston, in the World Series. Those pitchers were in their places.
I don't have this stat, but I remember doing John Gray's first game this year on Sunday, Easter Sunday, and it said in his first 14 starts last year, 12 starts, he had an ERA under 3.
He was phenomenal to start the year.
I have this today just to give you an idea on where he's gone from about June 18th last year when he made kind of that start where it just didn't go well. Dating back to June 18th of last year, John Gray is 3-6 with a 5.74 ERA in his last 19 regular season starts. It does say he was excellent out of the bullpen last postseason. That is true. That's true that he was good out of the pen last year in the playoffs when they used him out there. But if you look at his last 19 starts, he's 3-6 with a 5.74. And this is a little bit concerning the next stat I'm going to give you with the packet today. Gray's stuff hasn't played well this season. He's struggling to get hitters to swing outside the zone.
Yeah.
Posting an 18.5 chase rate down from, if you had to guess, I won't give you this number, so it's
30.
down 32.1%.
Whoa,
you missed it by 0.1.
0.1.
But
Still
right
good.
now, one of the things, too, is when he does throw a ball and he wants them to swing at it, they're not swinging at it. So they're waiting for him to get into the middle of the zone. He's not hitting the edges. So his misses at times are either misses down the middle or such bad misses the hitter's taking.
Yeah.
So that has to change. And I really feel like, man, it needs to change today. You just don't want to keep this rut going because he's in a funk right now.
Because there's been a lot of discussion about the 6-person rotation once Lorenzen comes up. And if it's a not six-man rotation, the assumption for the longest time was you put Bradford in the bullpen. Now are you looking at a situation where you're like,
there's no
all
way.
right, Heaney or Gray, looks like you have to shuffle on back into the bullpen.
That's Bochy's MO.
I
He's
hope
gonna go with the hot
so
hand.
because I hope that they're all healthy. The reality is somebody's about to get hurt. I hate saying that. I'm not saying
I think it would be short-term
yes,
6-man.
I'm not saying oh no, somebody's going to miss the whole season. Maybe that could happen, but it just feels like, hey, once you think somebody's coming back, we're going to have a plethora of pitchers. You just end up having injuries and things happen. And just to finish here, just to make me feel better, okay, because I did talk about the Evan Carter card I was bidding on, and then somebody bid it way up, so I'm not going to get that Evan Carter card. Congratulations, Tolo, who's beating me out on the Evan Carter image variation card now. Is
just up the bid.
Evan Carter in his last 6 games, so this homestand, he is 7 for 22 with a home run. That is .318. So he got off to a rough start, but in this homestand so far, he is batting .318 on this homestand.
In your face,
nice.
Kevin.
I support Evan Carter. I love the Rangers.
What did you say the other night when Mason Miller threw 148 miles an hour on the edge to strike him out and no human being on the face of the earth could hit that ball?
Classic Carter. That should have been strike 4. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Jeez.
You don't think I'm wrong.
I'm doing Evan Carter even when it's a strike.
Nope.
No, I'm just
not me.
dude. I like it just to. I don't get to troll you guys on anything. I like to do that just to troll.
Yeah,
Mike.
but you're not trolling
For Christmas this year, I'm going to get you an Evan Carter rookie card, and then he's just going to rip it right in front of my face.
You know for a fact I would not.
A 1-1. He's
going to be like, he's going to immediately put it on eBay.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Who
Coming up
supports
next.
Kevin in his journey to hate on Evan Carter?
I do not hate Evan Carter at all. Coming up next, it's a tradition like no other, so I'm giving in. Who you got in the Masters and what makes it the most prestigious major. We'll do it next live from Globe Life Field in Arlington on 105.3 The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, the home of famous.
So much
as
fame.
someone just yelled at us. We're live.
Actually, Kevin, he didn't just yell it. He said, I was listening to that and laughing. It's one of the security guards out here at the...
That helps Mike's case, I have no doubt.
I think I need to get a toupee.
Now, I want you to get a good wig. We've been talking about that forever. We're live at Globe Life Field. We're going to talk about the Masters, but first, Corey.
From the 817, sorry I missed it, but y'all say they were handing out red Peagle towels at the game today. If you do come up to where we are at the Comerica backyard, Kevin, we do have, let's see, about six extra ones. But yes, I do believe they are handing out these sweet-looking red Peagle towels at the game today. And
if you wash these with white socks, are you in trouble?
I would say wash these
your
with
socks are going to change color.
Wash
probably.
these with your darker clothes first, or wash it by itself to get whatever. I just to make sure that no red dye is in
Look,
it. So
crisp white T-shirt.
Remember that's
Aviators.
Classic, man.
Classic shave.
All right,
for a man.
Go to Walmart
or a woman.
Let's talk about
or both.
The Masters. I wouldn't have thought that I would be pushing this agenda.
I like this.
And yet here we are.
You're happy there's a rain delay right now? You're like, yeah, delay.
No Masters. All right. So there's a couple of bits of audio I actually want to get to. And first, what is the consensus on? I feel like RJ used to be a big Brooks Koepka guy, but maybe not anymore. What is the consensus on Brooks Koepka? Do people like him? Do they think he's a jerk?
I think that he's not a likable person.
Okay.
Now, I've watched that golf thing with him, and he comes off better in that.
Full swing, yeah.
He's not. He just doesn't.
He came off human.
Yeah, he doesn't really care, though. For the most part, he doesn't care about the media. He doesn't care. He's like, I am who I am, and I'm not going to try to be liked. I'm not going to do anything to make myself that likable, and you're going to have to deal with it.
Well, let's go to cut number one. Brooks Koepka was asked, is a 59 doable at Augusta?
It sounds like the course is already pretty dialed this week, but under softer or sort of optimal scoring conditions, do you think 59 is obtainable on this golf course?
Have you played here?
Not yet.
Yeah, I could tell by the question.
What an ass. Oh, I thought he was going to say more. Okay,
Nope.
yeah, no, and maybe it's just him being, trying to be funny, and that's part of it. Because
he was not trying to be
yeah,
funny.
that is, I can tell you have not had the
I can
luxury
tell.
to be on this course because
Yeah.
I'm an elite and you're not. So what was your question based off that audio, Kevin?
I was just
you just wanted to play it.
That's why I wanted to know what the perception of him was.
I agree with Mike on when I watched Full Swing, I saw a dude who he was almost rock bottom. Like it looked like he had hit rock bottom and he wasn't playing well. All the smack that he had talked before was, well, now what are you? And he's like, he was a guy, Mike, that I could see he didn't know who he was or what he was without golf. Like that was the perspective. The perspective I got of him was, I am this guy at golf, and I get to brag about it. I get to talk to my buddies about it. I get to show people up like I just did in that clip there because I'm good at golf. But if I'm not good at golf, what am I? And he had nothing else to go on. So that's what I got from Brooks Koepka. But he's not my favorite. Like he's not the person I'm out there rooting the most for.
And I don't want you to think that he only dunks on the media. This was him going out of his way to take a shot at Rory McIlroy. He said that he always warms up with odd number clubs, and he goes, I never really look at anybody else or what they're doing on the range. I would say probably the same thing, maybe not the odd clubs, maybe they go even, like Rory probably goes even with 4 because that's how many majors he has, and Koepka has 5. And so he's like 4 is even, but 5 is odd. And so it seems like he is definitely an equal opportunity. I'll dunk on you if I don't.
He's not
like
really
you.
a golfer. Like in a way, he's like, I never wanted to play golf. I just wasn't good enough at baseball, so I have to play golf. Like,
Right.
I'm good enough at golf to do it. So he's like, I like lifting weights. I like baseball, but golf
Hanging
is
out,
what I'm
tanning
best
by the
at.
pool.
So this is what I do. And in that moment on that show, he was lost, and then obviously this is when Liv is kind of starting to offer these big contracts, and he's like, screw it, if I'm not going to win here anymore, because he was afraid he was done winning, I'll go take my 9-figure salary and go play over there. I would say this Masters feels weird to me, and I don't know if it's just this year for most people, but because nobody's competing against each other anymore, it's weird. I wasn't around when Dr. J decided to play in the ABA over the NBA. But that had to be a weird time for the NBA. We're like, hey, 10 of the 20 best players in the world aren't even in our league.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at in golf. So we get these, and I say random, you get the 4 major tournaments pretty much, and that's it, where the best players play each other. So now there's not really a buildup. There's not really a rivalry anymore because they're not competing. The best players aren't competing at tournaments anymore, so they all show up for the major, and it's like, well, we can't really tell you who's playing well versus who and this and that because they're all playing in random tournaments now. So I think golf is in a bad spot for the first time in a while. Not only just Tiger, I know he's playing this weekend, but Tiger leaving the sport, but it's in a weird place that now the people who are taking over as the really good players, like, we don't compete with each other anymore because half of us are in LIV, half of us are staying in the PGA.
I think that's a really interesting point, and Kevin, I think golf is very unique in this, and I think maybe tennis might be unique in the same way too. Except for in tennis, you are literally going against an
another
opponent.
Person. Yeah.
With golf, it is the ultimate me versus me.
Yeah.
Even though I'm looking at the leaderboard, but if I'm better than me right now, then my leaderboard numbers are going to be up. But Mike's talking about rivalries and all that. It also is a sport where, because of inconsistency, it's so difficult to be as consistent as these guys, where you can go into a tournament going, let's just see after the first couple of days who the hot guy is. You know, like, let's just see like who's about to take it up. That can be, and I think a lot of golfers do get entertained by that. Not as necessary of, I need Tiger versus Phil. You know, even though that did drive things for a while, but it was for a long time everybody just chasing Tiger. I have some numbers I can get to in a minute there. It was everybody chasing Tiger for a long time. And now it's just, all right, which guy is going to be the intriguing one? And that's where I find it to be fun because there's a field of really good golfers that can all be the one for that given day.
Who is...
Or week.
And if you want to send in your pick, frankelfirm.com, text line 877-881-1053. Want to hear from you there on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Who is the voice of golf for you? Like, all time. And it might be Jim Nantz right now or whatever, but, like, who plays the soundtrack of golf in your head, like the announcer-wise?
I've seen Tirico do it a little bit.
Okay.
Who was it,
Probably
Kevin?
Jim Nantz, I would guess.
Who was it on the Happy Gilmore movies? Was it
Bob Barker?
Let's go to cut number 2 because this is his final Masters.
Well, here it comes. Oh, my goodness. Have you seen anything like that?
So that was the chip shot on the 16th at the 2005 Masters, Vern Lundquist.
Yeah.
And that's the one that just, like, it's an amazing shot regardless. But then when it hangs on the lip of the cup and eventually falls in, just insanity ensues. I got one more for you if we can. Because
Vern's the voice, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so this is, once again, Vern Lundquist. This is from the 1986 Masters, and this is the one where Jack Nicklaus won his first major in a while because this is his final Masters. And I'll admit, obviously not a huge golf fan, but this is who I think of as calling these events.
Jack Nicklaus has looked over this birdie opportunity from about 18 feet. This is for sole possession of the lead. Maybe. Yes, sir!
And so it's his 40th Masters. It's the 69th straight year that CBS has done the Masters, and Jim Nantz, among others, were paying respect and saluting him. I just wanted to bring that up because obviously we're familiar with Vern, and he's the guy that I thought of.
My professor at UNT, who was the guy who helped Dale Hansen break the SMU story, he was a phenomenal producer in sports. here in DFW for Channel 8 has so much respect for Vern Lundquist. Like, that's his guy. And as much as I respect that professor, like, he was a phenomenal teacher, such great knowledge there. Like, that's where I find a lot of respect because of the way he talked about Vern and just the guy that he was as well. So yeah, man, that's where I feel when it comes to golf. That's the voice I hear, and I guess it does have a lot to do with Happy Gilmore. It really does have a lot to do with it as much as anything else, Kevin, because throughout that movie, you felt like you were legitimately watching a golf tournament. You know, you felt like you had legitimacy there. It wasn't like most of the other Adam Sandler movies where you're just like, what's even happening?
And now they're coming back with a sequel.
And you know what? His concern and stigma is that it turns into one of his other sequels. He wants it to be one of those. It was like there was something about Happy Gilmore that was kind of raw and not really cut right. Like, it was all a little weird. He doesn't want it to fall into what all these other ones are.
It's early, but Bryson DeChambeau is 3 under. There's only 23 people on the course right now.
And isn't that the guy who has like a big rivalry or did with Koepka?
Yeah, he got all jacked and everything, and him and Koepka talked a lot of trash together.
Was it Koepka?
What?
Yeah, it was. He's the SMU guy, right?
Yeah.
DeChambeau.
And
people
Koepka,
see him as not likable.
So neither one of them are like the most likable
I
people?
feel like Bryson DeChambeau is more unlikable.
Doesn't it feel like Justin Spieth and Justin Thomas are the two? Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas are the ones that are like the most likable.
Scotty Scheffler.
Scheffler seems pretty likable.
But Tony Finau. Tony Finau is my version of John Gray.
Okay,
he's a dude that has all the skill, and then you're just like, but you don't believe in yourself, man.
Do you think he could win? Because the best player to never win a major, you can debate that. Finau has finished top 5 in all 4 of the major tournaments, yet he's never won. You like the guy. Can he break through here?
I'm going to have to go and look at something first, because there was during that Full Swing show was the season that he took his whole family with him. His wife's father had died, or mother, and so he took his whole family with him on tour. And it was kind of a distraction. So I need to know if like he's continuing that trend, because the dude has all the skill in the world to do it. It's just whether or not he's distracted on the course at times.
It's amazing. I was off. We got here. Well, maybe I am on.
Is this a margarita update?
The slushies are ready. The margarita machines are slushed up, and it's 11:15. So if you're looking to have a margarita at the ballpark, which I think gates are opening here in about 15 to 20 minutes. That's when the rush will come to our table, because I'm here.
By the way, we were told by the fan text that it is not a Red Peagle towel giveaway day. These are just a special thing. So that was just brought to us because we're famous.
Now we really might get run
Well, you're
over.
asking who I would pick. I would say if it ended right now, I'd take DeChambeau.
Okay.
Bryson, yeah.
Because he's in the lead right now.
Yeah.
Kevin, I got these numbers that I thought
There's
were
like 100 more people that need to tee off.
kind of interesting. Jack Nicklaus's 6 Masters wins. Do you know what his earnings were for his 6 Masters wins?
It's probably like $600,000, which would be lower. I mean, look, that's still a crazy amount of money.
$270,000 for
What
6
do you
Masters.
win the Masters now? Like $9 million or something?
Tiger Woods 5 Masters wins. How much do you think he earned for that?
$8 million.
No, I'm going to say $20 million.
$5.8 million
Oh, crap,
for his
man.
8.
That's the
Purses weren't high.
That's the Tiger effect right there when you see how much the purses have exploded.
In 1963, the Golden Bear got $20,000 for winning the Masters, and that's changed because Tiger drove it. Tiger was the guy that created everything.
And now Liv is taking it to
and
another
now
level.
Liv is kind of taking that over too. So it is fascinating, the money that wasn't there, the money that then was there, and how the power has shifted since then.
The Masters last year had a total prize purse of about $18 million, and John Rahm won $3.25 million for winning the Masters.
I wonder what it was in 2019, if you could pull that up, because I know that Liv, it was a little bit longer, but you have COVID in there and stuff where you missed some tournaments.
But it was starting to take a dip too, wasn't it?
No, well, what happened was Liv came in like, oh crap, we can't hold all the money now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we have to up these purses because they're losing so many people, and they're like, look, what's the point? They're literally going to give me $45 million. I don't have to win anything, and if I win all 4 majors, I'm going to make $7 million for winning all 4 majors. Now you're going to get a lot of sponsors and everything, but literally the PGA Tour is going to pay you under $2 million to win all 4 of them in, let's say, 2019.
By the way, Tiger could win his 6th Masters to tie Jack, but he's also looking to make his 24th straight cut at the Masters, which that also feels pretty dang impressive.
And you don't think you will?
He's not favored to do it in Vegas. It's he's a slight underdog to not make the cut.
But that could be a fun thing to keep an eye out on the next couple of days. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll try to squeeze in a little My Buddy's an Idiot, but we will also talk with former Texas Ranger Craig Gentry right here. We're live at the ballpark on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field. We're going to have Craig Gentry on in just a couple minutes, but real quick, need to squeeze in a little bit of My Buddy's an Idiot. Could it be a one-story My Buddy's an Idiot as we've gotten more information on the accusations against Terrell Suggs?
Okay, all right. I don't know. I did see some Rashid Rice stuff, too, that just kind of falls into it again. Yeah.
Now they're bringing charges up for what happened. So Terrell Suggs was arrested on Tuesday in Scottsdale. The allegations, per the police report and court documents, say that Suggs backed into another driver in the drive-through line at Starbucks, I believe. And Suggs allegedly threatened to kill that driver because of how it played out. So after Suggs...
he backed into a driver and then said, I'm going to kill you.
So after... I mean, it took a second to get there, but... After Suggs' Range Rover made contact with the other car, the two men got out and began arguing about whether there was contact made with the car at all. Then the two men got back into their cars, completed their orders, and court documents say that Suggs drove away and stuck up his middle finger, and then the other driver started swearing at Suggs, at which point Suggs pointed a gun out of the window and said, "I'll kill you." He said more.
Okay.
But in terms of radio FCC compliancy, we'll leave it with that.
Man, that sounds like a TV show I saw on Netflix recently right there, Kevin.
Is that beef?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we talk about that all the time. It's your fault. It's your fault. Take the loss and move on. Don't try to kill somebody or threaten to kill somebody. Right now on the line, we bring to you somebody who would never dare do such things. Former Texas Ranger, it's Craig Gentry right here on The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. Y'all doing all right?
Well, we're in the home of the defending world champion, so how the heck do you think we're doing?
That sounds pretty good. It's a lot better than what I'm doing.
What are you? Is that a shot at interviewing with us? I feel like that's a shot at us.
No. I'm talking about where I'm at.
Do you mind if we ask what's going on?
Man, I'm at work.
Oh.
Well, thanks for...
y'all's work's a little bit better than mine.
Hold on. I need to know, what do you do for work now? What are you up to? What are you doing now?
I'm a commercial lender at a community bank in Fort Worth called Vista Bank.
That sounds awesome.
Okay.
That sounds like a lot of fun, though.
It sounds like he would swap places with us at this particular moment.
You're always welcome to come hang out with us. You just let us know, Craig.
Well, I appreciate it. No, it's a good job, so I'm happy to be here.
So, Craig, I was just watching Max Scherzer throw some flat ground work, and I don't have your career stats up against Max Scherzer, but talk about what it's like to face him. And I'm going to guess when he was with the Detroit Tigers, maybe you got a piece of him.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know if I ever faced him. Usually when a righty came out on the mound, they tried to get me out of there as quick as possible. But if I did face him, it might have been one time, and I would venture to say that it wasn't a good outcome for me.
Well, Craig, we have a guy here in Jankowski who kind of had your role when you were on the Texas Rangers. Can you talk about what it's like to be kind of a third, fourth, fifth outfielder where maybe you're not getting that everyday playing, but you have to be ready when they give you that day to play?
Yeah, it's a tough role because you're not getting every day at bats. You're not getting out there every day, but you always got to be ready, like you said. I kind of lucked out in that I've always felt comfortable, facing left-handed pitching, which is what my role was. And, so it ended up working out where, Murph would start against the righties, I would start against the lefties, and we were on such a good team that, it just felt comfortable going out there and being able to perform. But, yeah, Janikowski's come in and done really well in his role and really provided a big spark for him. And, it's just to get a lot of playing time.
Can you explain to me as a hitter the difference between righty and lefty? Like what and does it make
The side of the plate you stand on.
No, I get that, Kevin. I appreciate that. Thanks. No, it's just like why do you think, what is it that you see or don't see?
I honestly, for me, everything was mainly coming into me, and I could see the ball longer. I don't know if I don't know exactly why I saw the ball better off lefties, but I always struggled hitting that right-handed slider, and
okay.
And so just for whatever reason, everything kind of coming into me, I did better with.
I was always curious about that, and Bochy is pretty consistent with that, where he sticks to the statistics on certain guys. Obviously, Corey Seager's a little different. He's like, I don't care, I'm going to put that guy up at the plate and everything. But I've always been kind of curious about that part of it.
And it might be different for different players, but for me, that just for whatever reason, I could pick up the ball quicker and see it for longer. So, that right-handed slider, especially if they were a hard-throwing righty, I usually struggled with.
Now, our co-host Kevin here, he's been giving Evan Carter a lot of hell for.
I disagree with this characterization.
You can disagree later, Kevin. But for the way he works the walls, and this is a rookie out there still trying to learn all these stadiums. What's your thoughts on how you play a wall when you're out in the outfield?
That's kind of tough because it's such a feel game. A lot of times I would just run full force into the wall, and that didn't usually pan out very well. I think a lot of times you just kind of got to get out there and BP and take balls off the wall, see where it's gonna, kind of get a grip of where you're going to be playing most of the time, and especially in a lot of stadiums that don't have the warning track, when it's just kind of turf and it might be, different colored turf, but you can't really tell when you get close to the wall. So I think you get your work in BP, taking balls off the wall and just knowing where you are playing in the game and how, kind of how far back the wall is. But that's definitely tough because each field's different.
Just for the record, I want to throw out, I'm not hating on Evan Carter. All I did last year was ask a question when he made that amazing catch. I was like, did he need to jump for that? It feels like the ball, he was in good position. And now I've somehow been branded an Evan Carter hater.
It's a valid question, but, the jump gives it some flair and makes it look
That's
a lot
true.
cooler.
Then you get a bobblehead, too, out of it.
Yeah. I know I've done that many times where it was like I'd made the jump and caught it at my chest, and then as I'm running in, I'm like, well, that looks stupid.
But it got the out either way. That's all that matters.
Yeah, the out's an out, so who cares?
Craig Gentry joining us right now on the Fen. Craig, you grew up in Arkansas.
Did you say on the Fen?
On the fan.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't say it well. Make fun of me, okay? I'm trying my best,
we make
guys,
fun
here.
of
This is why I get branded a hater. I'm sorry.
But Craig, just like Derek Holland, there's hundreds of guys who played for the Rangers, did not grow up here, but live here now. Why is it that so many former Texas Rangers, and you went on to play for Baltimore and a few other teams, end up saying, when I'm done playing, I want to make my life in Dallas-Fort Worth?
I can't speak for everyone else, but, for our situation, I met my wife here. Well, I when I got called up, I kind of moved down here permanently. I felt that for my career, it would be the best thing to stay here all off season, train at the stadium, and use all the facilities and train with other teammates. I just felt like that would be the best thing for me. And then met my wife here, we moved up in the Colleyville South Lake area and kind of got plugged into the community and loved it. And now it's kind of, we love the area. We've kind of established our home here, and before we bought our first house, we decided even if I get traded, even if whatever happens, we're always going to come back here. And I think that a lot of players, they come here and they realize how awesome it is being in this area. And it's actually shocking how many different players from all different sports move here, even if they have no ties to this area. And I didn't really know that until I was done playing. But yeah, like you said, there is a ton of former athletes that stay here even after the fact.
And this is a question for Kevin here. When you played for Oakland,
you're not interviewing me.
I know, but I'm asking this for his tax purposes because you're a big tax guy.
Yes, I do like that.
When you played for Oakland and the Angels, were you like, man, these California taxes, they're for the birds?
Oh goodness, man, it's rough going to see, get your paycheck and see half of it gone right off the bat. But yeah, it's expensive to live out there. The taxes are high. I mean, it's tough. You have to make a lot of money to comfortably live out there.
Now we just got this. Thank you for that answer. By the way,
Kevin loves tax talk.
I
we
do.
Always have
Look,
to.
and that story spawns from several years ago after Mike Trout got his contract extension. All the players in the Rangers locker room wanted to know the details. So I started talking with Shin-Soo Choo, just he and I, and then all these other media people gathered around, and they stood there for about 15 seconds until they realized we were discussing the intricacies of state tax laws, and then they all left, and they were like, that's stupid. I don't care about that at all.
Well, I mean, that is a factor when you think about it. Going out to, one of the California teams, that is a part of it you gotta consider for sure.
And a good way to get the media away from your locker if you really want.
That's a good point. Just to pretend to be talking about tax stuff.
Yeah, nobody understands it, including myself. So,
from the 214, we got this text in. This is amazing, and I just feel like you should know this. From the 214, we saw Gentry on the name of his jersey in 2013. Now we have a 10-year-old named Gentry K.
That's awesome.
Oh, I got was it named after me? Is that how I'm taking it?
Yes.
Oh, that just made my day. I love that.
That's amazing.
That's a good first name for sure.
Well, Craig, who are some of your teammates that you still stay in touch with, or who were maybe your best friends that were Texas Rangers at the time you were on the Rangers?
So when I was with the Rangers, I'd say me and Murph were pretty close. David Murphy, our lockers were right next to each other. We used to go to church together. He has since moved up to Argyle, and so we don't see each other near as often. But I'd say probably my best friend from my playing days is Chris Davis. He went over to Baltimore, but we came up through the minor leagues together. I've always stayed really close to each other, and I actually met my wife at his wedding.
Oh, cool.
And so we're super close. We probably don't, with kids and families and stuff, you don't get to see everybody as much as you'd like, but we still stay in touch and definitely have a close friendship.
Do you have a David Murphy story you'd like to share, like a fun, I don't know, on the plane or in the locker room, a practical joke or anything?
I don't know if I have one off the top of my head. I hate you put me on the spot like that. If you gave me about 10 minutes, I might be able to come up with one, but not off the top of my head.
We used to joke around that whenever he made an awesome play, he'd scream like a boss, and it was just like a joke when we were a weekend show. And then we got him to come on the show, and he actually did that for us. And so we were like, David Murphy's a pretty good guy. We're pretty happy about that guy.
Murph is one of the best human beings I've ever been around in my life. So if anybody doesn't like him, then the problem's probably with them and not Murph.
All right, so I put you on the spot with Murph. I'm going to put you on the spot again, but I feel like this one's going to be easier, Craig. Do you have a Derek Holland story that is fun?
Derek Holland, man. Oh, yeah. So in the off season one year, he goes on, and you can find this on YouTube, when he goes on to do the weather at one of the news stations. And I remember going in that morning before he did it, we were all working out, and I made the comment to him. I was like, hey, could you try to incorporate that, would you look at that comment? Have y'all ever seen that video?
Would you look at it?
Would you just look at it? Yeah. So anyway, he goes on there, and I watched it, and I mean, he might have said it 35 times. He just abused that word. It was hilarious, or that comment. It was hilarious, and I was just in tears laughing, and actually that he actually pulled it off and had no issue with doing it. So I was pretty proud of him for that.
Did you know any teammates that didn't like him? Because we found one.
He's a good friend of the show, by the way, so we're giving
Yeah,
him.
no, he's a great friend of the show, but we're looking for other people who have awkward interactions with him because I know this was right after you. We had Sean Tollison on, and it was the most awkward interview any human beings have ever been involved with before. So is there anybody you think we should track down to make it awkward for Derek?
Oh, I bet Scott Feldman or might have something on him. Yeah, I know that he used to call him the Duke of Dallas, so I'm sure that Feldy would have a few stories for Derek. But yeah, Derek's a good dude, good teammate, and absolutely hilarious. So it was always fun to have him on the team.
Man, we appreciate you coming on with us.
Absolutely, dude.
Fantastic.
You're always welcome to hop on, man.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you guys' time, and thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Craig Gentry right here on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers, 1053 The Fan.
Good one, Mike. Nice work, man.
Coming up next.
I asked for George W. Bush, but I gotta. That ain't happening, man. I was like, well, I guess because he didn't, and they said it's because he didn't play for the Rangers.
Okay, and they were like, technically that's not an alum
owner.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that really does.
He just owned them for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I'm getting to the point where I'm famous enough that maybe I can ask for George W. Bush, and it would play out. So that's the next level of fame. If there's like, let's say there's 10 levels of fame. That's a lot of levels. I'm probably at 8 right now.
Would you say what? And would you say the former president is on level 10?
He's on 10.
Okay.
I feel like all former presidents are on 10. If they're
For
alive,
famousness?
we obviously can't interview the dead ones.
The whole world knows them. Like, it's not
I
just
agree.
like
That is true.
I agree.
Yeah, most of the country knows us.
No, my dispute is maybe Mike being on level 8, not former presidents being on level 10.
I feel like at this point in DFW, I'm probably, I don't know. Who do you think's more famous, me or Rolando Blackman at this point?
Oh, man. You got to go to the places and
I'm
ask.
more famous than my first ever Dallas Maverick.
You might be right about
I'm
that.
probably more famous than Del Ellis.
Look at you.
And he's a 3-time All-Star in the NBA.
Are you like you're friends with Del Ellis, right?
I wish I was.
Okay. Well,
this
you're
feels-
so famous, you should be.
Really feels like an off-air conversation.
I know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece
Let's go
right
off
here
here.
on 105.3 The Fan. Okay.
Ed and Denton just said, ask Mike if he enjoyed his older lady fanfare last night when he had the.
We will get to that story later.
People see
it.
Not right now. Coming up next, the Hall of Fame gives a statement that they definitely mean after the death of O.J. Simpson. We'll do it next in Gridiron on 105.3 The Fan.
Upgrade.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. We're going to get to Gridiron in just 1 second, but now the news is coming out that Jordan Montgomery is dropping Scott Boras and his agency, which at first you're like, whoa. But then, Mike, as you pointed out, if you feel as though you're promised or something along those lines, a 5, 6, 7-year deal, and you end up getting a 1-year deal with a vesting option for a second, I can see how you'd be pretty frustrated.
Yeah, I think that, and here's the other thing too, Scott Boras is so big. Maybe Boras, now that's a big contract. $25 million a year is a big contract. Boras will usually work on those. Probably 75% of Boras's clients he never really meets or talks to.
He's going to Wasserman is who he's hired. So a couple of the guys under Wasserman's group, which I think Wyatt Langford is under Wasserman. If I'm
I don't
correct.
know.
I think when we went to go meet Wyatt Langford, the people with him were like, we're with Wasserman. So and he's a very big agent as well.
I think Scott Boras does do a good job, but you have to look over the last few years. If you look at just this year and you look at Cody Bellinger, did not get anywhere close to what everybody was saying he was going to get. You look obviously at Montgomery, you look at Blake Snell. Those were his clients. And then who is the other one? The third baseman, right? Older third baseman. Not Josh Donaldson. But
Chapman?
Chapman. Like, so he, and then the year before, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on all these, but he hasn't been maybe getting what, I don't know what his conversations with his clients, but it seems like there is a promise there, and then it hits the market of what Boras publicly says they're going to get or want, and it hasn't been happening lately, especially with pitchers. But I will say this, I do think pitchers are going to have to get used to 1 to 3 year deals on the free agent marketplace because of, you just assume now, I hate this assumption, but it's a true assumption. You should make this assumption. I think if you two were general managers in baseball, you'd have to make this assumption. Do we want to go over 4 years max? Because probably going to have an elbow blowout in these 4 years.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Now,
good dip.
That was a good dip. One of the news stories of the day, and we talked about this in cross-talking earlier in the show, O.J. Simpson passes away at the age of 76 from cancer. This is a statement from Pro Football Hall of Fame President Jim Porter, because, this actually got asked in the crosstalk. That's why I thought this quote was particularly relevant. Quote, O.J. Simpson was the first player to reach a rushing mark many thought could not be attained in a 14-game season when he topped 2,000 yards. His on-field contributions will be preserved in the Hall of Fame, in the Hall's archives in Canton, Ohio. So people wondering, had they scrubbed him out in the ensuing years or anything like that? They have not, and that's a Hall of Fame president saying, and they will not. That year, he was also the MVP.
What's interesting about that, Kevin? He didn't add any luxury words
for sure
to that statement. He didn't add any.
Barry Sanders is one of the. Evan is one of the. Joe Montana. Yeah, you always get that.
Facty. That was very facty right there. Is I'm going to give you the information on why, and why we're going to keep the story the way the story is written.
And don't you think a lot of people? Well, look, I've already seen some very famous people tweet out some not so nice things about.
Mike didn't tweet anything.
No, maybe.
Mike's very famous. That's why I said that.
Take a look at the Jenner family. There's at least one that definitely. But when you're putting out things like this, I bet you will see a lot of factual information that's going to go, he won the MVP, got more than 2,000 yards in 14 years, or he was in the
That's the reality
of
why
14 games.
I mean, it's the part of why he was famous.
Yes, then he was an actor. Then he was involved
reporter
in the trial of the century.
Did he add to his famousness because of acting?
Yes.
He went to a next level?
Yeah, because he did the rent-a-car commercials.
He's in
Naked Gun
yeah.
movies they were hilarious.
He got way bigger, and then I have it's tough to define legacy, but it feels like from the stories that you see just initially today most all of the stories include NFL trial of the century.
Yeah, and I know it's different, but Shannon Sharp is like, he's a Hall of Fame tight end, but if he wasn't doing all this media, we would forget about Shannon Sharp. We wouldn't remember. You'd have to tell people who Shannon Sharp was. People know Shannon Sharp way more for media than they do that he was a Hall of Fame tight end. And I think when you got to O.J. Simpson, different world back in the late 80s to early 90s. But for me, I never saw O.J. Simpson run a football in his life. But I saw him as a sideline guy on NFL games. I saw him in Naked Gun, which I thought was really funny as a kid. I saw him in commercials hopping over whatever, airport lines or whatever to get some bag to somebody or whatever.
The only football stuff I got was reading about him in books about like Earl Campbell and stuff like that, where his connections as running backs were.
Because in the 70s, I don't know, who are the other good running backs in the 70s?
Earl Campbell,
yeah.
That's it. There were
really
only two good running backs.
I mean, Walter Payton was part of that as well.
That's what you want to say.
He was into other things, but obviously he died at an early age from cancer. So,
a few other quick things I wanted to throw out there. The Browns and Nick Chubb did come to a contract reworking. Remember, he got hurt last year. He had a base salary of $11.775 million. He wanted to stay, still coming back from injury. They wanted to make it work, so he is going to be staying in Cleveland. Did you see Sauce Gardner's top 5 wide receivers?
Oh, I haven't seen this. This is a dude who goes up against receivers.
Now,
of all time or of right now?
Of right now.
Okay.
But then he also pointed out these are not necessarily in order. This is just the order he said the names, but he said they're not in order. Tyreek Hill.
That's the person he thinks is the best.
Justin Jefferson.
Okay.
Devontae Adams.
All right.
Amari Cooper. And CeeDee Lamb.
Amari Cooper. That was
a fascinating addition.
Amari Cooper's difficult to cover, man. He is an absolute beast to cover. His route running is precise. He catches balls and you said CeeDee Lamb too.
Yes. CeeDee Lamb was the 5th person on his
That's
list.
a really good group of receivers.
Help me out here. Did we play the Jets the last 2 years? Maybe we did and I forget.
He might just study film to see how they match up against,
I'm assuming he has Amari Cooper on there because Amari Cooper gave him issues in a game. But, do we play the Jets this year? No, we played the Bills last year, so we had to play the Jets.
We played the Jets last year.
Yeah. So I guess maybe going up against CeeDee Lamb this last year was like, oh, man, he's a really good player. I was just trying to think of, if you're a cornerback, it might be tough to say, man, I think he's really good in the NFL today if you've never matched up against him, or you don't like the guy, and I'm not and then you're never going to put him on a list no matter what, no matter how great he is or how good he does against you. Like, I'm not putting him on the list.
Like, was it Cortland Finnegan and Andre Johnson that were always fighting with each other? Would Cortland Finnegan be like, yeah, Andre Johnson, one of the best, or he'd be like, no, F that guy.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody said don't disrespect Tony Dorsett like that. My mind just thinks of the 80s for some reason, but yes.
That's where I'm at. I think even Walter Payton is a tough one for 70s running back.
Yeah,
because
that's my
he
fault.
kind of, but I would say that, I don't know, I guess maybe it is Earl Campbell and OJ for the 70s running backs of the decade.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to look at the all-decade team, but that makes a lot of sense, and I think O.J. Simpson would be very, very high up on the all-time running back list. Rashid Rice, you made reference to this earlier, Corey. They put out a warrant for his arrest on 8 charges going back to the accident that we talked about a couple weeks ago. Rashid Rice being charged with 6 counts of collision involving bodily injury, 1 count of aggravated assault, and 1 count of collision involving serious bodily injury. The chief NFL spokesman, of course, just said, we continue to monitor the developments in this, which that's all they're going to say for now. But major charges ahead potentially for Rashid Rice.
All decade Kevin in 70s, OJ, Walter, Campbell, and Franco. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
That's the list.
I forgot about Franco as well. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Julio.
That ball hit the ground.
Right.
Silver Slugger. Won
here.
the batting title here with Texas.
Not that Franco. Coming up
at the
next.
Dallas Card Show a few months ago.
We got to go.
We are live at Globe Life Field. Let's talk about the quick start of Josh Smith. Plus, we'll power rank those MLB power rankings. I got new ones for you hot off the presses this morning. We'll do it all next right here in The Fan.
You are officially a master. about to be masterpieced, K&C style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field. The gates are open. Folks are rolling in, getting ready for Rangers A's pregame at 1 o'clock. We will get to the game at about 1:35 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Another quick note, Yevgeny Dodonov is back at practice, or was back at practice yesterday for the Stars. He'd been out the last couple of months. They play, as Mike has dubbed them, lose a peg this evening with an opportunity to clinch up the Central and the West all in one fell swoop.
Kevin, can I ask a question real quick? I know it was very serious sports content here, but we are out here at Globe Life Field as the Rangers fans are starting to pour in, and also known as Tolos.
Yes.
But I had a couple over here asked me to take their picture.
Okay.
And I took about 3 or 4 different pictures for them with the stadium behind them.
Yeah.
Then I went to the restroom and came back, and on my way back I see them having somebody else take their picture. Did I do bad taking their picture? And they were like, this isn't good enough. We need somebody else.
Yep.
And Ruben did
You're
too.
a bad picture taker.
So Ruben, hold on. Now that's 3 different people that took their picture, Kevin. Mike, you're agreeing that I'm a bad picture taker.
Yeah.
Ruben's a bad picture taker, and maybe that last person got it right.
Well, let me ask you this, because I overheard them. Did you get me in it at all?
I don't think so. It was tall.
Well, that's why.
They wanted famous Mike in there.
Yeah.
They wanted Mike's famous Mike in there.
Yeah, they were like, if there's any way, we don't want to bug them.
Yeah.
But if there's any
I didn't
way,
hear that
Ruben
part.
made sure. I think I said, go ahead, put my shoulder in the picture.
How nice, how generous of you, Mike, to go ahead and grant that
for free.
to them.
If you want a free picture, Mike's shoulder gets in. If you want the full
so
face.
Ruben got it done for him. I get it. I heard him. I was not going to say, do you want a picture with me? I'm past that point now in my life. But
you just know they all
have
do.
to ask. They have to ask. And I maybe will stand up and give a half smile for the picture.
This new edition of Mike's fame is really a good part of the show.
So generous of you. Let's fire off.
For no money? I mean, that is generous.
He's not wrong.
I mean, go on eBay right now.
You're right.
People are selling my cards.
It's the humbleness of it all. Your cards. Let's go to cut number 5 because we need to talk some more about them Texas Rangers.
The pitch to Smith, swung on, line drive, right field, base hit. Around third is Carter. He's heading home. Here's the throw. He's safe. No tag by Langoliers. Around to third goes Adolis. Josh Smith continues to stay red hot and ties this game at 1.
Indeed he does. I want to get to that in a minute, but we got power rankings from ESPN this morning. I want to start with this. Who are the 3 worst teams in all of the lands?
Not Oakland, man. They beat us. This is the rubber match. Game.
Are the Rockies still at the bottom of this thing?
Horrible.
They bad?
Chicago beat my guy Bybee. I had him starting in fantasy yesterday. Thanks a lot, White Sox, but you guys are probably in the bottom 3.
The Colorado Rockies are the 2nd worst team in baseball. The Chicago White Sox, the 1st worst team in baseball.
Miami's really bad, too. I'll say
I like
Miami's worse than
Miami Marlins, 4th worst.
You got me. Oakland.
It is, in fact, the Oakland A's.
They'll regret that ranking.
Will they?
Yeah, I think they'll only be 4th worst.
A's will regret it, or
ESPN will regret it for
they'll
putting this
regret
out?
it. They're way off on Oakland. I think they're only the 4th worst team.
Okay. I feel like you can live with that if that's what happens. So Chicago, the worst, then Colorado, then the A's. But Mike says incorrect. Put the Marlins and then the A's. What about at the top of the heap in Major League Baseball?
When were these made?
This morning.
This morning, big win over Oakland, leading the division.
You don't think Texas is 1. No, who's number 1?
Dodgers.
Yankees.
The Dodgers are number 1.
I said that first.
I threw you way off, though. I had you questioning yourself.
Well, the Yankees are what, 11, 10-0?
They're very good. You know who's not good?
10-1, something like that. I guess.
Where's Kansas City? Are they number 2? They're destroying Houston every night.
Kansas City is not number 2. Would you like to take another guess?
Yankees.
Yankees are not number 2, would you like to take one
He's
more
gonna
guess?
stick with Atlanta.
Astros.
It is the Atlanta Braves. By the way, the Yankees are 10-3.
Where are they ranked in the rank?
The Dodgers are 1, the Braves are 2, and the Yankees are 3.
Okay.
Now, do you put Rangers?
Yes. I would add them 1, but
Are they just gonna-
ESPN's dumb for not. They won the World Series, Kevin.
I realize that.
We
but
won the
before-
World Series.
Right before they made this, we lost to Oakland.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. We won the World Series.
We won yesterday against
Yeah, we
Oakland.
did
That's
beat Oakland.
fresh in their mind.
Yeah, they should have added that to the list.
They're going to be right there with, I don't have the records pulled up, but I bet Baltimore is right around this.
Baltimore is number 4. And Corey, I didn't make the
I
list.
feel like I should be mad at you for making this list.
And the Texas Rangers are number 5.
Next thing you're going to tell me is Philly was 6.
That is true. I will also
did
tell
just
you
look at
this.
the list
The
when you did that.
Rangers are the highest on the list with the worst record.
All right.
So at 7-5, they have a worse record than all the teams above them.
From the 817, Kevin, acknowledge the Rangers.
I acknowledge the
Much like
Rangers.
Roman
I'll
Reigns.
throw up the 1.
We did our Orioles talk, though. We just named them number 4.
Yeah, we did our Orioles, but we were only needed to do 30 seconds a week, right? Wasn't that
That's
it?
right. We already
So we've already
Jackson
covered
Holiday,
that.
they're ranked number 4, and Jackson Holiday got off to a great start going 0 for
0
4.
for 4, yeah.
Take that, Rookie of the Year
Did
candidate.
Wyatt Langford start his year off 0 for 4?
I'm
He
going
did
to
not.
do more Baltimore Orioles talk for a Baltimore Oriole fan.
Uh-oh.
I heard this morning watching a YouTube on baseball. The person was like, I wonder if Baltimore looked at how great Jackson Holiday was doing, 1, in the minor leagues for a short amount of time, and then 2, looked at Wyatt Langford only hitting singles and said, we got this Rookie of the Year. Why waste it?
Maybe so.
I'm not
Why are
gonna
they doing
say that?
Why are they taking shots at my Wyatt?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has only hit a lot of singles. The
I saw him hit
Rangers,
a triple.
the Rangers themselves have really. I was asking you earlier. I was joking about it. We haven't hit a lot of home runs so far.
No, and I'm
A lot of
wondering.
doubles.
It's a good question. I think that maybe teams are fearful of really challenging the Rangers at times. I think the home runs will happen, but I don't know. I was just wanting to know how many singles does Jackson Holiday have in his career in the major
0.
leagues?
He has 0.
How many extra base hits does Jackson Holiday have in his major league career?
Obviously, the answer is still going to be 0 if he has no
I don't
regular.
know. Joey
base.
Gallo
home
might
runs?
have like 40 home runs and 0 singles in a year.
Yeah. How many
So-
home runs does he have, Kevin?
0.
From
Just
the-
like Wyatt Langford.
From the 469 K-Dog, say the Rangers' name.
I just said I love and acknowledge the Rangers.
Number 5 is fair.
Yes.
I'll take 5.
Thank
I think
you.
we're going to learn. It's early in the year, but I think after this game is over, I'm really hoping John Gray has a solid game. JP Sears is pitching on the other side. He's off to a bad start, too. So it's 2 guys that are struggling to start their season. But, hey, we're about to go to Houston. Detroit ain't bad. I don't know where they're at in the power rankings. I'm going to guess right around 14 or 15. I'm going to guess on Detroit. And then you go to Atlanta, who you just named as the number 2 team in baseball.
Yeah.
So we're going to learn a lot here on this 10-game road trip, yeah.
Okay, are we sticking with? Can I stick with some Rangers conversation here since we got Rangers coming up here in a little bit? Is your concern about this team right now starting pitching?
No.
Bats? I feel
Not
like
bats.
runs will happen.
At the end of the year, this is going to be, at worst, the 5th best offensive team in baseball.
And whenever I say starting pitching I feel like this is me. I'm not Bochy, so it's very different. I'm looking at it going, I still don't know what to expect out of 3 of my pitchers right now.
Who's the third one?
It is Cody Bradford. I don't know.
Okay.
Mike was discussing it this morning. I think it's great what he's done in these 2 quality starts, 3 really good starts overall. But I'm like, am I waiting? Will I wait all season for the other foot to drop? Will I wait all season for that? That's fine. If I wait all season, I'm happy. But I'm looking at it going, Heaney and Gray, I have big time question marks about. And so I'm uncertain. Now, Boch might go, I know exactly what I'm getting from them, and I'm prepared that if they're on that day, then I'm good. And if they're not, then I got to go to my bullpen. But me personally, on my side of it, I'm like, I don't have certainty about everything there.
I think the thing that makes me feel a little bit better is whether it's Lorenzen, whether it's Leiter, at least I know the next few guys up if Gray and Heaney continue to struggle.
I watched Scherzer throw just flat ground work. It looked good. Like, I mean, you could tell like it wasn't super sharp, but you got to remember he's just to the point where he is throwing live to hitters, so it's not going to look like he's in mid-season form right now. I like what you're saying, Kevin. I like what you're saying, Corey. I will still right now, I guess, because Jose Leclerc is off to a rough start, because Spores is hurt, because the two other guys that have gotten off to really good starts, and Robertson and Yates are older relief pitchers. And as far as I know that there's Mark Church. I know that Grant Anderson's up and down type of guy right now. Is we don't have, or you don't feel like you have the next. I know people are going to be like, who the crap is this? But Mason Miller, who I just saw throw for the Oakland Athletics. I don't think we have a dude throwing 100 to 102 miles an hour in AA, AAA right now who's going to be ready to just close games out the way I just saw Oakland close the first game out of the series. So I am concerned overall about the bullpen as this early season progresses.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there as a positive about the offense. You heard the highlight. Josh Smith. He has been off to a really good start. He's hitting .333. He already has 7 RBIs and OPS of 845. I know it's early.
And Boch went out of his way yesterday with us to talk about Josh Smith.
And so I decided to go do some investigating on Josh Smith, and he said something that I thought was really amazing in terms of, I guess, kind of his hot start. He talked about an adjustment he made in his stance, and one of the things he said, and this is so honest, I love it, he goes, well, I was hitting like $150, so that's kind of annoying, and I felt like I had to make some changes. I love that kind of realization when it's not just a, hey, I get it, you're going to get to the other side, or it's all going to work out. But he's like, oh, yeah, no, it's terrible, and I needed to change.
Sometimes you try to make this game so simple, but it is so difficult. And it's difficult on both sides, but sticking with hitting here, and I know I'm not going directly to Josh Smith. He's doing the job that Ezekiel Duran did last year, and if you remember, it was supposed to be Josh Smith replacing Corey Seager when Seager hurt his hamstring running out a double. But then Ezekiel Duran, a week into kind of the competition on who's going to replace Corey Seager, Zeke took off. Right now, this is tough to say. He's doing about the same job that Josh Young is doing. Josh Young is tremendous defensively, and yesterday it looked like that could have been a costly error. Luckily, they only scored 1 run on the error in the first inning from Josh Smith, but then he came up in the first inning and got the big 2 RBI base hit, and he's hitting well. Last year, he got on base at like a 31% clip, batting under 200. That's tough to do.
Yeah.
So it shows that he can get on base. So if that batting average, let's just say, improves to 250 this year, which would be a big jump.
I think it's possible.
You might have a 350 on base percentage guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field. And coming up next, we will talk with Jared Sandler as part of the Expressway. But also, Corey, what is the segment we're going directly to?
Corey's cool with it, which is going to feature Mike's card collection next on The Fan.
Oh.
Are you ready for some commercial?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shot clock, game clock, nearly identical. Doncic has that bio on him. Drives, stops, falling away, puts it up, puts it in. Luka Doncic nails it.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, was that a Christmas song that Chris just came back with?
Yeah.
I have questions about that. Also, we're live at Globe Life Field. The Mavericks victorious yesterday. That's win number 50. 2 50-win campaigns for Jason Kidd in his 3 seasons. In the 10 years before that, 1 time.
I have an idea. I mean, that is great for Jason Kidd. Congratulations to him on that. But Kevin, I have an idea for Luka next year to get MVP.
Okay.
And this is not part of Corey's cool with it, but since we're here, we might as well rock with it.
Take it.
He should do bits all year next year, where he goes out there and he's like, you know what? I'm only shooting 3-pointers in this game. And then he scores like 50 points and 3-pointers. Or he says,
how's that going to work?
I'm only
that's
doing.
That's not a 3-point number. It's got to be 51 or 48.
Okay, that sounds good to me, man. Yeah, whatever, math guy. So I'm only going to shoot 3-pointers. Well, so he got fouled on one of them or 2 of them. The other bit is like, he could do. I'm only going out there and dunking today, or I'm only going to do assists. I just want bits, and him to say, I'm still going to be awesome, but I'm only going to do one thing, so y'all can't say that something else is this, because I told you what I'm going to do today.
Yeah.
So he's like, and then I accomplished it, because as Jason Kidd said, Jason Kidd was like, the game's just too easy. He makes it look too easy.
Sure.
And for a long time, there were people that were frustrated with Dirk. And I got to a point where I was like, maybe Dirk's never going to win a championship. But for right now, I just kind of want to enjoy watching Dirk play because he's unique to the game. He's somebody we've never seen play. And so instead of like worrying about the playoffs and worrying about all that, I'm just going to enjoy watching what the dude does. And I think I'm about to be like, I am almost settled in with that with Luka. I was like, well, maybe we never do it. But now they got a team that looks like they can do it. So now I'm like, okay, now let's lean in on this. So that's where I am with Luka, his career. And congratulations to Jason Kidd. So I guess we're going to keep him around, it sounds like. You guys
I still wonder, let's say you're fully healthy, you lose to the Clippers. I don't know about that.
Interesting.
I think they will. I think this run that they've had the last approximately 20 games of the season, I think it could be concerning if they lose in the first round, especially if you feel like Jason Kidd isn't coaching well in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it would put him on strict notice that, all right, let's win 55 to 60 games and make a playoff run. If you can't, then maybe they would have to move on and go, you're just you're not playoff ready. But I think he's bought himself another year.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good controversy for the playoffs. And then into this offseason, hopefully, Kevin, we don't have that moment. Hopefully, it's just a big dub and we can just be like,
for sure.
And Kevin never believed the entire time.
I don't want that attached to me.
881-1053. Will y'all go in on that bit? Because y'all love the bits that we do.
I think they're the 3rd best team in the NBA. That's pretty damn good.
The other thing, too, is I feel like from now on we don't call him Mike anymore. I think it has to be Famous Mike. And if it's not Famous Mike, what are we really doing here? He's already established he is the Mike of DFW with McCarthy.
Mike on the mic.
Yeah, Mike. McCarthy had to be Mike McCarthy. Mike Maddox is Mike Maddox. Mike Bassick, just Mike. So a Famous Mike, I think, just to even establish more of that as we go on here. Now, Mike, you also...
It's tough. I've always been so humble.
Yeah, you always have been.
Oh, my ass, you have.
And now... Well, I mean,
the fame hasn't changed him. That's what's amazing.
Hopefully, the rest of your body comes around.
I believe fame has not changed you, but I do not believe humbleness is at the top of your attribute list.
Mike, you have, and I want to ask the Tolos out there, what's the first thing you get when you walk into the ballpark? What is the first thing you're after? Is there a certain beer you like out here? Is there a hot dog you like out here? Is there a stand? Because now, we got Whataburger. We have all these new additions to the stadium. What is the first thing you get when you walk out here? Mike, you're very invested in the slushy machines behind us.
Yeah.
Kevin, so much so that he was yelling at people to not get the beers.
Yeah,
He was
telling them to slush it up.
Yeah. So, Kevin, do you think that slushies are a very important part to the stadium venture?
I guess so. I have to admit, the slushy with alcohol in it is an intriguing concept.
I will say this. I bet slushy sales are down since they moved to this building.
Oh, because
it's like 105 degrees. You're like, yes,
that's a good point.
I need the.
When you saw that
this
giant margarita or whatever, you're like, I don't care what it costs. I need it.
And I'm drinking it in a hurry because it's cold.
Yeah.
And
that's a great point.
Right now, like, I'm a little cool right now. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a little cold in the building. I feel like they've jacked the AC up a little bit too much. They can take it down a couple degrees, take it up, I guess, a couple degrees.
Do you think they have that giant thing that they just pull down, like the old manual air conditioning, and they're like, hold on, slide the giant thing down just a little bit.
If it's 70 degrees in here right now, let's crank it to 72. It's a little too cold in here.
And at my house at nighttime, they all turn it down to 69, and I'm like, come on, what are we doing here, guys? It's always it's too cold.
That is a comfortable temperature.
All right, so here's what I really wanted to get to with Corey's cool with it, and that is Mike was looking at some Corey Seager cards earlier, and I was watching what you were doing. I was like, man, that's $1.99 for that card. Now, it was probably a base card, and it's not like anything super special or anything, but when it comes to Corey Seager, I am a Rangers fan. And while the Dodgers are like my second team, I want to collect Corey Seager Ranger cards, not Corey Seager Dodger cards, but that's his rookie card. And so that's where, if I wanted to collect something that is probably going to be valuable, if he turns out to be the Hall of Famer that we think he's going to be, and by the way, Jared Sandler has sat down at the table. He'll be with us for the rest of the half hour here. I would rather collect Corey Seager stuff than I would Dodgers stuff. Jared, your thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts on collecting?
Well,
you love Corey Seager for the championship speech alone.
Well, I loved him from our time together with the Great Lakes Loons.
Oh, yes.
So I don't want to totally derail this, but I was watching an MLB Network promo last night. I guess they're doing a show on cards on Sundays, and it never occurred to me, are cards called cards because of cardboard? Because the promo made it seem like because the original cards were maybe made out of cardboard. That's why.
Is that the answer?
So
okay,
I think that is. I think that is correct.
Yeah. So I'm not an idiot though for not putting.
I didn't know that either. Yeah, I would have thought of it.
I like Corey Seager. I don't understand the card market because Mike says you got to hit like 100 home runs a year for a card to be valuable. Yet he buys cards like he drinks water. So I'm not sure how this all works.
Yeah,
it's
I make major mistakes and just have fun doing it.
Yeah.
There is a market, though, Corey, for the first card of the player in the new uniform. Like, I know Soto with the Yankees, obviously Otani with the Dodgers. So your market will still be lower, but there's something there.
Here's the great news for you and for fans of Rangers that didn't come up as Rangers, is that the cards are going to be cheap.
Yeah.
Corey Seager Ranger cards are cheap. Marcus Semien Ranger cards are cheap. Adolis Garcia Ranger cards are cheap. Like, it's great if you want to have a personal collection of this championship team of their individual player cards. They're going to be cheap because they weren't a rookie with the Texas Rangers. Even Adolis Garcia rookie cards are St. Louis Cardinal rookie cards. So they can hold a special place in your heart. I tell people with cards, I think a lot of them need to hold a special place in your heart, or you need to make it more of a business where you have no connection at all, and you're literally just trying to buy a card, and within 24 hours to almost 1 month, sell that card.
So when you buy like a million Evan Carter cards,
that's a personal decision.
That's emotion. Okay, is it emotional? Because Mike kind of frames it like it's a business.
Famous Mike frames it.
There's some emotion tied in there.
Yeah, there's emotion tied into
so
it.
Here's my thing with cards, and I was like a lot of kids. I mean, cards was such a huge part of my childhood, but I didn't understand the business side of it at all. Right? Like I thought it was cool to look at the back of the cards,
learn the stats.
Yeah. I guess what's frustrating, I think it would be such a fun way to maybe teach kids about, I don't know,
the stock market.
Investing, right? But like a way, because they don't, some 4-letter symbol, some company, they don't understand that.
Right.
It just, I don't like how it's such an elite group of cards that can become valuable. I wish it was more tied on a 1-to-1 ratio with like a player success. So take your favorite role player. His card's not going to be super valuable, but it's going to be more valuable than the 4A player who has a tough time staying up. And then, I heard you mention yesterday, I think when I was driving home from the ballpark, they were replaying one of your segments from yesterday that in order for Wyatt Langford's card to be valuable, he's got to probably win the Rookie of the Year, but that you said the prices are dropping, right? But, it seems like if you're not the Rookie of the Year, if you're not the MVP, if you're not, no-brainer all-star, your card has no value. And I just don't like...
No, it doesn't. And I
Corey
love what you're
Seager's a
saying.
great example of that, right? You can get... Corey Seager is a great player in Major League Baseball. You can get all kinds of his stuff for nothing,
Yeah,
man.
he's a guy that is borderline Hall of Fame career, 2-time MVP of the World Series, which he's in the category of Reggie Jackson, Bob Gibson, and Sandy Koufax. Those are the only three to ever do it, and he's the fourth. And you wouldn't really know it by his collectability. Sometimes it does matter who you play for at times because there's more collectors of Yankees than there are of Rangers. But, it's always fun. I showing this is for if you're a fan of Corey Seager and you're like, I want one of his first cards or a rookie card, but I don't want it to be a Dodger. In 2010, Bowman made him on Team USA when he was in high school. So he was on the high school USA team. So you can get his first ever card. Has nothing to do with the Dodgers.
Cool.
It's a USA card.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a question, and I hope there are people out there like me who love sports but maybe don't understand the card stuff, and these aren't dumb questions. But an average card in your just run-of-the-mill set is produced how many times?
This year, Topps produced... just for Evan Carter, but every player, the base card was produced about 900,000 times.
Okay.
That's a lot.
So obviously, that volume impacts the value, right?
Right.
So a card that's produced once is going to be more valuable.
Let's say a Wyatt Langford 1-of-1 rookie card,
Right.
which isn't available yet, but at some point will be.
And there's, for a one-on-one, there's going to
be the only one in the world?
Yes.
It's the only one of that picture, and it'll be numbered 1-of-1. But this year, Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter, both of them, will have about 150 1-of-1 cards.
Different types
There'll
of
be different.
one-of-ones.
There'll be different pictures in different sets, but there will be about 150 different 1-of-1 rookie cards of Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter.
And those guys are really good players. I'm just curious, if you had a 1-of-1 card for
Ezekiel
Duran, is that going to be super valuable because it's 1-of-1? And
It'll
it's
probably
rare?
be somewhere between, I'm going to guesstimate, $50 to $150.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's an accurate estimate.
But like the Wyatt Langford one would be
Anywhere from $2,500 for certain 1-of-1s to $150,000 for
an autograph 1-of-1
That is
rookie
insane.
card.
I was watching Evan Carter yesterday in the clubhouse sign cards, obviously through some contractual agreement. He was sitting there signing, and they were joking that because, his whole thing is savior.
Yeah.
They call him so when, his little hand gesture thing when he gets on base for people who haven't seen is he puts his hands together like he's praying and kind of bows. And I'm sure, there's a religious component to it that I'm not equipped to speak about. Maybe Kevin's family is though, because they're more on that side.
That was last week.
They were joking that he should just sign it as a cross. Like it should just be a cross, not Evan Carter, whatever. Just sign it as a cross. And what if he would have signed one in that batch in a certain way? Would that
Josh Young did that?
Josh Young did this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I remember reading about that.
Yeah, and we all think it's great. Like, I want to see that card in real life. I want to see it. I want to
Put glasses on himself.
That's right. Yeah, he kind of. Yeah.
And he wrote
premium on that.
He
for
wrote
sure.
1-of-1 on it. So like it does kind of create a different value because that's something. Again, this goes to the Corey Seager bat. That's a unique thing that doesn't exist anywhere else, and everybody wants a piece of that.
What's
so.
your what are each of your white whale cards? Like you it's a ghost to you.
So I think it's so I have a nice version of the Gretzky Topps rookie, but the O-Pee-Chee rookie is significantly more limited, and then the price, as you can probably guess, goes up pretty exponentially, and so that is something I would like to chase down and get.
O-Pee-Chee is a brand?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so essentially it's just like it's the same company that was doing it. It's just a smaller batch.
Too many cards come to mind for me.
Anything Will Clark, yeah.
Really?
I'm just joking. There's a Willie Mays card that like he was the book I read every year.
Yeah.
Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle.
52 Topps is obviously an iconic set because it's the first year ever Topps produces cards. 51 is Bowman, so Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays have Bowman 51 cards. Those are considered their rookies, but 52 is somewhat considered a rookie because it's the first year Topps ever makes cards, and Mickey Mantle was short printed in that. They didn't make as many Mickey Mantles as, like, let's say Willie Mays is, so that would be one. And then I think of in 1933 there's a beautiful card called Gowdy, and Babe Ruth has multiple cards in that, but the one that I like is where he's kind of finishing a swing kind of deal, and there's a lot of color to it. It's beautiful. So and those are cards that come to mind that I would just love to. I'll never own. I'm not ever spending $50,000 to $100,000 on a card.
And I'm sorry if this is like awful radio that I'm just asking all these questions, but I got one last question. So, like, money is printed, but they're plates that create. Are there plates for cards? And
Yeah.
Are those sold? Are they valuable?
Actually, believe it or not, those plates don't carry as much value as you might think.
They're cool,
but there are people who love them. I have several printing plates, and they're very cool. You can get them. That is a newer phenomenon.
We pulled a Jameis Winston one a long time ago. And
Yes.
You got it? Okay.
That
yeah,
is a newer, maybe in the last 10 years or so.
I
that
had
they
never
have done.
seen anything like that. So when I saw it, I was like, what is this? And I thought it was just the coolest thing. And you were like, yeah, it's cool, but it's more like a people are collecting type thing.
Exactly.
And then speaking of collection, so the ring, Jason of Beverly Hills was on our pregame show, and I was asking him a bunch of questions on and off air. He was saying that there's a guy who, because I asked him how much the ring that it retails for, $75,000. He's just got a guy that he wants all of the championship rings every year.
Just no matter what?
He's like a known, because like he's a known buyer.
Wow.
And it's just like, yeah, you don't even have to ask. Like, it's
just
like,
make
hey,
an extra one.
75,000. Do you want it? It's
Yeah.
like, all right, dude, here, 75, cool. Like, that's a neat collection to have. It's pretty
Yes,
valuable.
it is. I wonder, does he have?
What does
I wonder
he
how
do
far
for a
back-
guys get in that market?
I wonder how far back he has.
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
wonder if he has one of the first ones, and if he's collected that far back into it.
I can't believe it. You guys, you need to ask for some raises so you can get into that collection game.
Yeah,
Well,
so we
it's-
can get
it's
a
not-
ring
it's gonna-
at some
It's going to
point.
be a while before I ask for a raise.
Now, on the Rangers front, we were obviously talking about how much we're digging Cody Bradford so far. How much does a curveball and the effectiveness of his curveball play in to the success he's had?
Yeah. Well, I'll answer it, and then Mike will give you the better answer because I feel weird answering this next to this guy. But so when I've talked to Cody, what he has said is, well, I'll provide kind of the origin of the curveball with Cody. So before he had thoracic outlet at Baylor, it was a pitch he threw really well. Had thoracic outlet, didn't really quite have the feel for the curveball. It's all about supination or pronation, which I always get them confused. And so last year he was pretty much a two-pitch pitcher. He threw a cutter, he threw a slider, but they weren't that effective. He was basically a two-pitch guy. And you can be a two-pitch guy if you're going to be a reliever. You can be a two-pitch guy if you're going to be a 2 times through the order guy. But if Cody Bradford was going to have success as a starting pitcher, he needed to add a third pitch. Mike Maddox's charge to him was, you need to throw a pitch that goes down, right? And in Cody's head, his curveball was not a weapon he wanted to explore because he couldn't throw it hard. He thought that I needed to make this a power-type pitch to be effective. Mike Maddox said, no. The slower, the better. Don't worry about that. And that kind of helped Cody get in the frame of mind, like, all right, maybe this can be a good pitch. And that's a separate conversation about, like, conviction and just the mental game and convincing pitchers that they can do it. And so he worked on the pitch, and with Cody, it's not a swing and miss pitch yet.
Yeah.
His whiff rate on it is only 11%, which for a breaking ball is really low, but he can throw it for a strike. And so it's a dangerous pitch. It can either steal a strike early in at bat, or it just gives hitters something else to think about. So now they can't just sit fastball changeup. And he might not like throwing the changeup left on left. So for lefties, it gives them a different pitch type, pitch speed to think about in juxtaposition with the fastball. And so I think that pitch has room to get better and maybe become more of a swing and miss pitch. But right now it's effective in the way he's using it. Is that fair? I mean, you tell me.
Yeah, he is it's not a great pitch. I'm not trying to take anything away from Cody Bradford. It's not a great pitch, but what makes it effective is he's throwing it for a first pitch strike. And hitters aren't looking for it because he doesn't throw it much.
Yeah.
He's throwing it, you would know, I don't have it.
Between 15 and 20% of the time.
So you're not going to go up there and go, I'll tell you what, it's not a good breaking ball, so I'm going to sit on first pitch breaking ball here. You only have approximately a 15% chance of him throwing it, and then throwing it where it's really hittable is another percentage off of that. But he's throwing enough of them for a strike that now the hitter goes, this is how we think as a pitcher. And usually hitters will confirm this. Oh, okay, first pitch curveball. He's going to do that again. And then he doesn't do it again in that at bat. Or when he does it again, I'm going to be ready for it. And then he does a good job of throwing it below the zone where it's very tough to make good contact with it. And so you see it, you're like, I can hit it. I saw it first pitch. It's in my mind. Just a minute ago I saw it. It's hittable. It's in the zone. And then you commit to it, and now it's out of the zone, and you're like, SOB.
Yeah.
So he's really smart with it so far that he's not using it a lot because it's not a great pitch, but he's using it enough that the hitter's thinking about it.
I also wonder, sorry to interrupt here, but how much Heim's communication with him on that and understanding of it is important too.
I thought Heim got him 5 balls into strikes yesterday. Now maybe De Jesus was behind the plate. Maybe he just has a bigger zone, and I don't know his tendencies as an umpire caller, but there were at least 5 pitches that I thought were 2 to 3 inches off the outside corner that he got called for a strike, which then made it even better for Bradford because then guys started having to fish for that ball just off the plate because Jonah was doing such a great job of framing that pitch off the plate.
Steve Sparks, who does radio for the Astros, came in obviously when the Astros were in town, and he, he knows the data. He knows that Jonah is as good of a strike stealer as anyone in baseball, but he just said watching him behind the plate, and Steve was a knuckleballer, so he's got an appreciation for catchers who can receive pitches, and he said that there's no one he enjoys watching receive pitches more than Jonah Heim because of what Mike just shared, his ability to help the pitcher out in that way. Now, to your original question, Corey, Cody's been incredibly complimentary of Jonah in his game calling and his understanding of when to use that curveball. So, whether it's Jonah or Mike Maddox, and in all these cases, it's such a team effort, right? And when you've got a guy who you trust behind the plate, it doesn't matter. Mike can be my catcher, and 17 people can believe that Mike is the worst game caller in the league. But if I think Mike's a great game caller,
conviction,
then I'm going to believe that when he puts down a certain pitch, or presses a button now, I guess, that's the right pitch, and it's going to help me mentally execute that pitch. And that's something that Cody Bradford's talked about.
While the stock for Cody Bradford is going up, what about Brock Burke? Because it feels like the struggle's been there. He has not developed perhaps that secondary overwhelming pitch. What is to become of him?
So, first of all, these gambling commercials where there's the fine print, like here's the number to call.
You think Mike should call that for sure, right?
For card purchasing.
Yeah.
If you know someone who's got a problem, please call 1-8 whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
Do we need to start adding those to card commercials?
He's currently
need to add them to Mike's segment
right now.
What did he just buy?
Next thing you know, Dave Valley's going to be sick, so that Mike picks up more games because Mike poisoned him because he's got to pick up another game check.
I got to get all these printing plates.
My goodness.
It's just an offer. It doesn't mean I bought it yet.
He just loves Evan
but
Carter.
It's just I care about you. So here's the thing with Brock Burke. When Brock Burke throws 95, 96, Matt Duffy talked about this. He was in camp with the Rangers in Round Rock. When Brock Burke's throwing 95, 96, it feels like he's literally handing the ball to the catcher. It is very tough to hit. But when he's hitting 92, 93 on the radar gun, that's a big difference. And, I think Brock's first outing this year, he came out charging 95, 96. His last outing the other day, was it the finale against the A's, right?
Yeah.
He's throwing 92, 93.
Yeah.
Is it a health thing? Is it a in-between outing body preparation thing? Is it a conviction thing? I don't know. And obviously if the Rangers knew, if Brock knew, then but that that's a big difference. Now, yes, it would be awesome if he developed a wipeout slider, and that just hasn't been the case. But in the way in which the Rangers want to use him, he can get away with having the complementary stuff he has if his fastball is at 95, 96. He did that 2 years ago and posted a sub-2 ERA.
Yeah.
But the fastball velocity delta from outing to outing, I think that's what's getting him into trouble.
If you watch Brock Burke pitch, so if you're on Twitch right now, hopefully you can see me. I think this about Brock Burke. I don't know this, but I think this. When he lifts and he throws, his shoulders start going almost over his heels a little bit. And I think when he does this, it makes it difficult to execute a good breaking ball. And so I think he kind of gets over the top, and that ball can be seen a little bit better. I would want to, if I was trying to make a mechanical adjustment with Brock Burke to get him to throw a better secondary pitch and maybe command his fastball a little bit better, is make sure his shoulders stay over his toes. I don't want him to get short or small or anything like that or crouchy, but I want his shoulders over his toes a little bit more than over his heels. But who am I? He has Mike Maddox as a pitching coach. But when I watch it, I'm like, I wonder if he can execute a really good slider with where he's at balance-wise when he's lifting his leg up.
Jared, thank you very much, as always, for bringing a wealth of baseball knowledge to us.
So guys, I hope Mike doesn't just blow all his money on cards.
He will.
Yeah, I can't rule that out. All right, so it's a printing plate that you put in an offer for $500.
Well, listen, last time I told all the Tolos what I was doing, they bought it.
And so you don't, that is a good point.
Never
all
let
right.
them know your next move.
I got to go sign for fans and
You
stuff.
got Rangers A's coming up next. Pregame at 1 o'clock. First pitch, 1:35. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow. Full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here in Texas, we love our traditions. And Academy